Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
The stretch and the brash. 3-2 Altuve. Fastball, strike three called, and it's over. The Mariners win it 7-3 over the Houston Astros. They sweep aside Houston. The Mariners are now 3 games in front of the Astros in the American League West with 6 to play.
And they'll stop a 7-game Texans winning streak here in Jacksonville as Lawrence takes a knee. And the Texans won't stop the clock. It is over. Houston drops to 0-3 for the first time since 2020. Texans fall to Jacksonville 17 and have the Titans next week at home.
All right, Mark Vandermeer on the call on that one. The other one was the Seattle Mariners radio network on the other one. We're
you could have also heard the Seattle Mariners on Saturday night through the Astros TV broadcast.
Oh, you could hear him yelling
when Robles made the final out there on that really nice catch. It was too faint for us to play for our radio listeners. Yeah. But you really have to strain to listen to it. But yeah, you can hear the audio from the Mariners announcers bleed over onto Callis's call.
Well, they
unprofessional in my opinion.
Need to keep it down. I mean, you know a little something about that when you were doing the pregame show for the Texans up in Buffalo that one time.
Yeah, look what happened. The Texans got destroyed that game.
Destroyed. It was karma. Yeah.
After it rained 7 inches of rain in the third quarter. Yeah.
I bump in with both those things. First of all, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday to all of you. I know it's a terrible Monday.
Happy Monday. It's
a terrible Monday. That's the happiest that's the closest thing to happiness you're going to get is me wishing you a happy Monday. If you've come to this radio station for joy, happiness, puppy dogs, and ice cream, you've walked into the wrong room.
Just it's not a manic Monday, it's a panic Monday.
It's a panic Monday.
Just another panic Monday.
That's right. Before I lay this out here, how are you doing, my friend? Are you doing all right this morning?
Well, how do you think I'm doing, Sean? I'm questioning life and all the decisions that I've made that have led me to this point. You know,
yeah.
I could be selling widgets somewhere. Be probably pretty good at it too.
You would be good at it. Yeah.
I have a trustworthy face.
I would hire you to be my widget salesman, unquestionably. Yes.
So, look at this. You know what? Order 7 gross of widgets from that.
We're gonna dig into all this pretty deeply, both the Astros and the Texans from over the weekend. The thing that hit me on the way in, Seth, and this just maybe it didn't hit me last night just because it's the immediacy of, oh my God, the Astros are out of the playoffs as of right now. This Texan season is bordering on a disaster, if not already a disaster. And some of the things D'Amico is saying in these press conferences are just getting me angry. This is the situation we're in right now. Sunday was almost, in retrospect, too much to handle because on the same day, we were hit in the face with probably 2 of the most sobering realizations you can have as a sports fan, which is, from an Astros standpoint, their reign of dominance is unquestionably over now. It's the Mariners division. They are the more talented baseball team from top to bottom, lineup and pitching, and they proved it this weekend. They came in and they dominated the Astros this weekend. The West belongs to them. The Astros are, as of right now, out of the playoffs. Still got a chance to get in. But the window is, if it's not slammed shut, we're holding it open. Our fingers are stuck in the window right now. The reign of dominance is undoubtedly over. And we've probably known that the dominance has been over for a while. But the chances of them making the postseason, while still percentage-wise better than a coin toss, it doesn't feel that way right now. That's number one. Number two, and maybe more disturbingly, because teams will age out over time. Look, it's been a good run for the Astros. I have nothing to complain about there. The football team in our town here is, without a doubt, minimum squandering the rookie contract window of their franchise quarterback, and I think even more importantly, damaging him to where he might not be the franchise quarterback anymore. Did you have over or under 3 weeks that we would be getting texts and calls during the postgame show asking about Davis Mills? Did you have over or under 3 weeks for that? So.
I would have had the under on that, I suppose.
The over, you would have it.
Well, it's always tricky with the,
You would have had after the third.
Oh, yeah. I would have had the after, yeah. No, I wouldn't have even contemplated it, but there you have it. And I don't know, like, CJ, the problem with it is that Davis Mills has already gone through the things that CJ Stroud is now going through in terms of just kind of really playing it out, trying to make excuses for him, see if it's the offensive coordinator's issue or whatever. No, CJ Stroud is now smack dab in the middle of that, where people are having, I think most people are, even if they were previously adamantly 100% always in CJ's corner, you got to start to wonder and look at, all right, look, Caley obviously, as of right now, is not the guy you dreamed of, but can we blame this all on Nick Caley? Is CJ himself is the one that wanted more control and command behind the line of scrimmage, and it's CJ that looks lost and frazzled most of the time walking around. He looks like a guy who just realized, like, woke up 5 minutes before his big presentation and realizes, like, oh crap, I'm not prepared for this.
This is a crisis, man. Because there is nothing about this offense that tells me this is getting solved anytime soon. Like, it's bad. It's really bad.
It's bad, and it's the kind of thing that actually gets worse somehow. Even though the Astros or the Texans are the worst scoring offense in football. I mean, I'm close to being able to say that about the Astros over any given stretch or as of recently. They're the worst scoring team in football. They're only fourth lowest in terms of total yardage. Huzzah! And the only glimmer of hope that I kind of have is that in the fourth quarter of the first game against the Rams and then yesterday is that they seem to look like they have figured some things out by the fourth quarter. But then it's done in by an Agumbawale fumble and a Nico Collins fumble. Yeah. I'd love to sit here, and God bless the people that say, hey, look, one or two plays and it could have been different. Yeah, you can always say that. It could easily have been one or two plays in the other direction, and these would feel even worse or look even worse than they already are.
Yeah, you know what, Ben? Hey, Ben, get D'Amico his opening statement.
Uno.
I mean, we'll hit this again at 7 o'clock because we've got an audience that dips in and out as they drive in. This would be my message to D'Amico Ryans. Were he listening right now? Let me play his cut. This was his first answer. It might even been an opening statement at the press conference yesterday about how yesterday's game went.
When you have the penalty to knock us back a lot offensively, defensively, penalty in the end zone, you turn the ball over 3 times. That's tough to win in this league. It's tough enough to win, but when you put yourself in position where you're helping the opponent, like, that's just not a good recipe for winning football. So until we clean up the things we can clean up, right, then we play winning football, then we'll have a chance to turn it around. But again, man, we're close. That's what it is. We're close, but close isn't good enough. We got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
You're not close. You are not close, and I'm going to tell you 2 things about being close. You need to stop saying it. You have to stop saying that you're close. Losers say that they're close. 2 things. 1, you can't spend 30 seconds listing all the things you did wrong, a long list of things yesterday, and then say you're close. By definition, you just listed a long list of things. Here's the other thing, Seth, and this is literally the definition of close coming back to bite. They have been in the red zone as an offense in the red zone. They haven't scored in the red zone yet. They've been in the red zone 4 times all year in 3 games. 4 times in 3 games. Last I checked, the red zone is next to the end zone, and the end zone is where points are scored. You, by definition, D'Amico, are not close to score. Your team doesn't get close to scoring points right now. You're not close at all. And here's the thing. By saying you're close means just a little thing here, a little thing there. This offense needs to improve massively for you to avoid a 4-13 season right now. Yeah. Your defense is good. It's not great. It's these games. You are so far offensively from close right now. This is worse than any offense I've seen since the Bill O'Brien. This is worse than Culley and worse than like Pep Hamilton and that era right now.
The thing about the being close, except for shooting ourselves in our feet or our own foot, whatever, in the collective foot, is that in the first week, yes, the penalties, you could look at the play-by-play and say, oh, wow, they really screwed themselves with penalties. This week, it was much more, oh, you screwed yourself with taking a 12-yard loss on a sack. Mm-hmm. Oh, you screwed yourself by, gunning the ball at 1,000 miles per hour at, I don't even know what Woody Mark's body part. Right. No, you're screwing. You're hurting yourself early and down with bad plays.
Bad plays.
It's a 3-and-out because you got a sack. It's a 3-and-out because you had a bad incompletion. It's not, oh no, we had an illegal shift and we just need to clean that up. It's getting worse, and it's going to get worse as long as defensive coordinators continue to have more and more film with which to evaluate you and see exactly. I mean, the one huge breath of life that was injected into the offense in the fourth quarter was when the defense got a turnover because Trevor Lawrence is an idiot, and then then a blown coverage, which you set up by being horrible at throwing the deep ball. It was like the late-stage Ben Roethlisberger. Remember, every now and then he'd have a deep ball thrown, but it was because nobody respected his deep ball. Right. So he would they would set up the deep ball by being horrible at the deep ball. So you dink and dunk. The Jaguars get a little bit over-aggressive and bite on a really nice double move by Nico Collins, but it's not anything sustainable. Yeah. It's something that it pops up every now and then in the fourth quarter, and then there you have it. I'm at a loss right now, given that Archuleta made a good point several times in the game. They're like, hey, CJ's got nothing but tight window throws available to him, this, that, and the other. But also, CJ does not look nearly as comfortable making those tight window throws. I've seen him make plenty of tight window throws before, but when it comes down to trying to execute the offense, even when he does have pass protection, it's not there. And then that first interception, great. The defensive back baited him a little bit. That was still just a horribly thrown football. Yeah. That's with deeper and with more air underneath it, that's not an interception. Yeah. And is it because he's off kilter because the offense is just such a wreck, or is part of why the offense lacks rhythm and is so off kilter because CJ himself doesn't have that same ball placement specialist ability? Yep. It's just ugly right now.
It's so bad. It is so bad. You're not close. D'Amico is an honest human being. He comes across as completely dishonest when he says it's close. You sound like a car salesman, a bad one, a used car salesman, the quintessential bad car salesman. A lot of good car salesmen out there. Let me be very clear, all right?
Right, yeah. You're like a cartoon version of a car salesman.
Thank you, yeah. Bad suits.
Close. First half, 3-and-out. Yeah. Three and out.
Yeah.
I had a 13-play majestic field goal drive.
Think about,
then 3-and-out.
Think about what you just said as a slight positive. By the fourth quarter, in 2 of these 3 games, it looked like they started to figure some things out. That's the compliment that they're getting paid is, hey, I know it took 3.5 quarters, but good job looking like you figured some. Now, if you could hold on to the football, that would be amazing.
Both of these, and God bless everybody listening who made it through that entire game. I mean, you were rewarded in the fourth quarter when things kind of got exciting. Yeah. There was genuine excitement in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
So both those offenses were just abysmal.
Yeah, the Jags are not a good team. That's not a good football team.
No, they are. The one thing that I'd say, too, is I'm not going to crush the defense the way I did last week because they let you down in the fourth quarter. Right. But the defense was lucky that there were as many dropped balls as there were.
Dude.
And that Brian Thomas Jr. has the yips.
They had 4 drop balls within 6 plays across various drives. That was wild. They had a drive that was all drops. Literally, the whole thing was drops. It was crazy.
Henry To'oTo'o can't tackle a 123-pound wide receiver.
No.
And Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter had 1 reception for 22 yards in this game, and it should have been 1 reception for 1 yard max. Yeah, but I understood getting shook in the open field or something, but Henry To'oTo'o puts his head behind the ball carrier, just can't even nudge a 119-pound dude.
All right, Texans aren't close to a playoff team right now. The Astros, disappointing as they are close to being a playoff team. We're going to lay it all out over the next 7 days with the Astros. That is coming up next.
Oh, what you got to be watching if you're looking for a gift.
Flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Couple things to get to on the text page before we get to the Astros and lay things out with the Astros here. 713-572-4610. When CJ, this is a text, when CJ wore the Mariners hat, I thought maybe he was a little tone deaf. But when he wore the Yankees hat yesterday, he basically was like, F you, Houston. When no one came up to him after that pick on the sidelines, I hate our text system here. He says there's no miscommunication. He said there's miscommunication. CJ said there's no miscommunication. This is last week. And then the texter says we have a problem, Houston. Don't do that.
The Yankees cap, this is where I am with this. It's like, before, when he wore the Mariners cap during the preseason, I thought, well, for one, it's preseason and whatever. He just didn't realize it, that people are going to get worked up over that. Okay, whatever, so be it. When he wore that Yankees cap, and you see the video of him, for those of you who don't know, he was wearing a Yankees cap yesterday on his way into the game, and then at the press conference afterwards. It's somebody that doesn't personally, try to worry about stuff like this. I don't, young men and the fashion decisions they make, whatever. Cool. Dude, you're the franchise quarterback, and you know that this pisses people off in the fan base. People who are, by the way, passionate about sports, especially. The ones that honestly pay all of our salaries, at the end of the day. What are you, honestly, why the hell are you doing this? What are you, how are you this tone deaf? Why are you wearing a Yankees cap? What the hell are you doing?
Many of whom are supporting you as you go through this horrific stretch of football that you have been playing.
Right, and it's even worse that when he says, well, it's just because it's a fashion choice or it goes with an outfit or whatever. Yes, that makes it worse because it's so flippant about what the people who actually pay your salary care about. It's so weird, man. There's so much that's so weird with CJ, and it's just starting to pile up. Yeah. I don't want to be talking about this. I don't want to care about what hat he's wearing. A sizable portion of the fan base does care, and it bothers them. Yeah. And it could easily be avoided simply by wearing a different hat.
I'm guessing
it's the dumbest, simplest thing that you could do to avoid adding extra bad emotion. And then when you get in your press conferences, you talk about people having all kinds of crazy takes or whatever. Yeah. Where are the crazy ones? Yeah. Where are the crazy takes about this 0-3 football team? You're the worst scoring offense in all of football. Your job is to score points. Yeah. There are no crazy takes. Yeah. It's awful. It's horrendous. It's a bad product.
Yes. Crazy takes saying we suck is, I think, what he said in that post.
All kinds of crazy takes out there. Yeah. You give an inch, you take a mile. What the hell does that even mean?
What does it even mean? Yeah. This is the best, lowest scoring offense in the NFL that I've ever seen. It's really amazing. Oh, my gosh.
I'll tell you what. Nobody scores points or doesn't score points with the panache that these guys
2025 Houston Texans,
Luckily, his hat matched his outfit.
Yeah. I forget where the other text is. I'm just so upset about everything today. Let's get to the Astros, shall we? Okay, a bit of good news. The Astros, as of right now, according to Fangraphs, a very trustworthy statistical projection website focusing on baseball, they have a 65.9% chance of making the postseason right now. Seth, does this feel like a team that has a nearly 2/3 chance of making the postseason right now?
Yeah, 100%.
It does? Okay.
If you look at the career stats of Fromber, next time he's up in the rotation, you could certainly expect a brilliant performance out of a guy like that.
Well, the baseball gods have not let up. As we're doing the post game last night, and then you get a push notification. Clint and I are doing the post game, and we look at our phones Jeremy Pena's out of the lineup tonight with an oblique issue. They're just the baseball gods are not gonna. They are gonna be just relentless with injuries until the bitter end on this season.
I'll tell you what. Last night, so I was trying to finish up editing a video for KHOU, so I wasn't able to watch the first couple innings. Brandy, meanwhile, was having a hard time with our whichever the hell streaming situation we had and trying to get ESPN on our television, and I wasn't really paying attention. I was like, okay, let me check the score of the Astros game real quick. I refreshed 9 times. We're in the third inning, and the Astros are down by what at that point? Was it 7-0?
7-0. They scored all 7 of their runs in the second inning. Yeah.
And I told Brandy to go to bed early. I just said, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just go to bed.
I'm not
going to bed for like 2 more hours.
Well,
that's not my issue. I got stuff going on in here.
They had scored all 7 runs by the time I got in my car leaving here for the post game. Like, I was actually excited to go home and watch the Astros, and I'm in my car and I'm listening, and it's 7-0. I'm like, all right, this is the worst day. This is the worst day ever. You know who I felt bad for last night? Carlos Correa had to do the in-game interview, like while they're playing interview out there on the field at the inning after the Mariners had scored 7 runs. They're like, yeah, Carlos, we really weren't. We're going to score 7 runs the inning before we had you tonight, but how are you doing? How's it going? Yeah, he handled it pretty well. I mean,
Jason Alexander, his stretch, his streak, his incredible run is over.
Very
officially.
much over. Yeah, very.
I know,
much
and like all the advanced stats showed that all right, maybe he was a little bit lucky in a few of these. Whatever. I don't know. Like you're just grasping for straws so much now. On a team that's now had the most injuries in the history of Major League Baseball.
Literally, yeah.
The fact that they are where they are is kind of, I guess, a little bit of salve on whatever emotional wounds you have right now. Except that the offense has just let you down time after time after time, with or without the injuries.
Yeah,
that's the part that just. It would be so much easier to accept and be impressed by it if they had just bothered to score some runs here and there.
You had your full lineup you were expecting at the beginning of the year, plus Carlos Correa. I guess you didn't have Paredes, but you had Correa instead of Paredes. That's a fair swap out. And you had that lineup up until Jordan spraining his ankle. You had that lineup for several weeks while you were watching Seattle just slowly chip away at your lead, and now ultimately – probably going to win the division. They clinched a playoff spot. Here's the situation, just for those who haven't kept up with it, for those who were wallowing in the squalor of the Texans' offense yesterday. In the American League, there are basically 3 spots open for 4 teams right now. The Blue Jays have clinched a playoff spot, the Yankees have clinched a playoff spot, and the Mariners have clinched a playoff spot. But those 3 Mariners have likely won the division. The Astros have a 1.6%, 1.8% chance of winning the division. Mariners have essentially clinched the division. The Blue Jays similarly have almost clinched their division. The Yankees have a slight chance of catching them. But all 3 of those teams are in the postseason. The other teams that, aside from the Astros, that are in the mix right now, the Red Sox have a 90% chance of making the postseason. The Tigers and the Guardians are still duking it out over the AL Central. One of those teams is going to make it, maybe both. Right now, the Astros have a 65.9% chance to make the playoffs. The Guardians are the only team with a lower percentage chance, 58.9%. The good news for the Astros is that even though they wake up this morning outside of the postseason, they're tied with the Guardians in record, but they lose the tie. They're losing the tiebreaker to all the teams that matter right now, by the way. They don't have the tiebreaker against the Red Sox, against the Tigers, against the Guardians, the teams that matter. They don't have the tiebreaker. So they've got to finish a game ahead of all these teams, or one of them at least, to get into the postseason. The saving grace that you've got right now is even though you're out of the playoffs due to the tiebreaker, the Guardians and the Tigers play each other this week. So somebody's got to lose those games. So as long as you're winning games, you're going to pick up games on one of those, or maybe both, if it's a 2-1 split on both of those teams. So
they control their own destiny.
They control their own destiny. Thank you.
Whatever you can say that's not accurate in terms of their fate. They're masters of their own fate.
They win all their games. They're definitely in. Yeah.
Yes. And I feel it. I can feel it. It's gonna. This is when it's gonna turn, Sean.
Yep.
They're gonna do it.
Which I think I know the
clarity, by the way, on Paredes and on Pena, and
exactly. What I read after the game was that they don't expect it. It's like obliques are always scary, by the way. Like Jordan had an oblique and he was out for 2 months last year, or whatever it is.
Christian Walker had oblique during spring training, and he was a garbage baseball player.
He was garbage
after he came back.
From what I've been reading about this one, I think Espada said, again, it's a medical news thing with the Astros. Yeah. But Espada said that they expect it to only be a couple of days kind of thing.
Precautionary.
Pena was being extremely cautious with it, realizes these are a lot of important games they got coming.
The thing that scares you with Pena is it's okay. obviously with baseball, you think of an oblique, and the first thing you think of is at the plate. But with Pena, he tends to make some pretty phenomenal defensive plays that require a lot of torque.
The thing that scares me with an oblique, especially with a guy like Pena who's so muscle-bound now, it's like, like these muscular guys, they pull a muscle, and then it just feels like they're out for a long, long time. So I don't know. That's my hardcore doctor diagnosis.
You and I know the struggle, as of a lot of times it's just, you can lift up our shirts and basically it looks like a physiology chart.
That's right.
There's his obliquus minoris or something.
What the hell was that look, Ben? That's exactly what it is, what Seth was describing. Which of the two things that I was laying out in the open have you more angry or upset, whatever the word is right now?
That was decades ago. What were those two things?
The Astros, I was going to lay them out. The Astros and the window closing on the wave, withered away for the Astros, and the fact that we are probably outside of them being a serious contender anymore, or what hopefully just in the short term is going on with the Texans right now.
Oh, this is easy for me.
Yeah.
I mean, because last night somebody asked me on X, hey, what feels worse, the current Texans or the 2013 Astros? I didn't even have to think about it. With the 2013 Astros, we knew the deal.
Yeah.
It was like, look at the payroll. Deal. Yeah, that's not going to be a good baseball team. Yeah. With the Texans, no, we did not know this deal, and this isn't what. Even if you were pessimistic about Nick Caley or the offensive line or anything like that, you couldn't have forecast that they were going to be the worst scoring offense in football over the first 3 games of the season. So this feels way worse. Likewise, with the golden era. The golden era was already closed. We talk about the golden era in the past tense, and we're in whatever either purgatory or rebound phase we're in right now with the Astros. But it's expected. You know the deal going into it. And if anything, we've been impressed that they've been able to maintain their position in the playoff race despite being the most injured team in the history of baseball. The Texans feels 8 times worse.
Yeah, it did. I'm with you. I knew that'd be the answer, but I wanted to hear you say it. This is one way to frame the Astros of 2025. And this is before all the injuries. Like the season win totals come out before all the injuries. They come out in February. The Astros season win total was 86.5 coming into the season. They have 85 wins and 6 games left. They go 500 in the rest of their games. They've won 88 games, which by the way is the same many they won last year. They're still a good baseball team. They're just not a great baseball team. I'm with you on that. My biggest fear with the Texans, aside from the fact that the franchise quarterback we all thought was the guy 2 years ago might not be the guy, is that, and I said this last Friday too, this is before the Jacksonville game, I said this was after the Dolphins had played on Thursday night last week and got beat by the Bills. And the Dolphins 3 years ago were the hot team. Young, hot head coach, quarterback, people were feeling better about Tua. They had made the trade for Tyreek Hill. They hung 70 on the Broncos in a game, and everybody's like, this is the team, man. This is the team. And they had all that draft capital they got from all those trades, man. And they drafted all these guys. And look at this core that they've got. And now look, they're 0-3, just like the Texans are. And I think most people think the Dolphins are on their way to firing Mike McDaniel and rebuilding this team. You get all this draft capital. There's a lot of teams that have accrued draft capital through the years, built up a roster that looks pretty good. And then for whatever reason, you can't sustain it. Either you make bad personnel decisions, the quarterback's not who you thought he was, maybe the coach isn't who you thought he was. I don't know what it is with the Texans. It'll play out over time. Hopefully it plays out that this is just a bad spell they're going through, and they end up winning some football games. My fear is that they're just the latest team, Seth, to be the flavor of the month for a couple of years. And for whatever reason, the league catches up with them, or the things that do need to get fixed don't get fixed. That's my fear right now.
No, 100%. And I think it also, the trouble, Derek Stingley getting injured, last week, and then having his issue yesterday, it's hairy. That's a dicey thing, because now that you give Derek Stingley the big extension, awesome, made it through his first completely healthy season last year, and then, oh boy, here we go again. Yeah. And still, defense put in a really good effort. They were the beneficiary of some horrendous drops by if that's another offense out there with a star wide receiver who doesn't have the yips or something, it's a completely different story yesterday. But you gotta look, the box score is the box score. They did what they did. Right this moment after that game yesterday, there's no part of me that feels like, oh, yeah, they're really close to turning it around.
No.
My thoughts are they've got the Ravens in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
They've got the Ravens 13 days from now.
Dude.
That's they're 7-point favorites versus the Titans. And I know that was a surprise to some people. You have to understand that as bad as the Texans are on offense, the Titans are equally bad.
Yes.
And they have a quarterback who's more turnover prone. Not more turnover prone, but just not as good as C.J. Stroud. He's a rookie. Yeah,
he's a rookie.
The Texans are 7-point favorites against a team that the Texans did lose to at home last year when the Titans were an awful team.
Yep.
But they've got the Ravens in 2 weeks. The Texans stand poised in the unlikely or awful situation of they might get the Titans are a trap game because even though they're a bad team, it's a one bad team facing another bad team. But the Titans are a trap game because if I were a Texans player, I'd be peeing my pants thinking about that Ravens game in a couple.
Schedule out the bye week either. Don't look at it because it's a bunch of other good defenses coming up after the bye week.
And to be honest, if I were a player, no, I'd be delusional as I always am. I would just think, like, of course, we're going to destroy
You're in the
Ravens.
Media now.
I don't even think about them right now. Yeah.
All right, let's get to headlines. We need to. It's in the contract. Let's get to headlines.
Sean.
So we'll get to the Texans and the Astros in headlines if you missed it, and we'll get to more Texans top of the hour. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. Stay there.
Oh, I'll tell you what. You want to put a little bit of life, a little pep in your step.
Center.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
And they'll stop a 7-game Texans winning streak here in Jacksonville as Lawrence takes a knee. And the Texans won't stop the clock. It is over. Houston drops to 0-3 for the first time since 2020. Texans fall to Jacksonville 17-10 and have the Titans next week at home.
Okay. 0-3 for the first time since 2020. We know what happened in 2020. They go 0-4. I don't think D'Amico Ryans is getting fired like Bill O'Brien did in 2020. But it's bad right now. And the offense is particularly bad. The Texans lose 17-10 to the Jags yesterday. Once again, turnovers doing the Texans in. 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter, including a fumble by Nico Collins on a drive that would have been a go-ahead drive. At the very least, the Texans are probably kicking a field goal on that drive and lead 13-10 lead and leaving it up to their defense. They were able to, I say they were able to get the ball back. They let the Jags score on a subsequent drive, 17-10, to get the ball back with a couple of timeouts and 1:48 left. I did not have a problem with that strategy. In fact, Seth, when Brian Thomas caught that crosser, that catch and run, I was screaming at the TV, let him score, let him score.
Yeah, that's exactly what you had to do in that moment.
Yeah.
And they did it. I don't know if, spurred on or inspired by Todd Bowles last week. Last week, we were a little uncertain about whether Todd Bowles let the Texans score or not. This one, there's no doubt. When you watch that touchdown, I mean, which I don't know. I was never in that situation where I was instructed to allow somebody to score. But it seems like the protocol is to kind of make it look like you're going through the motions of what you would do, but just pull up a little bit short.
You tell me if I'm off on this theory. My theory is do enough so you don't get hurt. Letting somebody score, at least lean in enough so that the offensive lineman isn't pushing you over or something.
Yeah, and it almost like you're probably, without even consciously thinking, you're like, I don't want this to be an easy low light reel for somebody to show that look like I'm lazy or something.
Yeah.
I think guys try to maybe kind of make it look like they got beat physically, but to where it doesn't look like they're just being lazy or something. Because you can chop that up and use it against...
these days.
That could be used against me at a later date.
These days, yeah. I don't know. What I thought was interesting, like Spiro Didis and Adam Archuleta, it felt like they needed to look at the replay to determine if the Texans weren't trying. I'm like, dude, they're...
I got it completely. Because It's not something you want to say without being sure. It's kind of it's not something that happens normally.
Okay.
It happens about once every 5 years, I think.
I don't feel like anybody's blaming the players or anything like that.
With a given team?
I don't know. Yeah. At any rate, it sounds like you and I are on the same page, at least strategically there. I thought it was a good strategy. It was the lesser of all the evils. There was no good solution for what's the solution? You play defense. They might score anyways, or at the very least, they probably kick a field goal, and now you got to go get a field goal with no timeouts and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. And they did, look, to the Texans' offense credit, they did start making a nice go of it on that drive. And just of all people that I just can't get angry about for coughing the ball up at the end of the game, it's Nico Collins. But my God, that was a rough one, man.
Yep.
I feel bad for Nico because he's the guy. He's the one guy on offense that you could look through all game and say, man, that dude's he's out there trying to hurt people.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean that illegal hit by Eric Murray, I think, just as easily could have been against Nico Collins for lowering his head.
Well,
he was out there trying to physically impose his will.
He lowered his head on the play where he fumbled too. He might want to. He might want to lay up on the lowering of the head thing. I
know that one. It was like, okay, if you just turned upfield and just tried to break the tackle, you probably would have been better off.
I just don't want him to get concussed. Like he's lowering. Like he's acting like he. Like a bull, he's like just using the front of his head to break tackles. It's not a good strategy.
But so in a couple of these last games where the offense has shown some life, as the Texans don't have a lead and they have to score a touchdown, it's these things that are very much like, all right, I'll give you credit for showing some life, but you're also going against a defense that knows that they just need to bleed clock and keep you out of the end zone.
Yeah. We got to get to some of the things CJ was saying after the game. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's keep rolling with headlines.
The stretch and the brash. 3-2 Altuve. Fastball, strike 3 called, and it's over. The Mariners win it 7-3 over the Houston Astros. They sweep aside Houston. The Mariners are now 3 games in front of the Astros in the American League West with 6 to play.
The Mariners have all but clinched the division. They've got a 98% chance of clinching the division. They would need to collapse horrifically against the Colorado Rockies at home this week to even allow the Astros a crack in the door to get back into the division race. So the Astros, for all intents and purposes now, Seth, are chasing a wild card spot with 3 other teams: the Tigers and the Guardians in the Central, and the Red Sox in the AL East. There's 3 spots open. There's 4 teams going for those spots. The Tigers and the Guardians are going to get one of those spots because one team has to win that division. But the Astros at the A's and at the Angels, I would say that, you couldn't, this not the hardest schedule that you could possibly get 6 games down the stretch, although 2 things. One, we've learned with the Astros, doesn't matter who the opponent is, they're capable of losing to anybody. They got swept by the A's at home and got 7 in that series less than 2 months ago. The other thing is the A's have actually been playing good baseball since the All-Star break. They're not a horrible baseball team. So
they've been a winning baseball team since the All-Star break, and it's just these
Astros
are not some cream puffs. Yeah, you enter this game versus the Mariners, and I'm credit to them. They've won 11 of their last 12 games or whatever it is. Astros don't have a lead an entire time in 27 innings. In this game, it's just a complete and total non-competitive effort.
Yeah.
And you get Isaac Paredes back. He's been batting 143 since he came back in just 2 games.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena's out. It's about as low as you can get right this moment.
Yeah.
And I don't Jason Alexander looks like an actual what you probably should have expected out of Jason Alexander.
That's the thing. Like if they're fortunate enough to make the playoffs, and again, according to the computers, they've got a 65% chance of making the postseason. So if they make the playoffs, and then a wild card round's 2 out of 3. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility that Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez could dial up big outings and you win that series. If this team gets into a series, if they get into a best-of-7 series, what are they doing with the pitching staff?
Sean, okay, you know what? This last Framber performance flipped it for me. I know we had listeners saying, like, guys, you can't play Framber. What the hell? Screw him. We were done with him. And I was saying, look, you gotta hope for the best version of Framber. You got to keep him there in that number 2 spot, or otherwise all is lost. You get into a 3-game series? No, you can't play Framber. Look, the guy is. There's no part of me. What part of me should expect that you're going to get anything except what you've gotten from the good performances he's had in this horrendous stretch? Has been against bad baseball teams. Like, he's not going to do that against the playoff team.
What would you do?
I just wouldn't play him.
No. But
he's gone.
No. But what would you do? Like you okay.
Blue ball.
Okay, that's an answer. Like
blue
ball as an opener.
Blue ball out there.
That's what I'm talking about. Like blue ball, go 3 or 4 innings as an opener, and then you make it a bullpen game in the wild card round. Like that's where we are right now. Like they are so depleted right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason Alexander, if you're trying to if Jason Alexander had gone out and thrown 6 innings and given up 4 runs last night, I would have said, all right, I could see Alexander, he's giving you a chance to win. Framber's not doing that at all over the last 2 months. Jason Alexander got shelled last night. It felt like the glass slipper was just getting thrown against the wall last night.
Look, I've been very, very conservative about all of this, but drastic times call for drastic measures, and it is what it is with Framber. He's not an Astro after this playoffs. Yeah. That's it for him, and it looks like he's already emotionally quit on the team anyway.
Yep.
So, all right. I promise you're not going to get fired, Espada, for benching Framber. But that guy, I mean, I gotta be careful in how I say this. His existence is poisonous right now.
It's toxic.
There's something wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not calling him a poisonous person, but the way that whole dynamic right now is poisonous.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right, we got to dig into the Texans. C.J. Stroud on what the offense did well on Sunday. We've got that. Also, D'Amico, stop saying this. Stop it. Stop it. We've got that coming up next. But first, Shoppa's John Deere. Now,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Third down and less than a yard inside the Jags 28. Stroud of the gun. Woody to his right on third and short. Stroud calls for the ball. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ pumping and firing. The ball is tipped. Intercepted inside the 5. They're going to say dropped. Oh, they're going to say he's got it. An official comes in late, and they're going to say it's picked. It was deflected along the way and picked off, and the Jags are going to stop the drive.
Yeah, here's the key on that one. Mark Vandermeer on the call right there. It was tipped as C.J. Stroud was throwing it because that was the latest of what were dozens and dozens and dozens of plays where Ariante Ursary was left on an island with Josh Hines-Allen with zero help, and Josh Hines-Allen waltzed back there, was able to kind of get a finger on the football while CJ was releasing it. It just turned into a can of corn in the middle of the field that the defensive back slid in and intercepted, and it was game over after that.
The offensive line, if we go to the one sack one of the sacks that CJ took, is in the third quarter, I believe. I understand people were upset because Ariante Ursary didn't get help on that sack. He was getting help if it was a four-man pass rush because the offensive line slid to that direction. Mm-hmm. The problem with that play was, for one, Dalton Schultz could have chip blocked if they had called for it, and they chose not to because you got to get that speed out there, apparently. But also, it didn't. Even without Ursary getting help, Eric Armstead still would have had a sack anyway, right up the gut, because the center and the left guard got beat on a game inside. So there's just multiple. It's physical losses. Texans deciding to, hey, let's keep this an open tryout for the left guard position in this game and see whether it's Juice Scruggs or Laken Tomlinson. The offseason strategy of trying to get workman-like guys out there that can be coached up and use proper technique, and hey, at least we'll all be on the same page. That's really falling apart now. Right now, the offseason strategy that I admittedly was okay with. I was just because theoretically, if you coach them up right and everybody's playing in unison, you can be better than you were last year. I mean, it's as a lot of people are saying, I told you so right now. It's not working out, man. The offensive line, they're not the only thing to blame. But just so much of like what we said last year is the offensive line isn't the only thing to blame, but they're certainly not a solution right this moment.
No, not at all. Yeah, and the rotation of Juice Scruggs, who you didn't trust enough 2 weeks ago to put on the field instead of shuffling your entire offensive. Like Ed Ingram goes out a couple of weeks ago, and instead of the solution being to put in your backup swing interior offensive lineman, Juice Scruggs, the solution was moving your rookie left tackle over to right tackle, moving Titus Howard to right guard, bringing Cam Robinson in off the bench, like having three people out there playing positions that you weren't preparing to have those people play. And now, 2 weeks later, he's done enough to where you're rotating in-game with a starting left guard.
And this is where so many people are having flashbacks to the Bill O'Brien era of trying to replicate things that happened in New England back in the day when you had. And the thing that's most annoying to me with the offensive line right now is it feels like instead of actually having versatile players, they're creating versatile players just by saying they're versatile.
Yeah.
It's versatility for versatility's sake instead of somebody actually demonstrating that they're capable of doing all these things. And it's great. Like, hey, we're going to have these Swiss Army knife players. No, It's a broke-ass Swiss Army knife right now. It's rusty. It's not even name brand. It's an Argentinian army knife or whatever. It's not even a Swiss Army knife.
Well, even an Argentinian army knife maybe does one or two things well. Maybe the corkscrew is good on it, or maybe it's got a nice emery board or nail file there. C.J. Stroud was asked yesterday after the game, what are some things that your Argentinian army knife of an offense did well today?
I thought we ran the ball well. I thought we somewhat threw it well. It's always better than what you think, but when you lose, of course, it's not good enough. So, there's the sun will rise up tomorrow, and we'll be able to go back to work. So that's a positive, and you got to just keep going forward. Everybody's gonna talk crazy like they've been doing, and have these analyses, and rightfully so. That's NFL. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So we got to be able to stay together, stick together, stay as a family, stay as a brotherhood, and try to get these things fixed. Because it sucks you start 0-3, but it can be flipped. So
go ahead.
I'm looking at the crazy takes. Okay, I mean, he catches himself there, I guess, and he says it's rightfully so. Yeah, there's going to be crazy takes. Why do you even know about the crazy takes?
Are they crazy?
I don't know. There's probably, of course there's crazy out there. I mean, that's the problem. If you scroll long enough on social media, you're going to find the craziest on any side of anything. Yeah. You'll see the crazy. You gotta learn to just ignore the crazy in this day and time.
You do.
Okay? I try real hard, Sean. I try real hard to not be a grumpy old man and try to point to the strengths of Gen Z, the things that they can do well that I cannot do well. This is not one of them. If you're plugged in and dialed into all the crazy takes out there, that's not what you need to be worried about right now. I don't know what the crazy takes are, but you're 0-3 and you're the worst scoring offense in football. Yes, rightfully so. Well, anybody can say anything they want when you're the worst scoring team in football.
Yeah. The whole the part that was befuddling to me, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That's the meaning of that is if you just give somebody a little opening, boy, they're going to unload. They're going to take whatever you give them a small crack, and they're just going to take that. The implication with that with the media is if you give the media just one little opening to criticize you, they're going to destroy you. And right. I can only speak for myself. I want you to do well, CJ. I am not sitting here lurking, waiting for you to make the next mistake so that we can crush you on Monday. This job is fun always. This part of it, these are less fun days than had you been able to drive down and score a touchdown and a 2-point conversion and win the game. I always enjoy my job. I do not, relative to all the things that we do in this shop, I don't like coming in here and having to destroy the Texans on Monday. I don't. I would much rather you be 3-0. Give an inch and take a mile implies that we're just waiting for you to fail. We're waiting for you to succeed. Do something. My God.
So I was just looking at NFL.com, and a lot of times in their game write-ups, they do these cool little, advanced stats analysis and little nuggets and everything. Here's the super, super deep dive. You needed a supercomputer to give you this one.
Let's go.
C.J. Stroud has not thrown for 250 yards in a game since Week 11 of last year.
Yeah, that feels about right.
Yeah, like anything any of us could look up. And even NFL.com knows, look, we don't need to make this any more fancier than it is.
I don't know, man. That NFL.com, you give it an inch, it'll take a mile.
They're going to scroll down the box scores of all these games and see that CJ hasn't thrown for 250 yards in a game since Week 11 of last year. By and large, CJ has gotten treated with kid gloves.
Yes.
There's always going to be extremes at either side of anything when you look on social media. But by and large, the sports media world has really treated CJ Stroud gently as he has gone since Week 11 of last year without throwing 250 yards in a game. And Bobby Slowick got the brunt of everything. Two things can be true. One, Bobby Slowick wasn't a good offensive coordinator. Two, some of this falls, you have not played or performed well. And it's like you start running out of excuses when you get more and more. I will make excuses. I don't know what this offense is right now.
No.
I don't know what Nick Caley's actually doing to make it easier on C.J. Stroud. But C.J.'s also not throwing the same. He's not showing the same touch or accuracy that he's had before. Now, is that because he's very unsettled in this offense? Is it because he's still getting used to these wide receivers? I don't know. But he's not a ball placement specialist so far this year.
We've had a few people agree with you on that. We've had a few people text in, and I agree with this. They liked that it appeared as though D'Amico Ryans was yelling at Nick Caley on the sidelines to speed things up yesterday. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah.
It was right before they. It
was right before the interception that CJ threw.
Right.
The bad interception.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Literally that play. Like, hey, speed it up.
Sped it up, all right.
Yeah. Speed it up and get a play in that he's going to throw a pick on, and do it now. That I thought that was noteworthy, though. Look, D'Amico Ryans. You can say what you want about his demeanor. I think when the team's winning, people love they love D'Amico. I think they love D'Amico regardless. But the demeanor part of it, that D'Amico is a player's coach and smiling and laughing all the time. I think when the team is playing poorly, they want to see more fire out of D'Amico. D'Amico tends to stay very even keel.
Yeah.
That was noteworthy. That's the first time I can remember D'Amico doing anything on the sideline that remotely looked like losing his cool about something.
He's a young defensive-minded head coach who now is twice hired first-time offensive coordinators. And, it's not like that never works out. Lots of first-time offensive coordinators end up being Ben Johnson or whomever else. But I'd point out that, look, Ben Johnson was promoted mid-season to play caller with the Lions a few years ago because the current offensive coordinator wasn't doing a damn thing. And the play caller made a big difference. So, if this doesn't get fixed by midseason, if they don't look like any kind of a competitive offense, you got to be proactive about this. And if you've hired well, there's somebody in that organization right now that can probably do a better job than Nick Caley if he doesn't turn this around.
You've got multiple candidates probably. Gerard Johnson will be the name everybody brings up because he's got the relationship with CJ, which may or may not be important. It may be that CJ needs somebody who he believes in or whatever. Bill Lazor still in the building. Jerry Shaplinski, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. He was brought in basically just to almost feel like it'd be like a consigliere for CJ and Nick Caley in this whole thing.
It feels like they've got a board of directors on offense over there about guys that are supposed to be helping CJ Stroud out and help the offense and all of that. There's not a lack of personnel. No. It's just a matter of, all right, what's everybody doing to get this thing right? Because this is ugly.
It's ugly, and the schedule is set up for something like what you're talking about the Lions did back in 2022 or whatever it was, or 20. I forget what year it was. But it feels like it's set up for something like that, the schedule, because after this Titans game, in which the Texans are favored by a touchdown, Ravens, they have a bye week, and then they go Seahawks, Niners, Broncos. I mean, you're talking really good defensive coaches. You're talking really good defenses. You're talking teams that are winning football teams right now.
In terms of things that they did well, because CJ mentioned the run game. I think, given the circumstances, I think that they've made progress in running the football compared to last year. It would be different with Joe Mixon out there. This isn't even a criticism of Nick Chubb. I think Nick Chubb is probably doing better than you should have expected him to, given the blocking in front of him and his really, really bad knee injury a couple years ago. Woody Marks getting the ball more and getting him in space, using him as a threat and not just a check down. That needs to be a priority, because the guys on the field right now that do look like they could get separation, that could be difference makers, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Woody Marks. I see other teams using their rookies a lot more liberally than the Texans are. And get it? All right, they're rookies. They don't know anything, et cetera, et cetera. Teach them, help them know something. Help them get to the point where you feel like you can rely on. There's other coaches out there doing it.
They ran a play with Jaden Higgins in that Bucs game where they ran misdirection to the left, ran him back and CJ back over to the right, just rolling out, and nobody ran with Jaden Higgins. They threw it to him. He was a catch and run for like 28 yards. Like those are simple plays. That's get him a package of plays. It's all right. Let's keep it moving. We'll get to Acknowledge Me in just a little bit. D'Amico Ryans, this was his opening statement of his press conference following yesterday's game.
When you have the penalties that we had to kind of knock us back a lot offensively, defensively, penalty in the end zone, you turn the ball over 3 times, that's tough to win in this league. It's tough enough to win, but when you put yourself in a position where you're helping the opponent, like that's just not a good recipe for winning football. So until we clean up the things we can clean up, right, then we play winning football, then we'll have a chance to turn it around. But again, man, we're close. That's what it is. We're close, but close isn't good enough.
Okay.
So we got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
Okay, 2 things. One is about the season as a whole. The other is about the game yesterday. In direct response to what D'Amico just said. First and foremost, you are not close. Because on one side of the football, you're not even in the same universe as a good football team right now. Offensively, you've been in the red zone 4 times. Been in the red zone, not scored in the red zone. Been in the red zone 4 times all year. Which, last I checked, is the zone of the field that is closest to where you do actual scoring, the end zone. You've been there 4 times. You're 0 for 4 in the red zone. So you are not close. And if this is the offense you have, this is a 4-13 football team. One more, Seth. The second thing about yesterday's game, well, we had penalties and we did this and we did. The Jags had more penalties than you did.
Right. It wasn't the penalties that were, there were 3 and outs, multiple 3 and outs where, the bad play was CJ gunning it at God knows where to Woody Marks. It was taking a sack. It was all of these other, yes.
The Jags they had 9 penalties for 70 yards. So don't talk about the penalties, and we're close. They had more penalties than you did, and they won the football game. They had at least 5 drops in that, and they had 4 in a 6-play period over 3 drives. Brian Thomas closed out a drive with a drop on 3rd down. Their next drive, they dropped the ball 3 times, and then they dropped it 2 times and threw a pick. And then the next drive after the Jalen Petrie pick, they opened with another drop. That Washington guy, number 11, dropped it. They had 4 drops in a 3-drive period. So they were doing everything they could to hand you. They missed a field goal in the 4th quarter of this game. They turned the ball over on downs in just what was an awful game management decision by Liam Cohen, 4th and 2 at midfield, when all he has to do against this offense is punt the ball down inside the 20-yard line and make you drive the field. He goes for it on 4th and 2, and credit the Texans. I think it was Tim Settle got a hand on the ball. So we're talking all these things like, well, if we just clean this up and we just do this and we just the Jags were as bad as you were yesterday, if not worse, at the self-inflicted wounds, and you couldn't win the football game. A mediocre team wins that football game yesterday based on the mistakes the Jags were making in that game.
Their incredible field goal drive that they had, the Texans had in the first half, was largely because of Jaguars' penalties, and the Texans collected a couple along the way as well. But that dinking and dunking that they're doing, this is where I get, CJ mentioned about, it being a cover, take people apart over the middle. Right. Like, that's what the Bills did the other night. And it just looks a whole hell of a lot different when the Bills are doing it than when the Texans are doing it. Yeah. So it's not – if all the – and scoring is down across the league. This is the lowest it's been, and, it's like the 4th lowest of this century or whatever it might be. But of all the teams that are struggling to score points and drive the football – you are amongst the very worst. You're worst in scoring. Yeah. You're 4th worst in yards per game. Like, you're just, whatever the circumstances are, everybody else is seeing it too, and they're doing a much better job than you of it.
I can't listen to a head coach who's telling me we're close when offensively you're 32nd right now. I can't listen to that. I can't listen to, well, if we just clean this up and we just clean that up in a game where the other team was sloppier than you were. Like, they were sloppy. This was not a game where you were playing some inferior team that had to bring its A-plus game just to beat you by a touchdown. These were 2 bad teams. These were like 2 blindfolded homeless people fighting each other on a corner yesterday, man. Like, these were 2 bad football teams trying to hand the game to the other team. That's not a if we do this or we do that. You both stunk yesterday.
That game was an abomination.
The first 3
so
quarters
hard
of
to
that
watch.
Game oh my God,
were so incredibly boring and just incompetent. It was a hard watch. It was a really, really hard watch. Luckily, I'd gotten a good night's sleep before, so I could be a professional and stay awake during the whole game. But it was anybody that fell asleep quarters.
I hate having to parse out quotes on any coach, especially D'Amico Ryans. I really like D'Amico Ryans. This is just he's either not seeing it or you're being lied to right now in these press conferences.
Now, the other part of it, though, too, is, all right, what exactly the offseason strategy on the offensive line, which I drank the Kool-Aid like an idiot. Thought, just coach them up better and you can at least have a credible offensive line. And they did. Apparently, you have to say this. You always have to give the disclaimer. It's not just the offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But it's a part of it.
Yeah.
And those guys, a lot of those guys are playing how you would expect them to play on paper in the offseason. You're in the third game of the season and you're having an open tryout at left guard. Does this sound familiar at all?
Right.
Last year when we were wondering why Kenyon Green was still the starting left guard, like when they're still trying to figure out the situation at left guard last year, This time the offense is underperforming. Yeah, it's a wash, rinse, repeat of last year, except possibly worse.
Yep. Here's D'Amico Ryans asked to evaluate Nick Caley's performance so far.
Yeah, for our offense, right, overall, we're all in this thing together, right? Of course, we want to play better offensively, right? We all are sticking together. We got to find a way to make sure we figure it out. And we will, because I know we have the right people, right? We got the right staff. We got the right players. We just got to figure it all out, and we got to go show it. It's not me saying it. We just got to go show it, and that's when we'll see the improvement.
People want their verbal pound of flesh from D'Amico. They want him to say, Nick Caley's been trash so far. The offense stinks. He's never, ever got zero problem with that answer. Because in 3 years now, this is the third season, you start to speak fluent D'Amico. If he believed Nick Caley was doing a good job, he would have said, Nick Caley's doing a good job. I've heard him say it earlier this season that he thought Nick was doing well. He got asked it there, and he's like, we're all in this together. We're all here to solve it. I mean, the direct question was evaluate Nick Caley's performance, and the answer was, hey, we're all in this together to fix this thing. I didn't have a problem with that answer because I don't expect him, if Nick Caley is getting a D+ or an F, to say that Nick Caley is getting a D+ or an F. That's
the thing about the Texans, the 2018 Texans were the only team this century to start off 0-3 and then make the playoffs. The only team in all of football, not just the Texans, but on all of football. That team, that first 3 games, they had. This is how much total yardage they had through the first 3 games. They had 325 yards against the Patriots. They had 437 yards against the Titans, 427 yards against the Giants. The big issue with that team in that stretch was that they had turned the ball over 5 times.
Yeah.
There were some kind of definable things you could say, like, oh boy, they really screwed themselves on that one. But they were a much more potentially potent offense in those first 3 games than what the Texans are right now. This is just abysmal on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, and man, we said this before the year. The Texans, when they win divisions in pairs. That's all they do. They've had the 8 division championships they've won have been 4 pairs of division titles. The third season, in all those instances, and it's starting off this way now. 2012, won the division. 2013, picking first in the draft. 2015-16, win the division. 2017, Deshaun Watson tears his ACL. You win 4 games. 2018-19, win the division. 2020, Bill O'Brien fired 4 games into the season. 2023 and 24, you win the division. 3 games in, it's on its way to being a season like those third seasons. Right now, there's plenty of time to turn it around. You have 14 games left. Seth just said 2018 team went on to win the playoffs. The problem is there were literally 117 other teams this century to go 0-3 that did not make the playoffs.
And the 2018 team as well, you had Deshaun Watson, who was a second-year quarterback who was coming off of an ACL injury. He hadn't had his full rookie season. And it was his second year in that system, I suppose, but still a very young quarterback.
Yeah.
CJ, you look at a lot. CJ's got 2 full seasons under his belt, and you look at him as a more veteran quarterback, and he's performing worse than Deshaun Watson did in some regards, other than the turnover side of things.
Yep.
I give the interception. One of CJ's interceptions this year was Jaden Higgins getting out wrestled for the ball.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bad pass. The one yesterday, the first interception was a bad interception.
Yes.
That was a bad interception by CJ. The second one, I give him a pass on that. That
wasn't his fault.
It got tipped, obviously.
Yeah.
Or his hand got
Wasn't his fault. And did you watch that play? Have you watched that play on the, I don't know if the All-22's out?
On the All-22? Not that one yet.
Yeah, it looked like Kirk was coming open. You could see what he was doing. Kirk was coming open in the end zone. Would have been fun to see what would have happened. All right, let's do some acknowledgments here. We're running a little late performances from the weekend. I will say a name. We got a handful of them here.
Can we do anti-acknowledgements?
I thought about it. I figured after an hour and 20 minutes of probably what was going to be brain-pounding negativity, maybe.
I thought maybe we'd have something. Like an idiot, I thought maybe the Astros would do something yesterday, and that it would salvage a little bit of my Sunday.
Bad weekend, man. Bad weekend all the way around. But there were little slivers of a positive, I guess. I'll say a name. Ben Gary will acknowledge Roman Reigns, and we're on our way. Hunter Brown.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge Hunter Brown. He was a bright spot. He had a nice outing on Friday. Hunter Brown. Mm-hmm. He kept the Astros in that game on.
He doesn't look like Friday. He's quit on the Astros some other ace pitchers.
No. The question for Hunter Brown is if they make the postseason, the Astros, is he able to pitch every single game? Can you start every single Hunter? I mean, you have all the old cliche, Seth. You've got all offseason to rest that right arm. Can you start and throw 7 innings in every single playoff
Let's
game?
be realistic, Sean. Let's be realistic here. Just games 1 and 3 of a 3-game series.
Okay.
Yes, can we do that? Yes.
Okay. I like that. Yeah. Games 1 and 3. Can you, with 1 day off, give us 2 quality starts in 3 games?
Awesome if there was some kind of fluke in the schedule that it was possible for him to go on 3 days rest potentially.
Oh, you know what would be awesome?
And just go for it.
Well, if they're probably going to have to go on the road. If they go somewhere outdoors where there's weather for 3 days, like a monsoon or something, rains, and they've got to. He pitches Tuesday, and then there's so much rain they can't play till Saturday. 3 days rest. I don't want to get greedy.
I know the baseball gods who have been so kind to the Astros this
is
year.
Happening, man.
They'll definitely offer that up for us.
This is happening, yeah. I'm going to acknowledge the Astros front office.
Acknowledge me.
For not offering Framber Valdez a long-term extension this spring. That was a story. Remember, I think it was somebody talked to Framber's agent, and they're like, hey, what's the latest on contract talks with the Astros? And the story was he hadn't even gotten an offer from the Astros.
And Spolane talked to him during spring training, and Dana talked to Dana Brown during spring training, and Dana Brown
that's what I'm thinking of.
There hadn't been any discussions lately.
Yep, yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
And they read that room right. I don't know. I wish there was a way to actually track how many millions of dollars Framber is costing himself every time he goes out and does.
Obviously, there's no scientific way to do it.
Yeah.
But in the offseason, the Yankees signed Max Fried, a left-handed starter who pitched at a high level for many, many years, to an 8-year, $218 million contract. I think were the numbers on that. About high 27, 28 million a year, something like that. Now, I don't think Framber was ever going to get an 8-year deal only because he's older. He's 32 years old. I don't think anybody's paying Framber until he's 40.
Yeah, I mean, Max Fried is 31 for what it's worth, but yeah.
And the Yankees are willing to pay. The Yankees are willing to write off ages 38 and 39 as a burn. But I think that average annual value is probably in the right neighborhood. I think it's safe to say Framber would have gotten if he'd had a typical Framber year and not this meltdown that he's had both on the mound and in his head. I think 5 years, 150 for Framber was in play. I think you'd be insane to give Framber 5 years, 150 right now. I think Framber, I think Framber is looking at a lower average annual value based on how he's been pitching, and I think he's looking at less years based on how he's been acting.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be something like 3 years, $100 million or something like that.
Yeah, fewer years. Like you said, the 8 years kind of it depends if it's the Yankees or the Dodgers or somebody. But he's the exact same. Framber's in his 31-year-old season. Max Fried's in his 31-year-old season.
Yeah.
I don't think the Yankees, if you go back in time and do it with Framber to the Yankees aren't even going to do that.
No.
It's just, boy. Now, who knows? Now, I could play the hypothetical, maybe this pressure of becoming a free agent is what's doing Framber in right now. So if the Astros had given him an extension, would it have made a difference? I doubt it. I think this very situation and the way it's playing out is exactly what scared the Astros from having any kind of serious discussions with him, and now every other team in the league is in on it.
He's the first of all the big Astro free agents. I tweeted this weekend, Seth. Of all the guys going back to, say, Garrett Cole in 2019, he's the first one to have even a mediocre season. Cole almost won the Cy Young Award. George Springer had a 900 OPS. Luis Correa's top 5 in the MVP and won a Gold Glove. Justin Verlander won the Cy Young. Alex Bregman won a Gold Glove and had 25 home runs and nearly 80 RBIs. Framber Valdez is melting down. He's a 500 pitcher with an ERA approaching 4 who's acting like a baby.
Yeah, it's never like that whole hypothetical I just laid out. It's probably never a good strategy in life when you have to say, well, maybe if we give him $200 million, he won't be mentally fragile.
Right.
Then, let's do that. Let's throw $200 million at it and see if that's what keeps him nice and steady.
Always solves the problem, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's. I'll get at least one Texans acknowledgement in. Jalen Petrie.
Acknowledge me.
He had an interception yesterday. It was the first interception of the season for the Texans defense.
Lawrence in the gun. Allen moves up to the line for pass protection. Lawrence gets the snap. Lawrence has time. Lawrence gets rid of it right side and picked off. Petrie with it at midfield. The Texans get a takeaway.
And if Petrie didn't get that, Kamari Lassiter might have gotten it. Like, that was an awful throw.
That was one of the dumbest things I've seen out of a quarterback.
It was terrible.
That right there, if you have to scout a guy and be nervous of a guy based on just one play alone, you got to wonder exactly what the hell Trevor Lawrence was thinking.
Yeah.
Especially given the situation.
Yeah.
Where they have a lead.
Right.
It's third and long. You know, the Texans offense hasn't done anything all day long. All you have to do is punt there.
Punt is your friend. Yeah.
Why are you trying to make that throw right there? Where's your feel for the game management?
Brutal. Just brutal.
I wish I could be piling on Trevor Lawrence, but no, they won that game. Trevor Lawrence was the scrappier quarterback yesterday.
He was. Well, we had Jalen Petrie on the postgame show yesterday.
Yeah.
And by Petrie standards, he was a little salty. You know, not at us, not at me and
Not
Clint.
towards you. No, you could tell that he's agitated about the situation.
The answers were short. He didn't want to talk about the interception at all, which probably is a good thing. Like, it shows
he
he's
didn't
angry
want to
about the
accept
team.
any praise or anything. Yeah,
like his answer about the interception was like 7 seconds long. And Petrie is usually a guy that's not like talkative, like loves to tout himself or anything like that, but he's very engaging. And he got better as the interview went on. But I'm not even mad at him. Like, I get it. Like, it's hard interviewing these guys right now after games. You know,
I'm very curious what happens with Jimmy Ward because we kind of set that to the side while we let the legal process play out.
Yeah.
Now that Jimmy Ward is free of the criminal charges, he still has an ongoing lawsuit. How's the NFL going to handle that with Jimmy Ward? Because Kalen Bullock, he's playing like a young safety, and I don't know exactly what happened on the long Brian Thomas Jr. play that basically really sealed the game for him for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
But Kamari Lassiter is turning around at the end of that with his hands outstretched saying, what the hell?
Yeah.
That play, Kalen Bullock was sucked up real close to the line of scrimmage at the snap. So I don't know if he was out of whack there and he was supposed to be getting back to his responsibilities, but something was off on that play.
Yep. Kevin Durant, save us. That's all. Just save us. We're all floating around in the middle of the ocean right now. We're on a desert island, and we're trying to spell the words save us. Save us, Houston sports fans, Kevin Durant, because the baseball season feels like it's about to be over, and the football season feels like it's just getting started and not in a great way right now. Not in a great way at all. So Kevin Durant, oddly enough, after years and years of probably trolling you once or twice on social media just to see if we could get a reaction from you, we turn our lonely eyes to you. Woo, woo, woo. Kevin Durant. So there we go.
Have you ever trolled Kevin Durant on Twitter?
No, I just meant we. I meant like Rockets Nation. Yeah, okay. Rockets Nation.
I do. You've definitely made a few snarky comments about him on Twitter.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
You're way more out there, Brew. You've got the gloves off on social media way more than I do.
I tell you what, can I acknowledge myself real quick about something here?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I literally want to acknowledge me. I've told you this. I've confided in with you in this. I have made a point to spend far less time, as in 0 time, in my mentions on X. Yeah. My total screen time on my phone. You get that little glunk notification, at least I do, on Sunday saying, you spent 5 hours and 14 minutes on average per day on this screen.
Yeah.
I was down over 50% on my screen time this past week on my phone.
And you felt better for it.
Felt way better.
More emotionally healthy.
There's very little that goes on that's productive in my mentions on X.
It is. I'll tell one thing, and it shouldn't be as I was surprised that it was effective as it was. Once I stopped putting nearly as much snarky stuff out there, I got a lot less snark directed back at me.
I still put the snark out there. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you give some, and give and take, whatever the saying is.
The tough part, oh, go ahead.
No. I was just saying, I still tweet a lot. I just don't look at the mentions anymore.
The tough part about that, though, is that you got to try to find some balance to where the people that actually want to have a conversation or whatever, and I feel like that for that you almost need a personal assistant to filter out the people who are just being jerks versus the people that have genuine points or comments.
I do still get replies pushed to me by several people whose opinion I respect.
Okay.
So I look down at Texans Cap. I see his replies. I see replies from some of the other media members in town and things like that. And there's others too. Some of you listeners out there, I do see your replies on my phone. I'm not going to say I've been 100% out of my mentions. I'll dip in, scroll for a couple of inches, and if I see ones that are worth replying, maybe reply to. But if I see stuff that I'm like, nope, that's going to be an hour that I waste arguing with this idiot, then I'm out.
Yeah.
I just bail.
Plus, and it's just, or it just tweaks something back there in your brain
stem
or your amygdala that it's with you even if it's not consciously with you.
Don't need it. And by the way, my DMs are open. So if you want, and I reply to my DM, so if you want to converse with me, feel free to shoot me a DM. I've had a few people do that. The thing is, the trolls will never hit you with a DM because that's the equivalent of kind of like saying it to your face.
Well, they don't want to, when they genuinely don't want to get a reply out of you and just tweak you or whatever. Yeah, the DMs are the best way to go, everybody.
Yeah, so my DMs are open. I'm not trying to close off conversation at all. I'm trying to close off idiots. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, football.
That's what I do every time somebody tries to threaten, challenge me to a fight on social media. I go to the DM, and it's amazing. I've gotten 0 replies from any of them. I don't go into my DMs and say let's do it, time and place.
Right.
Just hey, let's chat about this. Never.
Precisely.
Not a single reply ever.
It's wild. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. This is the club the Texans are in now. We will tell you coming up next.
Oh, you want to be in the Daisy French Onion Dip Club. That'll make
McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, two things. What is that? Is that a sound effect that we've added, Ben? Because it's confused me a few times. At the end of the little voice guy there?
It's always been there.
It has? Okay. For whatever reason, it sounds like we're going to some... Yeah, okay. Anyways, two things. Game man, and then we'll get to the club that they're living in right now. A texter brings this up. You brought up one of them, Seth. Texter brought up another. The Texans aren't even aware of the clock. At the end of the third quarter, they're in the huddle calling a play and actually break the huddle and start running to the line as the game clock goes down to 0.
Yeah.
Like, literally, there's less time. There's like 11 seconds left on the game clock. There's like 17 seconds on the play clock. So most teams will just say, all right, well, we're not going to get a delay a game. Let's just take it down to the quarter, and let's go huddle on the sideline and come out and play the fourth quarter. The Texans, the clock is winding down. It's down to like 5 seconds, and CJ's got his little wristy flip card out there looking at the play like, are you even looking at any of the clocks going on right now? What are you doing? That's number one. Number two, you brought this up, and it gets lost in the wash because they ended up throwing an interception on the final drive. But the Texans on that final drive had a third down.
58 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, sorry. So it was a 4th and 3, and he hits Christian Kirk for 13 yards over the middle to get it out to near midfield. There's 58 seconds left. They're at their own 46. They've got 2 timeouts. Clock is running because Kirk gets tackled inbounds, and they get up to the line and they spike the football. And I'm going, you got 2 timeouts left, and you need plays. Last I checked, you're not this efficient offense that can just ignore the fact that there's 4 downs. We're just going to keep getting chunk plays. You're dinking and dunking all day long.
Right, and you need a touchdown in that moment. Yeah. I guess the philosophy could be that all right, if you need more than a first down, you need all those plays possible. If you're going to burn one of them potentially on a deep shot or something, just because you're in such a dicey situation.
They got up to the line.
If you need a field goal and you need to conserve or preserve those timeouts, and you don't need as much time or space to get to field goal position, I get that.
Yeah,
I didn't understand that.
I'm just saying, you got multiple times. If you have 1 timeout left, okay, got to preserve it. I want to keep that timeout. You have 2 timeouts left. It's under a minute. You're an offense that's not good. You can't afford to be burning plays on stopping the clock when you've got 2 ways to stop the clock right there. 2 timeouts. It's just, I'm going, you're not that offense. I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking here. The clock thing at the end of the third quarter is just maybe part of the proof that CJ's overall awareness with everything that's on his plate just isn't there. He's got this, supposed more control of the offense, that kind of thing. He's getting the play call in from Nick Caley, whose sideline operation may be under question right now because it was enough, at least at one point during the game, for D'Amico to look at him and go, speed it up, man. Let's go. It feels like the whole operation is just broken right now. And you see things like CJ looking at his wrist card with 5 seconds on a running clock at the end of a quarter, not even looking to see how much time is left in the quarter. Those are the types of things where I go, man, this thing is so far broken, so far more broken, Seth, than just the interior of the offensive line can't block. The people steering this thing, there is a low confidence level that they know what they're doing right now.
Yeah, it just feels like the time management has degraded over D'Amico's rookie year, I was actually really impressed with a lot of the game management stuff. Yeah. And it feels like everything's just gotten slowly more discombobulated over time. It's been going in the wrong direction.
This is the club they're living in right now. These are the teams that are 0-3 in the NFL right now. The Miami Dolphins, who people think might not even be trying right now and whose coach is the favorite to get fired. The New York Jets, who are the New York Jets and started Tyrod Taylor yesterday. Almost won. Give them credit. They had some fight. The Tennessee Titans, who you're a 7-point favorite against this weekend. The New Orleans Saints, who I would put money on them to get the first pick in the draft this year. That's a bad football team. And the New York Giants, who were spunky against the Chiefs last night, and Russell Wilson had to turn back the clock game against the Cowboys. But they're still the Giants. They're still the team whose owner is, what's the latest? Saquon. Those are the teams. Those are the 6 teams. And the Texans. Dolphins, Jets, Titans, Saints, Giants, Texans.
Yeah.
And I don't think any of those teams, I would say, Seth, are telling are saying we're really close right now.
Right. Well, the Titans. So the Texans open. This is how bad the Titans are. The Texans are 7-point favorites over the Titans.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad the Titans are right now. But at least they have a rookie quarterback now. The Titans fans were chanting for the head coach to get fired. We're not there yet with the Texans, but it could be worse. If I were going to get up in the press conference and say something that people wouldn't like at all if I were the head coach, I'd say, hey, could be worse.
Yeah.
I wish he were today, but hey, it could be worse. We could be the Titans. Bulletin board material.
Jalen Petrie said that in the interview with us on the post game. He's like, it could be worse. And Clint and I are like looking at each other like, do we ask him how it could be worse?
I think he meant in life in general.
Probably.
You know?
He seems like that
Although you
got
to be careful as a player doing that because people don't want actual perspective on life and things. That's like it was something that Trevor Lawrence would say.
Yeah.
They're like, I actually care way more about the faith and family than this stupid football thing.
Well,
Cam Ward threw a pick six early on.
Yeah.
And it just like he's showing a lot of signs of being a rookie quarterback right now. He's had some highlight moments, but of all those teams that you mentioned right there, I guess I think the Titans are probably the one that I would least want to be. And I'm very hesitant to say that because the Texans have a chance to show that they're better than the Titans this week.
Yeah.
But they gotta actually go do it at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tony Romo. The good news is Ross Tucker is calling the game this week, so we've got that. Titans. It's Titans-Texans with Ross Tucker on CBS is a tradition like no other. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, we're done?
We're done.
All right, yeah.
We
will reconvene tomorrow morning, everybody. 4 hours tomorrow.
Yep.
Just wait.
Be here.
Carbo load. Get ready.
That's it. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Texans Monday is up next. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. You got them for the next couple hours with some great guests along the way. Before I get out of here, I want to get you guys into a brand new luxury vehicle. Again, if you didn't hear me the first time, I'll say it again. That's luxury vehicle. Go get an all-new 2025 Lincoln Navigator. It'll be amazing. It'll feel like the team is 3-0, not 0-3. Seriously, though, how about 0% for 48 months on a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus, Lincoln Aviator, Lincoln Corsair?
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
And they'll stop a 7-game Texans winning streak here in Jacksonville as Lawrence takes a knee, and the Texans won't stop the clock. It is over. Houston drops to 0-3 for the first time since 2020. Texans fall to Jacksonville 17-10. Tweak at home.
Ouch. And honestly, I had to think about that on the fly yesterday. Wait a minute, 0-3. Yeah, we talk about 2018 when they were 0-3 and made the playoffs, but they were 0-3 in 2020. And they were 0-4 in 2020.
It was such a
loss. And then
season.
O'Brien gets fired. They win the next one against Jacksonville. And I might have said it last week. How many times in the history of this franchise have the Jags come through for you? Have you been able to go down there or play them here and get a coveted win, get a much-needed victory, get something that makes you well? That is the ultimate get-well team for the Houston Texans right there, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they were serving it up for you again.
They were ripe.
They were laying it out for you on a silver freaking platter. Drop after drop, stop after stop, and there you were trying to take it. They were begging you to take it. I feel like Alec Baldwin and Glenn Ross. Oh, can you take it? They want you to take their money. The Jags want you to take it. Are you going to take it? No, apparently not. You're going to go to 0-3, and here we are today, boys and girls. This hurts a lot, and I am not here. Look, I already read comments and people saying, oh, Vandermeer's going to get mad at people's reactions and things like that. No, I won't. Maybe just a couple. But I'm here to say, look, we can't ask you to get all excited about a football season and then go 0-3 and think that
nothing to see
here. It's all fine.
No.
It's fine. I'm not here to say that because it's very disappointing. You deserve to have your feelings, to feel your feelings about this football team. Because the horrible, ugly start at 0-3. Nobody wanted this. Nobody thought this was coming. I thought 2-1, 1-2 at worst. And then you'd probably beat Tennessee, go to 2-2, and take it from there. Now, having said all that, we'll get into the remedies and everything that needs to be done. We have to dive into yesterday. It's Texans Monday, and it's great to have you with us, by the way. We've got Andy Kalu coming up at 8:30, Andre Ware at 9, John McClain coming up later. But I point to this yesterday. All right, a lot of people are on D'Amico Ryans about press conference content. I always say this, and I've said this for every head coach in the building here, from the beginning of time, and time starts in 2002. When things aren't going well, there is nothing the head coach can say that is going to make you feel better. Nothing. So don't look there, all right? I mean, listen to him. I love D'Amico. We're going to have the show later, and I want to hear what the head coach has to say. However, there's nothing he's going to say that's going to make you feel a ton better about validating your horrible feelings following a loss like that. You know what I'm saying? Aaron Sorkin does not write the press conference. It's a head coach coming in 10 minutes after his team goes to 0-3. He's going to say stuff like, we're close, because he sees, hey, we were close to winning that game. Not we're close to being the Rams, the greatest show on turf back in the late 90s, or we're about to become the San Diego Chargers circa 1981. He doesn't mean that close. He means close like we almost won the game despite being horrible in so many different areas. That's what he means by we're close. Did I straighten that out okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what he means.
I know exactly.
No, it's not Morgan Freeman narrating what is happening with the Houston Texans, Andy Dufresne at 0-3. He's not doing that, okay? He just got in from the freaking field. He's not happy. Nobody's happy. I get it. All right, there, I said it. But
well, here's the other thing, too. When you walk off the field after having watched the game, you really have – I'm trying to think of the right way of saying this. You kind of have no sense of what's happened. You have to see the film. Why did that break down? What happened here? Why did this play take place? Because you see it. They don't always show you a replay so you can see it again. So sometimes in live – motion, you got two eyes, you're looking at something. Maybe you're looking at the receivers. Maybe you're looking at the offensive line. You don't really have a gauge, and then all of a sudden you get into that press conference and you're asked, hey, what happened on this play? Hey, what happened on that play? I'm like, I was watching this instead.
Well,
so there's those things happen as well.
But Sean said it well. He said people want their pound of flesh verbally.
Yeah,
from the head coach.
No, that's right.
I get that.
That's
I understand
exactly
that.
right. And they're gonna take it. And when you're 0-3, everybody gets it.
Right.
Everybody should be getting it today. Everybody.
Of course, it's top
The
to
two of us
bottom.
should be getting it because we thought we had a good team. We told you in training camp, hey, we got a good squad. We're really excited about it. Hey, what about the offense? Hey, it's coming along. It'll be okay. It's not okay. It is not okay what this offense is doing.
But it is close. All right, stop. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist that.
Well,
because okay, well, if that happens, at least you win the game. You're the lowest scoring offense in the league
Fix things
right now.
as you win.
But at least win the game.
Right.
Win yesterday, and you're 1-2, and okay, we have a ton to work on, but we got a dub.
Right.
And we move on to Tennessee.
And you win a division game.
Now you're 0-3.
Now what you've done is you've allowed them to believe they're decent, that they can beat you. You had kind of your thumb on them for the last year and a half, and now you've let them up. Now you let them believe. And that defense,
they've got a lot of work to do too.
No, I'm not saying they understand that. Both teams. It was funny. I was trading texts with my buddy Andy, who I coached, who's now the athletic director at Episcopal. We were both trading texts. And
So he's a Jacksonville guy.
And he's like, man, neither team wanted to win that game today. And I was like, I know.
Oh, they were serving. All right,
That's why it was ripe for the stealing. That's why when Nico catches that ball right in front of me, I'm like, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
Because I looked up at the clock, and there was like 3-something, even though we're going.
Oh, the 50-yard touchdown pass.
No.
The one where he fumbled. Right before he fumbled.
I see him catch the ball, and I'm like, oh, we got the first down. And I'm thinking, in my mind, I had been thinking at that point, there were, I think it was like 3:30, somewhere between 3 minutes and 3:30, I think. Now you're going to run another set of downs. If you get another first down, they got to take all their timeouts. Now you dictate to them whether it's going to be a field goal or a touchdown. You score a touchdown, and now you leave them a minute or so on the clock. Like, the game is right there for you. And for the first time in his career, see, that's the thing that gets me, is you honestly win in these 3 games. But I don't know that the opponents deserve to win any of the 3 games you had either, because your defense played at times out of its mind. You could have stolen these 3 games, been 3-0, legitimately been 3-0.
With an offense that's shaky.
Yes.
But you're 3-0.
But you're 3-0.
Or you're whatever
and now
you
you
are.
get the Titans who stink. There's all kinds of questions about Brian Callahan. Could have gotten to 4-0. And instead, you got all these questions going on. What's happening? And look, maybe it's better that way to kind of address all that up front. And look, when you sit there and go as a fan or an analyst or whatever, and you're like, well, it's this, well, it's that. I mean, you got media members pointing out Laramie Tunsil's stats from the Commanders game yesterday and putting that in, and you juxtaposing that to what Ariante did.
Well, look, that's going to happen.
I almost said a bad word there. It's nonsense, though. But
it's going to happen.
You can't do that.
Well,
you cannot do that. It's totally and completely different.
But look, they're not watching tape like you are and analyzing the game the way you are. They're going to point to that because look, Texans, you did that, and it's not working yet. Okay?
Right.
And it's got to work. Because
and I'm not telling you it's working right now.
And I'm not saying with Laramie here last year, it was all roses and sunshine because clearly the offense wasn't functioning.
But all you got to do is point out how poorly somebody played. You don't have to bring up that decision. Really, all you got to do is say, hey, this was Ariante had a bad day yesterday. A really bad freaking day.
Yeah.
Why bring in a trade that you had earlier? Why bring that into the mix?
But you were here, Dwayne Brown, 2008.
I know, and that's exactly what I would say.
Really rough rookie season. They were actually platooning him with Ephraim Salam, and it took a while, and he turned into one of the best left tackles in the league.
And if I saw Tay in the hallway today, that's what I would tell him.
Yeah.
I was like, remember Dwayne Brown.
And I asked Dwayne, I've said this many times, how many years did it take you to really figure it out? He said 3 or 4 years took me to figure it out. 3 or 4 years.
Right.
But, we're 0-3 right now. We've got to do something about it fast.
Just get better.
And I think that, you agree with this. There's a lot there with Ariante Ursa.
There's no doubt.
He's
as good a run blocker as there is.
And and you were showing me, Johnny showed me on tape the process, what led to the final pick, which was Ursery having a hard time with Josh Hines-Allen because he kind of stumbles a teeny tiny bit.
A little bit.
And that's just crack of daylight. Hines-Allen gets a hand in there. Wobbly ball, picked off by Jones. Game over. Good night, everybody. Fourth quarter. Let's do this.
No.
You don't want to do this?
No.
You don't want to do this?
No.
Johnny, this game, the NFL is designed to come down to the fourth quarter.
Yes.
And it's also designed that you get victories in these situations, right? That no team is going to be left behind, really. But kind of, right? A team like this should never be left behind. The Chiefs got to win last night. They're 1-2. Texans should be 1-2 today. You're not. Should is a word that shouldn't exist in the
Should
NFL.
be
I know.
No, but that's beside the point.
Here it is. So you have the ball late in the third. We flip. So now you're going end zone to our right as we are all watching it. All right, Stroud, 1st and 10. Hits Hutchinson 6 yards. Then, so they're on the move here because he just hit Nico for 17, 38-yard line of Jacksonville. Then he hits Hutchinson for 6, and then he hits the wrong guy because he was.
Because why? Because why?
There was two receivers. You guys were saying it during the broadcast. Two receivers too close together.
Let's explain. They were running a smash concept. Smash concept is you got on the sideline, you got a lower route, basically a hitch or an out, and then you got a corner route behind it.
I like the way I said it better, but go on.
Yeah.
Two receivers too
so
close
the whole
together.
point is they were playing what's called three sky. Essentially, the safety is kind of dropping into that area. So now the safety has got to make a decision. That's Jordan Lewis, or the nickel in this case.
Yeah.
Tyson Campbell had taken off for a deep route. There were three receivers. The inside receiver, I can't remember, maybe X. He's the clear out. He's clearing. They know it's cover 3. He's taking the corner out of there. So now the read is Jordan Lewis. So Kirk's route is the sail route, or the corner route behind him. Schultz's route is the route in front of him.
He's playing
now
both.
I don't know what their parameters are. I know I had that in my offense, and my key to them was you have to be at 5 and you have to be at 17, 18, because if somebody's playing in between,
middle,
you're
you get to
high-lowing
both.
them. But what happened was one guy was at 12, one guy was at 6.
Too close.
And that let Lewis play both routes. That's inexcusable to me. Inexcusable.
Well,
because either the play's designed poorly or the players, 2 veterans, mind you,
are too close together.
See,
I said it to begin with, but thank you.
Yeah.
It's true.
First drive
All
of
right,
quarter.
so he gets picked off.
Yeah, he gets picked off.
Jacksonville gets the ball, and let's see, incomplete, blah, 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 punt, okay? Another stop by this Houston defense. Texans get the ball back, and punt. They don't move it. They go 3 and out. Ouch, at 12:08 to go in the fourth.
Yep.
Jacksonville gets the ball back, and that's where Lawrence gets picked by Jalen Petrie at the 50.
Great
This
pick.
is where everything changes. You're down 10-3. CJ on the next play, bang, Nico Collins, wide open, beautiful.
Double
50 yards.
move,
I mean,
double move Tyson Campbell
just
right at the
gorgeous.
screen. It was
Touchdown.
Great.
Thank you, Nico. It's 10-10. Let's rock. Well, Jacksonville gets the ball back. And what happens? They go for it 4th and 2 at the Houston 47. Now you got the ball back, 10-10. Let's win. Let's win. 6:14 to go in the game. All right, moving the ball. I'm not going to go over every play.
3rd and 2. We rush up to the line.
Yeah. Okay, so 1st and 10 at the Jacksonville 39-yard line. 4 yards for Chubb. Thank you. CJ, short middle, Chubb, 4 yards.
Yep, check down.
Yep, just a check down. Nice. Now 3rd and 2 at the Jacksonville 31. It's 3rd and 2. And you're at the 31. You're already in Fairbairn range for sure.
Yep.
All right. I know he missed from 52 earlier, but come on. You're in Fairbairn range for sure. You hit Nico. Nice. But he fumbles. Tyson Campbell gets it. And there we go. Lloyd recovers, and they've got the ball back. And that's when they go to work and score because they hit the big play. I mean, there's only so much you can take, right? But now you get it back. And, yeah, you let him score from
on the score.
10.
Hold on.
What?
Brian Thomas Jr. goes all the way down and gets it to about 10-yard line.
And I said on the broadcast, here, considering.
And what did we do on the next play?
Allow them to score.
Let them score.
Yeah.
Brilliantly.
And make it look decent.
It was brilliantly done. We let them score. We get the ball back. Continue.
Get the ball back, drive down the field. You know what happens. They're driving, and they're doing fine, okay? They get down to the 28-yard line. It's 3rd and 1 when they go deep. You showed me the play on the all-22 because Johnny has it already. He's been going over it. And Kirk is open. They get Kirk open. It's a 2-deep look. He kind of gets the safety to freeze. He's going to be open. CJ's going to throw it in the back of the end zone. Bang, tie game. But hand on the ball as it's thrown, and it's over. So there it is. That's your fourth quarter. So if you include the 50-yard line, okay, you include the 50, you have a touchdown and 3 turnovers
in the fourth quarter.
In their end of the field in the fourth quarter. This is nuts. I mean, that's what he means. Like, we're so close to doing something, and we're not doing it. And it's horrible. Again, you're not close to being the greatest offense ever. You're just close to being good enough to win a football game on a Sunday, and you didn't do it. And there's a lot to fix here. Because if your offense was even average performing here in terms of points per game, Johnny, you are 3-0 in this season, and you are talking about bigger things. But right now, all you can talk about is trying to beat the Titans on Sunday. And this is no layup. I am here to tell you right now, I saw last year Will Levis. Now you got Ward coming in here. Look, they didn't do well yesterday.
He's coming back home?
Yeah, they didn't do well yesterday. I get it. I get all of it. However, this is an NFL game, and they want this one just as.
I know a lot of people today will, and they were yesterday. Well, the problem is this. The problem is that. The problem is the other. The problem is this. I'm here to tell you that whatever you thought it was,
it's
not one thing.
It's a lot of different things.
It's not one thing. Oh, offensively, it's this guy, or it's that guy, or it's this scheme, or it's this call, or it's this, or how they want. No, it's everything. Yeah. It is absolutely everything. When the line blocks perfectly, receivers run routes too close to each other, they get a pick. Because on that play, they brought a blitz. They ran a little twist. And Juice Scruggs, which, by the way, Juice Scruggs needs to be our left guard. Juice Scruggs and Ariante Ursery and Jake Andrews pick it up beautifully. Beautifully. CJ's got all kinds of time to throw.
And he gets rid of it and he completes it.
No.
The pick.
To Jordan Lewis.
I was thinking of Nico.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back at Nico.
If Ariante doesn't kind of trip just for a second where he can stay on Hines Allen, which he had done all day, kind of riding him past, CJ's hitting Kirk in the end zone.
Doesn't CJ have to see that the DB is playing 2 guys? That, this does not look right.
Oh, no, on the pick?
On the pick.
Yeah.
Pick.
I'm talking about Ariante tripping on his feet a little bit, and then
right.
on the
We're
on
all
the
over
pick
the
at the
place,
end.
but I get it.
But the point is, we mentioned that, when you talk about close, there's also a part, and I know Ariante is going to take it today, but the jet sweep, that is all wrong in the timing. Everything's off. CJ, forgot our quarterback's name. CJ, literally kind of flips it option style out to Knoll. He's 10 yards away. Hines Allen never sees it. He's looking inside. But then he finally sees it, and he starts to break outside. Instead of realizing that Knoll is all the way outside of him, Ariante thinks, oh, man, I can't let Hines out, so he grabs him.
Oh, and he's called for holding. So wipes everything out.
So Knoll gets a 10-yard gain. Murray hits him out of bounds. That would have been 25 yards. We would have been up near midfield to start that drive.
Yeah, and that's a hell of a penalty right there. So it's not just, the Jags had more penalties, but it's also you can't do what you're doing, which is commit penalties like
That's
that.
Right.
You can't do it.
You're not good enough offensively to be able to do that and absorb that.
When you get a play that hits like that, you got to be able to make it count. All right, let's get to the head coach with Johnny Harris right after the game. Here's Johnny and D'Amico.
Coach, I know it's a tough one today. Your overall thoughts about just how today went, because there were so many ups and downs and all over the place. You guys played with great effort, and yet in the end ended up taking a loss. Just kind of your thoughts overall, what happened today?
Yeah, I thought our guys played tough. I thought we, sputtered there early on, right? Couldn't get things going offensively. I think defense kind of held us in, getting off the field on third down, getting some positive plays there to keep us in the game. And coming out second half, I thought we made the adjustments we needed to make. They're trying to move the ball a little bit more. Was able to get in the end zone and score. And, again, it's I appreciate the guy. We have to play cleaner football. I would say some of the penalties are just disheartening to have some of the penalties where we hurt ourselves, like penalty in the end zone, right, where we could force them to kick a field goal there. That's third down. Right, that's huge swing in the game there. And then some just offensively with face masks or holding, things that just continue to make us go backwards, right? It's tough enough to get yards and move the ball in this league. So we have to find a way to eliminate the penalties and you eliminate them by playing with better fundamentals, better technique. Where are your hands? Are you moving your feet while you're blocking? Like all of those little things, but the technique that matters the most, that's what hurts you. So we got to find a way to correct that and be on the positive side.
Is there frustration, Coach, in the sense that your guys play with such great effort? They give everything. Like, they don't back down, even when it looks like they're going to kick a field goal and go up 10. You get off the field, and then Petrie makes the reception. Nico has the catch, and all of a sudden it's tied. Is there frustration there? The guys play with so much effort, and yet we just don't have a win to show for it?
Yeah, that's it. Our guys, they play the right way. It's one thing I'm never worried about with the effort, the intensity, right, at which we play. It's going to be high effort, high intensity every single down. But, you know, what we got to do is we got to be able to protect the football, right? This game, that's the frustrating part about it. It comes all down to the football to me. Like, we gave it away 3 times, right? 2 times in the red area, where those are at least field goals or you're scoring touchdowns. And then, you know, we take it away once defensively to set us up, but we cannot turn the ball over 3 times and expect to win in this league.
That drive after the missed field goal, they went 58 yards of that drive, and then really after that, you guys held them in check other than one explosive. What can you say about your defense effort today?
Yeah, I really like the way the guys played. They executed the game plan really well today. Really proud of the guys for rebounding, playing how we expect to play, the right way. You know, even we lose Stingley, Tremont steps in, and he plays a lot of meaningful snaps there. He did a really good job for us. And they played together. They played collect. They did what I asked them to do, right? And they gave us a chance to win this game.
We go back home, another division opponent. What's the key, obviously, turn around and get a win on Sunday, Coach?
Yeah, the key for us, man, is to play clean. It's to start faster, right? We got to get off to a faster start, try to sustain more drives offensively again. I think this game here where this team beat us in the time of possession, we got to possess the football more. We got to stay on the field. Third down, we got to be able to convert more third down so we can stay on the field more and sustain long drives, and we got to score points.
Coach, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John.
All right, that's John Harris with Coach D'Amico Ryans after the game. 4 for 15 in third downs yesterday. Ouch. 2 for 9, 4 for 15. That's just terrible. That's just not exactly.
I mean, that's been epidemic. That's been the last 3 weeks.
That's not how you win in this league. Just put it that way. They're the first team in history, apparently, to allow, what is the total, 55 points?
51.
51. And be
14, 14, 20, 17.
51 or 30. I think it's 55 or less is the stat, and you're 0-3. That's never happened before in history. Usually if you're 0-3, you're giving up a lot of points. But as I recall, when they were 0-3 in 18, well, the game against Tennessee was a pretty tight game.
It's like 20-17.
Up there. And I'm trying to remember how I felt about that 0-3 versus this 0-3.
I was thinking the same thing this morning.
Because that 0-3, I felt like we're close to winning some of those games, especially Tennessee. That's a woulda, coulda, shoulda for sure. They had Blaine Gabbert starting that game, Derrick Henry, they were running the Wild Henry and all that. And I don't want to get too bogged down in this, but I think the key to that one was they just started winning the close games, and anybody who reminisces about that season thinking they were in a big celebration mode as they were going through that winning streak, I want to point out the fans and media were really disappointed with the way they were winning. Yeah. They're winning, but they're not winning the right way. Not too close.
It's ugly wins.
A lot of ugly wins. A lot of last second, oh my gosh, I can't believe he did that. Now, a lot of really pretty stuff, too. The overtime win over Dallas, the pick 6, J-Joe against Buffalo. But it was kind of an ugly game all the way through against Buffalo.
I mean, the one that got it started was an overtime win when you scored 37 points.
Yeah. I mean, they erupted offensively in that game against the Colts and went deep into overtime and finally won it. The point is this. Look, I'm not saying the offense is going to completely turn it around here, but fix this, fix that, fix a couple of things, and maybe you're playing well enough that you can win some games with this defense. You can start winning a little bit with this defense. The remedy to me is how long will it take, if ever, how long will it take just from there? If you can go 6-3, okay, now you're 6-6, and you got 5 games left to get over the hump and do something with that.
Now you're talking about winning 6 in a row.
No, I'm talking about going 6-3 in the next 9. Okay.
6-3 in the next 9.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you'll be 6-6 after 12.
Somehow, if you can do that, you have a chance.
I always thought
that's a lot to do. Now that's a lot to do. They have to play a whole lot better. But I look at these macro things because, look, I'm interested in this, and they are too. There's nobody in this building that's quitting. Nobody in this building saying, wait till next year, all right? And all you can do is win Sunday. But, I kind of zoom out and check out the whole situation and say, clearly you got to find something here to perform better offensively. Mm-hmm. And I'm not putting it all in the offense, but let's put it all in the offense. Johnny, come on. This defense is good to go. You have a deep playoff run, if not more, type defense here for sure. If you are putting up 21 points a game, you're 3-0, and we're talking about a completely different situation. And the defense plays better, like he said, get off to a good start. Firing off the ball, get a lead, get a double-digit lead, oh my gosh, or a 2-score lead. Imagine that. Imagine what this defense could do, firing off. When you're forced into a pass situation, a must-pass situation. Now, I know against the Bucs, end of the game, but they were at 4th and 10. They didn't get it. I get it. I understand all that. That's one instance. I'm just saying if you could do that on not regular basis, but maybe one out of every couple of games, make it a 2-score lead. I'm rambling now, but I just think that if you can win Sunday, you take it from there, you take your shot at Baltimore, and you take the whole season from there because you get the bye. If you can hit the bye somehow at 2-3, imagine that. But that's going to be a Herculean effort because, yeah, you can beat Tennessee. You can also lose to Tennessee, clearly, but you can beat Tennessee. You've never won in Baltimore. We'll be talking about that next Monday. I hope to be talking about it next Monday, trying to win 2 in a row because that would be pretty nice under these circumstances.
We've played 3 games. 3 games. Here are the point totals. 9, 14, 19, 20, 10, 17. Nobody is playing good offense in these games because, A, our offense has done nothing, and B, our defense is at a level that I'm like, holy crap. And we kind of knew that this was going to be the case. I just think that back in training camp, when I think back to it, when people would ask me, they would say, well, how good are we? How good are we? I'm like, hey, this defense is Super Bowl ready, man. And they're showing it.
And we knew the offense.
But what about the offense? Well, it's going to be a work in progress. Okay, well, when is it going to be finished? And I'm like, well, they're probably ain't going to be finished.
Not finished yet.
But I certainly thought it'd be a few steps ahead, such that it wouldn't make back-breaking mistakes like it's made in the fourth quarter all 3 weeks.
It's like we had to move back into the house before it was renovated. All right, the kitchen still has like plastic sheets and there's dust in there.
Fumble in the fourth quarter in the first game. Fumble in the first game. Can't score from the 1-yard line in the second game. 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter in the red zone, or at least the turnover in the final game.
It's tough. It's tough to digest. Okay, let's try to solve the problems, analyze and solve with ND Kalu. Coming up next here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. Emergency care centers open for you. You hope you never need them, but if you do, they are there. And you know they're right down the street from wherever you're listening right now, Houston Methodist Emergency Care Centers. You log on to houstonmethodist.org/ER for more information. Houston Methodist, leading medicine, the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Your health is personal, which is why your Houston Methodist
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Lawrence in the gun. Allen moves up to the line for pass protection. Lawrence gets the snap. Lawrence has time. Lawrence gets rid of it right side and picked off. Petrie with the Texans get a takeaway. Jalen Petrie with the INT, and Houston has the ball with 50 yards to go to tie the game.
Oh, yes, that was a nice moment, but obviously not enough. The next play was a touchdown pass from C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins. Nico had a big day statistically, no doubt, and that was a big play right there. Your big-time players have to come through, but the Nico fumble, again, is it carelessness or is it just a great play by Campbell? We can debate that. C.J. with the 2 picks in the fourth quarter, ouch. I mean, they had opportunity after opportunity and did not come through, and it's similar to the Rams game. It's similar to the Bucs game. Here we are again on a Monday after a loss with Tennessee coming up on Sunday. And ND Kalu joins us now. Good morning, ND. All right, how did you see it? Very frustrating. 0-3. We didn't think it could happen or it would happen. Here it is happening. Good morning. What do you think?
Good morning. Good morning. No, very frustrating, disappointing. And it just kind of reminds me, I'm not even going to say you to the listeners out there, it reminds me that the regular season is like that cold bucket of water that you throw on yourself when you're sleeping and dreaming, because during the preseason, I get too caught up in the positives and I start to ignore the negatives, and I just think what could have been, what could be, and I was excited about this defense. I was excited about with the possibility of the offensive line gelling together, and the regular season just reminds you, you know what, there's 31 other teams that are working just as hard, as your team during the summer that have stars on their team. And speaking of stars, to me, Josh Allen, or Josh Hines Allen, I should say, their edge rusher, he made the play of the game when he tipped that ball as C.J. Stroud was throwing it that caused the game-clinching interception. So they have those type of playmakers on defense, and it's time to panic. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and say, oh, everything's going to be okay. This team started off 0-3, and they had a great season in the past, because what I'm not seeing is any improvement from the offense, and that's the biggest concern.
Speaking of not improving, the offensive line kind of up and down at moments yesterday. It felt like Indy, when the offensive line did some good things, then the routes broke down. Yes. When the routes were open, then the offensive line broke down. But I know Ariante had a tough game yesterday, and I know throughout your career you were around young guys, rookies that had a tough start, maybe dropped the pass, missed a block, missed a sack, or had just a bad game on defense playing next to you. As a leader on this team, when you have a young guy that struggles, I don't want to say what's the responsibility in a sense, Indy, but what is the responsibility of the leaders of this team when you have a young guy that struggled kind of the way that Ariante did yesterday? Did you ever have a situation like that when you played, where you had a young guy that played and you kind of felt the need to kind of go over there and make sure he was okay, that you didn't lose him, so to speak, because of that game?
I think that's a great question. I think this team has the leadership with the players to, wrong, and this is how you fix it. But then there'll also be the type of leaders that say, now keep in mind, when I was young, I had a game like this where I just wanted to put my head in the sand and didn't want anybody to see. I feel like with the Danielle Hunters, with the Titus Howards, with the type of leadership you have with the players, that they're going to put their arm around Irsay, and he's going to be fine with it. But more importantly, I don't care about what you're telling me after the game. What are you going to do during the game to protect them? And that doesn't come from the leadership from the players. It comes from the offensive coordinator and understanding that it's okay to leave Schultz in there to help him out. It's okay to make sure that your chips are going to be more focused on the side that Irsay's on, especially if he's going against a guy like Josh Hines Allen or even Travon Walker. Travon Walker, there's much to be said about him not living up to the number 1 overall pick, but he's still a damn good pass rusher. He's had over 20 sacks in the last 2 seasons. So to me, the leadership has to come from the offensive coordinator saying, hey, we're going to help you until you get your feet under you as a rookie pass blocking against some of these beasts. Every single weekend, he's going to be going against a stud edge rusher better than what he's seen in college. So I think the help needs to come from the coordinators and making sure that they have extra blockers there to help him out.
ND, it's the most important position on the football team, quarterback. And I'll ask you, what is going on with C.J. Stroud, in your opinion, year 3? We talk about the O-line. We need a better running game. We need all of that. What about him in general, the quarterback? What would you need on this? The guy's about to turn 24 years old in a couple of weeks. It's amazing he's still that young, but he's not young in NFL years. He's played 2 full seasons, and now he's into another one. What are your thoughts?
This isn't me protecting C.J. Stroud. I don't know the guy. He's not a friend of mine. But it kind of goes to what John said, and we gloss it over. It's tough for me, Mark, to just say, okay, this quarterback has to do this better, because like John said, I noticed it during the game. When he did have protection, it was like, man, like, why hasn't he released the ball? And where's the coverage? The coverage was so tight that he didn't have an open wide receiver. So was it great coverage by the Jacksonville Jaguar defense, or is it your wide receivers aren't running the right routes? And then there's times where the protection just broke down immediately. So it was tough for me to say, man, CJ should have done this a little bit better. I do feel like he needs to, in my opinion, as a former guy who chased these guys around, he needs to use his legs a little more. In my opinion, that keeps the pass rushers on their heels. If he just tucks that ball and takes off, even if you're only picking up 4 or 5 positive yards, as a defensive lineman, you start to think to yourself, okay, I can't be as reckless with my pass rush. And you want to be reckless when you pass rush. I can't be as creative coming inside, because if I leave any kind of lane open, he's going to take it, like the Baker Mayfields, like the Josh Allens of the world. So to answer your question, what I would like to see, the one little thing I would like to see, is him more willing to use his legs when the pass protection breaks down.
As a defender, when you give up 14, 20, and 17, and 2 touchdowns of that really came in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter is when you could have made a stop defensively. I get all that. And then at the end, you had to let them score yesterday. Could have come up with a stop against the Buccaneers. Either way, the defense has been playing way, way well enough to get wins. How do you make sure it doesn't become an us versus them, defense versus offense kind of thing in the locker room?
That could easily happen, John. You know that. You've been in enough locker rooms as a coach, as a player, and covering the team. And that's where your D coordinator just has to make sure he reminds them, hey, this is a team effort. There's 3 phases to this. If we gave up 17 points and we lost, then guess what? Their defense was better than ours. We should have gave up less than 10. So you have to remind them you're playing well, but this is a team effort. And the ultimate goal of the defense, there's all these different goals, like have X amount of pressures per game, have 3 sacks every game, hold your opponent to 17 points or less. Check. They did that, but that wasn't good enough. So you have to remind your defense, if you're going to be thought of as one of the baddest dudes in the NFL, then if you have to win games 10-7, 10-3, you just have to figure out a way to get it done. And it's tough. I mean, the Texans offense, they gave up 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter. Correct me if I'm wrong. And you only give up 7 points. And those 7 points, I feel like they let them score back. I mean, what else could you ask for a defense? So it's twofold, in my opinion, John. One, you tell them when the offense isn't in the room, when you're in those defensive meetings, you look around, you let them know, hey, I'm looking around. I got your back. Y'all are doing a bang-up job. Keep it up. But if you want to be thought of as those 2002 Ravens, 1985 Chicago Bears, you got to figure out a way for us to win these games 10-7, 10-3, not just holding opponents to under 21 points.
We'll talk more about this tomorrow, ND, but thoughts on facing an 0-3 Titans team. You're 0-3, they're 0-3, a very different kind of team, each one, but you're both 0-3. And the mindset going into this one, I mean, you're on the edge of a cliff here. You got to get this one done. What are your thoughts early on about this matchup?
If Tennessee's record comes up anywhere in the locker room, the meeting rooms, as they prepare for the game, then they're doing them a disservice. Because one of the things, I can't remember which coach said this, and it just stuck with me. And one of our coaches always reminded us that a wounded animal is an animal that you don't want to face. And the Tennessee Titans are wounded, so are the Houston Texans. So the only reason or way they should be thinking about the Tennessee Titans as an 0-3 team is to remind themselves that this is a desperate team that we're playing. This is a team that needs a win as bad as we need a win, so we're going to get their best shot. But it shouldn't be like, oh, this is the week we're going to get our first victory, have any wins. Guess what? Look in the mirror. That's you as well. So if anything, I would take it serious. I would treat it as if I'm playing a 3-0 team and we have to win this game. It's a division game. You don't want the Colts to be 4 games ahead of you. This is a big – this because of the way the team has started, Mark, I would argue to say this is the biggest game early in the season because you just can't fall 0-4, 0-2 in the division.
Yeah, and they beat you last year in this building. There's that. And they beat you with Will Levis. And then you go to Baltimore the next week where you've never won. So you better go get this one and then see what you got when you go to Baltimore. But at this point, it is every play in practice, every walkthrough, everything has got to be just crisp and clean so that you go out and you have, as D'Amico told me after the game, positive offense, and then let this defense continue to eat. Andy, I thought about you yesterday because it actually happened in Philly, and you played on the defensive line. But the Rams are going to kick a field goal to win the game against the Eagles. It got blocked, and Jordan Davis, 335-pound Jordan Davis, took off and rumbled for a touchdown. And it made me think, because he's now the heaviest player to return a blocked field goal 50 yards or more for a touchdown. Who was the best big, fat guy athlete you ever saw on a football field?
That's tough because there's so many, and what a play. But I'll say this because it has more of a hometown feel. I don't know if you remember Sean Rogers, defensive tackle, was awesome with the University of Texas, went on to have a great career. I'll never forget because back then in the late 90s, early 2000s, we would all, many of us, not all, but many NFL players would come to Houston in the offseason to work out. And I've always heard of Sean Rogers. And at the time, dude stood 6'5", 320 pounds. And I was more of an edge rusher, fast guy. So when it was time to run gassers during the workout, that was kind of my thing. You know, that was where, you know, I got to show my speed and my endurance. And I'll never forget, one day, Julius Peppers was there, Charles Woodson, Sean Rogers, and Danny Arnold, our trainer, broke us up into groups. So the D-line, we're all running our gases together. And as I'm running, you know, I'm thinking, okay, I'm probably 5 yards ahead of everybody. I'm one of those smaller defensive ends. And again, speed was my thing. And I just kept hearing this breathing and footsteps like right behind me. And I finally turned around, and it was Sean Rogers. And I was like, how is this dude that outweighs me by 50 pounds and is 6'5", just keeping up with me on my gassers? And I sped up, he sped up. And so that was one of the most impressive things that I've witnessed as far as working out with somebody and how great of an athlete somebody so big. Then you watch them on the field and you see it. So, yeah, Sean Rogers, when I think of great big men and their athleticism, is the guy that comes to mind.
All right, let's talk about something happy. The Rice Owls, ND. Your alma mater.
There it is.
Here we go. At that national TV window, okay, the NFL was up against it in prime on Thursday, but they beat Charlotte, and they got some love. They got some love the next day, I think, on one of the hot take shows. And they have Navy on the road this week. What do you think, ND?
You know, this obviously with Rice, we can't look at any opponent and say, oh, that wasn't a real test. This is the real test. But Navy, those are some studs out there. I think they're undefeated, if I'm not mistaken. They run a similar type offense as Rice. If Rice wins this game, I'm going to be – y'all are going to hate having me on. Y'all are going to hate being around me because that's going to be a big win. That's going to be one that we can get excited about. But I'm just excited. First-year head coach, the excitement. I love what he's doing. And here's the thing. When you have a new head coach, and a lot of those guys, they intern in the office, I pull them to the side, and I'm like, man, tell me the truth. Do you like this guy? To a T. I've talked about 6 current guys. They all love him. They all love him. They really like the energy that he's bringing, and you see the way they play for him on the field. But this is going to be a huge, huge test against Navy coming up.
Yeah, Navy, it's just such a unique offense. Yeah. I mean, it really is. But Scott Abel from Davidson. That strikes at the Harris heartstrings because my father-in-law, my two brothers-in-law, they all went to Davidson.
You and Steph Curry.
Yeah, Steph Curry, my family.
Here we go.
Yeah.
ND, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up tomorrow.
All right, y'all keep up the good work.
All right, great to visit with ND. It's always fun. Outstanding. All right, coming up, themes to a rough start. What are they? Let's talk about that because the Texans are 0-3, and you have, I'm going to call this the must-win, okay? I didn't call the Jags game the must-win, but this next one is the must-win, unless you want to be the first 0-4 team in history to reel off, 13 in a row and do incredible things. I don't know. But let's talk about that. Andre Ware is going to join us. Let's talk about the hurry-up offense. Is that the solution or one of them? What about C.J. Stroud? It's all coming up here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibilities at
Monday.
3 receivers to the left side. Schultz, one of them. 2nd and 4th. The Jags 32. Stroud in the gun. One back. Woody Marks. CJ gets the snap. CJ plants. He throws downfield to his left. It's picked off at the 20-yard line and brought down at the 26-yard line. Jordan Lewis. Stroud eyed the left side of the field. Threw it. Second year for Stroud.
That's when Lewis is playing 2 receivers who are too close together. That's my technical explanation. Johnny gave you the real X's and O's. I'm just going to tell you that 2 guys were too close together somehow, some way. I don't know whose fault that is. And then Lewis was able to sort of patrol the area. CJ probably should not have let go of that football. That's my expert analysis. And here we go. But I'm here to talk about this. 0-3 start. The times in the history. I've got the whole history of the franchise in my head. You know this, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
When this team has gotten off to bad starts, and this team's known for rebounding from bad starts. We talked about 0-2, 2-5 in 2015, 2-5, and you win the division.
Yes.
2-5. All right? 2018, 0-3, 9 in a row, win the division.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Yep.
Talked about 0-2 2 years ago, win the division. All right, that happened. But you've also had bad starts where you don't rebound. 0-4 in 2020, coach gets fired, done. All right? You win 4 games that year. There have been others. There have been times when this team was supposed to be good. In some cases, supposed to be really good and wasn't. All right, so 2005, they're supposed to be good. They're coming off 7-9, should have been 8-8.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to be good or good enough to go 9-7, say, and they go 2-14.
Yeah.
2013,
Yep.
they're supposed to be great or at least very good.
Yep.
Because they're coming off 12-4. They melted down at the end, but come on, they're talented. They should be good. They should be a 10, 11, 12 win team. Come on. And they go 2-14.
Yeah.
That happens as well.
Yeah.
The times where they've melted where they're supposed to be good, the theme is they didn't do enough to improve the team in the offseason. Or they did some things and they weren't the right things to improve the team. Right? That has happened. 2020, they did some things. They took Hop out, and they did some things. They replaced them with some good receivers as a group. Decent receivers, no question.
Yeah,
and they led the league in passing that year, in passing yardage. But they didn't do enough to improve the football team.
Yep.
Defensive side of the ball, whatever you want to say, weird year, COVID. But still, I mean, teams, someone's got to win, and they didn't. 2005, they didn't do enough to improve the football team. And they took out Aaron Glenn, and they thought that, okay, we're on our way here, and they weren't on their way. They were terrible. Offensive performance melted down. We don't have to overanalyze that. 2013, we all know what happened. They started turning the ball over. Pick sixes. The turnovers were killer. Defense started to get a little bit older. You know, some guys were getting a little bit older on that team. And it was a meltdown. They lost a lot of close games, a lot of really close games. So we could talk about close losses. That doesn't mean that you're going to be good because this league is all about.
2022 is a perfect example of that. We had, I don't know how many close losses. I mean, how many times in 2022 did we go to the fourth quarter either leading or within a score?
This is 2022 with Davis Mills as your full-time starter.
We stunk. We were
Unable
not
to
a good
execute.
football team.
Yeah.
We did not play well that year. We were not good. And we were to the fourth quarter. And that, to me, I thought about this. I've thought about this a lot because I've thought about our playoff losses, especially in divisional playoff round games. And what hits me is that the teams that go to the AFC Championship or that go to the Super Bowl end up being the teams that have the players, that have the quarterbacks, that make the big plays in the third and fourth quarters at all times.
Yeah.
I feel
more
like
often
we
than not.
have the quarterback to do that. But right now, we're not making those plays offensively. And look, you can't blame CJ for, Dari's fumble in L.A. You can't blame CJ for the fumble, of Nico. The interception, Jordan Lewis, the interception down the field, the last one that Antonio Johnson picks off, the ball gets hit. I mean, that's, But my point in that is I thought about the Chiefs and the Patriots and the Ravens, all teams that beat us in divisional playoff round games. They make plays in the second half and in the fourth quarter. Remember, we went to New England in 2016. We're down 8, but we have the ball at their 10-yard line. And I remember going to a break, and we're like, oh, my God, we're going to score these guys. We were 17-point dogs. We could do that. And then the first play, throw a pick. They score 2 plays later, and now they score again. It ends up being a 34-16 game. Baltimore, 2023, it's 10-10 at half. We're hanging in there. Lamar Jackson's frustrated. He went to the locker room before the clock was even up. We can't hold on to a pick in the end zone. Ball goes through our hands. We came to a field goal. They score a touchdown with Lamar Jackson next play.
You're never the same.
And we know what happens. Last year, Chiefs, what happened? Fourth quarter, we're down one. Chiefs make plays. Kelsey makes plays. Mahomes does the Kenny Stabler thing, falling forward, finding Kelsey for a touchdown. The stars make plays. The great teams make plays in the fourth quarter above and beyond what we've been and where we've been. And where
you did the opposite of that yesterday.
That's exactly right.
3 turnovers.
That's the point. When you become a great team, you make those drives work. You score on those drives. You tie the game or you take the lead in a game, and then you just go take the game from the other team. We had 3 opportunities to go take the game from the other team, to go take it, because we probably, like I said earlier, we didn't deserve those wins probably when you scored 9, 19, and 10. But you could have stolen you could have stolen those games. I remember we were in L.A., and I remember we were in a break, and I used those words. And I remember Dre saying that's a good way of putting it. We would have stolen that game, yet could make a play in the fourth quarter. And to me, that's what separates us where we are now, between all the great teams in the league. Buffalo, when they played Baltimore, what did they do in the fourth quarter? They forced a Derrick Henry fumble. Josh Allen brought them back from behind to win 41-40.
Hell,
the
this
good
team, Johnny,
the Chiefs last night. The Chiefs last night.
Well,
they're in a dogfight. But then did they make the plays
in the second
when it mattered?
In the second half.
Sure did.
Look at those wins against the Colts, last possession type wins, whether it's offensive or defensive plays. Look at the Jags here last year. You had to hit Dare in that last moment touchdown pass in order to win that football game. 2 years ago, Bengals, 2 years ago, Bucks. Okay, great.
Good.
You have guys who have in this building who have done those things, and you got to do them again. Whatever it is, you got to figure it out. Whether it's psychological, physical, I think it's a combination of both.
Yes.
As far as everybody goes, and you got to find a way to bring this all together, because you can't have coach and coordinator jawing. Now, look, you can have disagreements. You can have hot disagreements on the sideline, right? Which they had yesterday. You can have that, but you got to have the result the positive result of that, okay? Yeah, you can have aggressive disagreements, but there has to be something positive as a result of that, all right? Kelsey and Andy Reid went at it last night. You know what? They ended up winning the football game going away. You can have these things and have it work out, but it's got to work out. I mean, you got to figure out a way. All right, we'll talk about that with Andre Ware and then some, and the nightmare happening with the horseshoe, 3 games ahead of you in the division. And I mean, it's Bizarro Universe time. We are living in a bizarro world where Daniel Jones is in MVP talk. I know it's only 3 weeks in. My gosh, what is happening? It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Right of the gun. CJ gets the snap. CJ throwing. Nico catching, spinning, fumbled the football, and it's picked up by the Jaguars. Devin Lloyd has it. Nico fumbled after the catch, and Lloyd has it. He's down at the 17-yard line of Jacksonville. Unbelievable. Nico spun. Ball got knocked out, and the Jags recover. Texans turn it over for the second time today.
And it would be a third time to end the final threat. That fumble, first career fumble for Nico Collins, took the wind out of our sails again. And the sails would be full-blown again as they're driving down the field at the end of the game. But a pick as the ball got deflected by Josh Hines-Allen. A pick ended the final Texans. Trey Ware joins us now, and Trey doesn't feel that good at all a morning after. But you tell me, what is the prevailing thought that you have that stays with you following that performance at Jacksonville? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I guess the first thought I have is just, frustration with the inability to move the ball when you have to. When a game is sitting right there in the palm of your hands, the opponent's asking you to go take it, and you just can't go take it. And so that's the frustration for me, is that, the consistency on offense is just not there. And I think everyone is playing a tad bit slower because of the newness of the offense. When you change things and the terminology, it's obviously going to slow down the quarterback and how he's been developed under one system. So he's struggling with some things and some issues. And then the receivers trying to be on the same page with the quarterback. Is it the right route against this defense? And when you think your way, 90% of this game is mental. The other 10% is physical, especially when you get to this level of play. And when you slow that down between the ears, physically, you can't be at your best.
Dre, we were just talking in the break. I don't think it's anything that we don't talk about in the breaks of the game. What are your thoughts on CJ right now? I know you kind of alluded to some of it right there, but specifically to CJ right now, what are your thoughts about his growth in this offense, his growth as a quarterback? He had a couple opportunities there at the end of the game. Mark and I were watching the film again to see on that last throw that gets tipped, did he have something? He did. He had Kirk that possibly could have been in the end zone for a touchdown, which would have been an amazing comeback with the way that they had played. What are your thoughts just about CJ right now, year 3 games in, leading this offense? What are your thoughts overall about the situation?
I don't know this to be true, but I can only go by what I see and body language. He's extremely frustrated to the point where he wants to let it out, but he knows the best thing to do is keep it under wraps. And, we've all been there where you've been in a situation where you just want to scream it out and get it out of your system, so to speak. And you see it, whether it's the pass protection, whether it's play calling, whether it's not being on the same page with receivers. He is frustrated, and you see it. I've been there when, things are going on around you or things are being called for you in a game, I'll just be honest, and you don't agree with it or like it. That is a frustrating place to be as a quarterback. And I see it in his body language. And if that's not the case, he's certainly starting to show exactly that, the frustrations at times. And that's my concern, because you got to have him mentally, physically. He's going to be right and ready. But it's all between the ears when you reach game day for a quarterback, and you can't be frustrated. You can't run things that you don't really feel 100% confident in. And you see it. I mean, I can't really describe it. I just notice it. I know it because I've been there, and it's a frustrating place to be.
With what you have to work with right now, Dre, so, certain people or other players are not walking through that door, right? You got what you got. hurry up offense more. What do you recommend here to make life a little bit easier for him? We talked about that. The up-tempo stuff seems to be agreeable, seems to be effective. You can't do it all the time, but what are you thinking in general here, Drake?
I think you scale it back a little bit, and you figure out what the entire offense can run and run well. You start there. As well, I would, because scaling it back is kind of going some no huddle where you're just at the line of scrimmage, you're in a formation, and then you're in attack mode. That seemed to be the best way that they could move the football. There were times when I thought they should do it, they didn't do it, and there were times when they did it that I felt like they shouldn't do it. And so everybody's kind of got to get on the same page in that regard, because you're right, there's no Pro Bowl. 5 Pro Bowlers coming for the offensive line and a couple of extra receivers to throw in there with Nico. It's what you have going forward. How can you best help Ursery by chipping with the backs on the way out and keeping a tight end to his side? This team seems right-handed. A lot of right-handed formations where Schultz is right and Ursery's over there by himself, and he's going to have a fight every single weekend, because that's what teams in the NFL shop for, a guy that can get after the passer when it's a passing league. So you got to get the youngsters some help, and by doing that, I think you help CJ in the process. But some things have to simplify themselves so that you can just go execute a handful of plays and know that you can get to certain things when you need to.
This is kind of for both of you. Yesterday we saw Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs rotating at left guard. We saw, obviously, the rest of the line, with the addition of Andrews back in at center, and then Ed Ingram and Titus Howard. That was the offensive line. Would you guys make Juice the permanent left guard? Would you leave the line intact? Would you take Cam Robinson and put him at left tackle and give Ariante some time, or maybe rotate like they did with Ephraim Salam and Dwayne Brown back in the day? How would you guys go about with the offensive line with what they have right now? Instead of making a move or a trade or whatever, just what you have in-house, what would you do with the offensive line? Dre, I'll let you go first.
There's a belief that what they have is the best 5, and they have obviously more evidence of that being true than we do, because they're seeing it every day. They have the film, and so on and so forth. So you just have to figure out how to best or get the best out of what you have. And if Ursery is the best left tackle, I've always been the belief that if it's close, you go with a younger player, because he's got more upside than the other guy.
Agreed.
And the other guys, he's proven what he can do, and it's, you go with the younger player because, like I said, there's more room in which for him to grow. I think they just got to help him out a little bit. And but I'm okay with the way the offensive line is. You just got to get the youngsters some help at times, especially when he's fighting his tail off for you, and he's just, the one-on-one matchups seem to be a little bit more than he can handle. But by helping him chip in, tight end, just kind of blocking down before he goes out, just to make sure you get a beat of protection more. That is what I think the answer would be. And I would go with Juice Scruggs. He's the younger player in this. If it's close, like I mentioned, you go with the younger player because there's more upside.
And thank you, Johnny, for allowing me to weigh in on this, being an offensive line expert, the expert I am on the 5-minute
you're as much an expert as anybody else out there.
I will say this. Anytime you have a rotation, it's a red flag, right? It means neither guy. It's like having 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one, right? And we always harken back to Dwayne Brown and Ephraim Salam platooning. Look, if Dwayne Brown was setting the world on fire as a rookie and solid, they would have left him in there the whole time, and eventually turns into one of the best left tackles in the league. So the upside was there, and he met that upside. This doesn't guarantee that Juice is going to turn into one of the best. May want to give him that chance to play a lot and play through it, because Tomlinson's played a ton, or more than Juice Scruggs anyway, in his career, and maybe you've seen enough. I'm not sure. But I get it from their standpoint, in that if one guy makes a mistake, it's like, get the other guy in. Then that guy makes a mistake. Maybe the other guy wouldn't have made that mistake. It's frustrating, but you kind of got to go with what you got.
That's unfortunately what 0-3 does for you. It erodes your patience.
Well, of course, because every little mistake, it's like, if we didn't make that mistake, if we didn't make that mistake.
It erodes your patience.
Because people don't want to hear that they're close, yet and again, I'll say it again, it's not like they're close to being this dominant team. They're just close to winning any one of these games, and that's what the head coach is talking about. So that's where I'm at when I evaluate everything on this team.
Yeah.
All right, Dre, defense, I'm loving what I'm seeing overall. We could talk about this and talk about that, the play to Thomas, okay, I get it all. And the defensive guys will be the first to tell you, oh, they scored, we only scored 10, we have to hold them to 9. I mean, they have that mentality. But overall, Dre, I love what I see on that side of the ball in unison. I just think it's impressive how they lose Stingley, yet they hold them down for much of the game, still hold them to 17 at the end of the day, and it could have even been better.
Yeah, hats off to Tremont Smith, the way he came in and played, and in the absence of Stingley, I think, you can just grab anyone, a name. Petrie played, I thought, maybe his best game in a while. Tim Settle played outstanding football. Sheldon Rankins made plays, guys making plays. And we know the two edge guys in Hunter and Anderson are going to do their thing. Bullock played, I thought, a solid game on the back end along with CJ. So, they're kind of doing we needed safety help. They went out and got that with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So that filled the need. Henry To'oTo'o is playing some outstanding football along with Christian Harris. I don't want to just keep naming names, but these guys deserve to be recognized because when you do the job that they've done in the first 3 weeks, usually teams are 3-0, 2-1 at the worst. And you figure out an offense. I've seen a defense carry a football team until a young offense starts to come along. That's what you're hoping for. But there's no guarantees in this league that happens. You see it more certainly on the collegiate level. Alabama got away with it for years under Nick Saban. But that's not a guarantee. You just hope that the defense can continue to play the way they're playing, and this offense speeds up the learning process so that you can start to see wins in the win column.
Okay, this is going to be the easiest question that I have asked both of you maybe all day. Shortest. Okay. I don't know, easiest. Shortest. Maybe for one of you it might be. Who's the best team in the NFL right now through 3 weeks?
Do not do this, Johnny.
Yes, through 3 weeks, who's the best football team?
I know what you want me to say, and I'm not going to say it. I am not going to say that the Horseshoe is the best team in the league. I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. It's a nightmare.
Is it truth?
He's in MVP conversations through 3 weeks.
It's a
nightmare. It's torture. They're one of them.
Mark, they've punted one time in 3 games. One time in 3 games.
Dre, help me.
Who's the best team in the league, Dre?
Philadelphia Eagles for me.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you.
They have faced the smoke in a couple of situations, and obviously they had to face it yesterday against the Rams. I think I'm trying to think the other game, Kansas City. They played and had to come back and beat them. So they've shown some resilience. They've shown why there's the defending Super Bowl champs, or having won last year's Super Bowl, however you want to describe it. They won't acknowledge it that way. But when Jalen Hurts is continuing to do what he's doing, he has elevated his play. And for me, that's an easy answer. Now, the Horseshoe they're closing in and they're in a conversation. Let's just see how that continues. But the proven commodity is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, what's the combined record of the 3 teams the Colts have beat?
Not good. Because
1-8.
Dolphins, Titans, and Broncos.
The
Broncos are better than their record, you would think. But, it's not an impressive array of opponents. In fact, I'd like the Texans to have that slate.
What's ours? 7-2.
Yeah, our opponents are pretty good, okay? But the Jags, I don't think the Jags are very good. The Jags were dying to hand that game to the Texans yesterday.
I'll say this. This is my hot take. I want you to rate this.
Okay.
On this, but I want Mark to rate this. Jacksonville's defense isn't our defense, but it's damn close.
Oh, that's 3, Johnny, at least.
Really?
You think they're that good? You think
they're a good defense we saw yesterday?
Dre? We'll see.
I don't think they're as talented in the secondary.
Yes, that's
true. As the Texans, but the front 7, I would say yes. Devin Lloyd, they've got 2 excellent edge rushers in Walker.
Oluokun's good. Oluokun's all
Oluokun and Lloyd, the 2 edge guys?
Another one. Yeah. I mean, the front seven, I would say, is very we forget Armstead. Eric Armstead, he's still got some juice left.
Yeah.
So, the front seven, I would say yes, but the back end, I would certainly give to the Texans.
I'll give you – we talked about this earlier about additions, what you do in the offseason, et cetera. The Jordan Lewis signing went under the radar, completely under the radar.
But look what he did yesterday.
But, man, he is the perfect fit for their nickel. Like, the perfect fit. He has that pick on our sideline, and then he had the knock the ball away on the seam route where C.J. tried to hit Kirk. He's in perfect position, knocked that one away, which could have been a big completion. He was a signing that flew well under the radar, and he was magnificent yesterday.
But when you evaluate them, look what our defense did, the Texans' defense did to the Jags. I mean, we talked about Brian Thomas. I know he's been having drop problems. He had a big play at the end. Okay, that was a nice play because that really was a game changer for them. But a lot of drops for him. The Texans got to ETN, who was having a really nice. They got to him. They got to Trevor Lawrence. They got the big pick. They had numerous drops. I know that. But overall, that side of the ball not going as well as they want as the defensive side of the ball for them. Dre, this is going to be a ridiculous question, so I want you to brace yourself. The Titans, they give up a ton of yards on the ground. They give up yards through the air. Ward has not turned the ball over. Well, I got to look at the fumbles, but he's only thrown one pick so far.
Pick six.
Is there a look-ahead factor? I know you're 0-3, but you know what I'm saying. You got the Titans coming in. They're supposed to hand you a win. I'm going to put that in air quotes. What about the attention paid to this, or is that not even a factor? The Texans are hungry for blood, and they're going to get this one no matter what it takes on Sunday afternoon.
Well, you better prepare as though you're getting ready to face what, in my opinion, is the best team in the NFL right now, the Philadelphia Eagles. You have to prepare that way. Don't prepare thinking the other way, because that's when you'll slip up and get beaten. They did it here in our building last year at NRG Stadium, and they did it with a quarterback that I think is a lesser talented guy than the guy they have right now. I think Cam Ward's better than Will Levis. And so he can make some plays. He can cause you some frustration by pulling the ball down, making plays with his legs. Now, I've seen him throw it from every arm angle imaginable. So the ball's going to come out. He's taken care of it to a degree, a little bit better than I thought at this point in the season. So you can't overlook Tennessee, because guess what? They may be thinking the same thing about you. Both teams are 0-3. It's hard to win in this league. Really, really hard to win in this league. So you can't underestimate anybody when it comes to who you think you should beat on that schedule. The schedule is just what it is. It's just a slate of games, and that's why coaches will tell you take each and every one of them one by one. You don't know how health is going to factor in, especially with Stingley and his hip. That can linger for a while. And so that's a piece that you don't have going against a team that wants to beat you as badly as you want to beat them. So take them serious, prepare as though you're getting ready to face Philadelphia, and I think we'll be all right, especially being at home. But it's not a game that you can just mail it in and think they're 0-3. This is our get-well game.
Okay, yesterday was kind of weird in the NFL on a number of levels. You tell me, you guys both tell me the weirdest result. I'm going to read off a few of them. You tell me the weirdest result yesterday.
Okay.
Carolina shutting out Atlanta 30-0.
That's really weird.
Cleveland beating Green Bay 13-10. The Minnesota Vikings winning is one thing, but beating the Bengals 48-10.
That's not as weird as the others.
The ending to the Jets-Tampa Bay game.
Weird.
Where the Bucs are going to kick a field goal to go up 29-20, gets blocked, goes all the way back, gives the Jets a 27-26 lead. Tampa Bay goes back down, kicks the game-winning field goal, wins 29-27. Of those, ending game result from what is just an incredible Sunday again in the NFL. Dre, you go first.
Yeah, for me, it would be Carolina, because, there's the prime example of what we just talked about a couple of seconds ago. And you can't take a team lightly. Who'd have thought that they could score 30? They probably like to save some of that for next week, because it's just not going to happen again. But for that day, they had everything dialed up, and it happened right, shutting out the Atlanta Falcons, who have explosive skill position players at their disposal. That's the shocker for me.
Yeah, and you know what? Carolina showed signs of life against Arizona last week.
They did, yeah. At the end, they made that comeback. Yeah,
you got to be. That's right. This is a good cautionary tale for the Texans playing the Titans this week. Not that they showed signs of life. I haven't completely analyzed their game yet, but anybody can bounce up at any time in this league. And you know who else is happy this morning? Special teams coaches, agents, because look at all the games that turn on special teams plays, blocks, things like that, weird kickoff returns. Their value, coordinators' value, the good ones, going to go up here with this new era of the NFL where we want this thing to be really important, this third phase of the game to be even more important than it ever was. When field goal kickers are banging 60-yarders, but also blocks are getting returned for TDs and weird things happening, I think that's a highly notable thing for Frank Ross's brethren, his colleagues in the special teams coordinator business. Dre, college football, quickly. It's going to be this. I don't know how the Longhorns are ranked ahead of Texas Tech at this point. I mean, Texas Tech is 4-0, and they have the best team money can buy, right?
Yeah.
Indiana's 4-0. My God,
Texas
it's one thing.
Texas Tech has actually played some people.
Right. Texas played Ohio State, but they lost.
Yeah, and they hadn't played anybody since. So
what? Indiana 4-0. It's not just Indiana 4-0. It's how they're 4-0 with that dominant victory on Saturday. Anyway, general thoughts here on what I said, or anything else you want to address in college football.
Well, things are starting to thin itself out. Upsets are starting to happen. That's why you just kind of let things just play their way through until about late October, early November. That's when you find out who's who. That's when teams are starting to really identify who they are. But, I actually really like Texas Tech and the job that they've done. Can't pass up or, slide by what the Cougs have done as well. I'm proud of what they've done. They're one more win this weekend. And they're at last year's win total. So with the rest of the schedule to play out, and I think they have Texas Tech after Oregon State. But it is, I'm very proud of the job that Willie Fritz has done on campus. So it just let it play out. Texas has got a couple of opponents that could shake things up for them going forward, but much better competition down the road for the Longhorns.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Looking forward to better things on Sunday. All right, Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday, the General. Coming up next, we're going to talk movies. No, I'm kidding. We got to talk about it. 0-3. Where do we go from here? It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Third down and less than a yard inside the Jags 28. Stroud of the gun. Woody to his right on third and short. Stroud calls for the ball. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ pumping and firing. The ball is tipped, and it's intercepted inside the 5. They're going to say dropped. Oh, they're going to say he's got it. An official comes in late, and they're going to say it's picked. It was deflected along the way and picked up, and the Jags are going to stop the drive.
Maybe that was wishful thinking. I don't know. Okay. All right.
That's all it was. It was wishful thinking.
It's so awful. I mean, really, 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter. My gosh, in a winnable game. Another winnable game for your Texans, and they come up short. 0-3 for the first time since 2020 and have to find a way to beat Tennessee on Sunday. You are on the edge of a cliff right now. Let's talk to the General, John McClain, the Hall of Famer, about movies. General, how was your weekend? Anyway, what are your thoughts, John?
How about those Houston Cougars and Rice Owls who are
yes.
combined?
There we go. Okay,
I'm not going to be able to tell you anything you guys don't know or the listeners don't know. Couple of stats interesting. Texans are the first team in 20 years to start 0-3 while allowing 55 or fewer points.
Oh, it's 20 years, okay.
And they're the lowest scoring team in the league, even fewer points than the team like Tennessee, which is clearly the worst team. And their coach, Brian Callahan, he's made so many mistakes of clock management, of game management. It's not like they're playing close games. I'm guessing that if the Texans win, as they should, there's a good chance Brian Callahan is going to be fired and replaced by Mike McCoy, a former NFL head coach. And if you're a Texans fan, what's so frustrating is you go back to the first loss at the Rams. Dari Goombawale fumbles at the 17. Doesn't mean they would have won the game, but it was their only chance in the red zone. They're the only team in the NFL that doesn't have a red zone touchdown this year. And then, of course, the next week, you go ahead 19-14 with 2:10 left, and Baker Mayfield does the second of 3 consecutive victories he pulls out in the last minute. That's the first in NFL history, so you lose by 1. And this one, of course, what I don't understand, they had a timeout left. It's third, and as you guys said, less than a yard, 27 seconds, and they go deep. And the big thing, why did they not give Ariante Ursery help with Josh Hines-Allen, who had been killing him all day? To me, I don't understand that. Can't wait to see what Nick Caley says about it on Thursday. But the last thing you do is not give help to one of the best rushers in the league, who's having an outstanding game against a rookie left tackle. And, of course, he had Stroud's arm interception. And no matter how hard you willed it to be a dropped pass, it wasn't. So that's got to drive the coaches crazy. It's got to drive the players crazy, just like it does fans and media. But they won those close games last year. And to me, of course, the pass protection, but some of the decisions those guys are making. And then the fact you can tell it's bothering C.J. Stroud. You know, there's little resemblance to the Stroud we're seeing now is the Stroud we saw as a rookie. And I will never, ever be able to understand how in 2023 you had Chris Strasser was the line coach, and he was starting guys like George Fant and Michael Dieter, even Austin Deculus against the Steelers, Kendrick Green. They had all these backup linemen having to start because of injuries, and yet Stroud was not getting pummeled. So I'm guessing it's something that the defensive coordinators found out when they watched the Texans over and over and over during that off season, and they came back, and the Texans have not been able to stop it and adjust. And one of the reasons I don't think teams respect their running game, and this game was close enough where you could have run the ball more because I think they averaged like 4.3 yards a carry. And but the Titans are terrible. They're under a cloud of controversy. This is the game their owner, Amy Adams Struck, wants to win the most. Texans are favored by 6 or 7? They should win this game handily, but as we've seen so far, nothing comes easy for these Texans.
That's a question. I was on with one of the Jacksonville Jaguars reporters this week, and she asked me, and I'm going to ask actually both of y'all, Mark, you chime in on this as well, but how much do the Texans miss Joe Mixon, you think?
I think they missed him a lot because Joe not only was a good player, if he had missed those 3.5 games because of those illegal hip drop tackles, he'd have been somewhere around 1,400 yards. He's a good receiver. He's very outgoing. He's one of those guys that gets the players fired up, and I think they miss him a lot. And, it looks like he's gone into the witness protection program, and if he ever comes back, can't wait to see what he says about what's happened to him, because it's one of the great secrets. Adam Schefter can't find out. Ian Rappaport can't find out. Maybe we need to have Pablo Torre do an investigation. Pablo Torre finds out what's happened to Joe Mixon. And everybody's tried, but it's one of the greatest protective secrets I've ever seen. Hopefully, Joe will be able to come back. But because it's such a mystery, you don't have any idea if he would. But I think there's no doubt if Joe Mixon were here like he was last year when he was healthy, this offense would be a lot better.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's Mixon's production. That's one thing. And I think Chubb is fine. And I think, I want to see more of Woody and all that. It's the fire of Mixon as a person
exactly.
that I think would really help. Because Mixon could – I'm not saying the line needs to be lit up or maybe they need to be arranged differently or whatever, but if anybody needs lighting up on offense, he's the guy to do it. He'll light you up, Yep. Anybody needs a little push, mentally, psychologically, whatever, he's the guy to do it. And I'm not so sure, it shouldn't have to be CJ if CJ's not really that guy. The quarterback can be more of a, all right, I'm going to be the great technician back here and make plays, and you guys got to, police yourselves, if you will. So I think they do miss him an awful lot. General, are the Colts for real at 3-0? Daniel Jones, 3 TDs, no picks, 71% completion. Jonathan Taylor running the daylights out of the ball. What do you think?
They've got everything you want in a winning team. And, boy, after I'm through with you guys, I'm doing a show in Nashville, 1 of 2 today and 3 in the next 2 days. And that thing about I forget which receiver was afterwards, said they didn't have anything before the game. You could tell they didn't have any spark, and the Colts said, we're gonna win this game. And then 2 of Callahan's own players said they came out flat. That is, the fans were booing. They left early. And so I think the Colts are definitely for real. Daniel Jones has been great. And Shane Steichen, people wanted him fired. Well, that just shows they shoved. Now, I don't know if but he is a much better coach with Daniel Jones than he was with Anthony Richardson. And as long as Jonathan Taylor is healthy to make that offense go, he's going to be a huge benefit to Jones. That's just like if Joe Mixon were here, Joe Mixon would be a huge benefit to C.J. Stroud. But until, and the Titans see this, you got to get Ariante Ursary some help with a tight end at best and a running back at worst, because he had to have lost his confidence yesterday on that last one where Hines Allen just blew by him. I just will never understand why they put Ursary in that situation, and he disrupted. Really, he won the game. It was a good interception, but hitting Stroud's arm, it basically won the game. And so, yes, I think right now they got a 3-game lead on the Texans, and The way they're going, they're just a game ahead of the Jaguars. But based on what I've seen, they're clearly better than the Jaguars.
General, you mentioned Nashville, the Titans, level of 1 to 10. 10 being like it's on fire, 0 being it's cooled off. How bad is this situation for Brian Callahan in Tennessee?
It couldn't get any worse. Everybody, and I'm talking about everybody, fans, media, I don't know about people in the organization, are clearly overmatched. When you can't make up your mind on a field goal at the end of the first half and you have at least 1 or 2 timeouts in the delay game and you miss it, and then the Colts come back and kick it, that's just, as they call it up there, malpractice, coaching malpractice, and it's happened to him after every game. And they ask him after the game, they ask him on Monday, and he doesn't really have any answers, so people figure he'll get fired. If you fire him, then you got to fire his dad, the offensive line coach, who has been a great line coach. His last job was at Cleveland, but they can't get their line together. Their defense is better than their offense, and so I don't expect – I saw a stat last week. All these coaches get fired after 4 games, including Bill O'Brien here in 2000. And so one more loss, especially the Texans, people figure, his head's going to be on a platter.
For the Titans, they hired Callahan, and he did not call the plays in Cincinnati. So you hire him to be the head coach, and he says, I'm going to call plays. So you're taking on head coach and play caller for the first time. These 2 things. I can understand it if you're a great leader, and maybe you weren't the play caller, but you're a leader of men, all right? So I'm going to hire a coordinator. He's going to call the plays. I'll just be the leader of men and, break myself in as a head coach that way because you all got to start somewhere. But to start those 2 things, play caller and head coach, General, I think it was a bad move by Titans make the decision that way. It's not working out.
Worked out well for the Vikings. Kevin O'Connell didn't call plays. There are instances where guys don't call plays, and then when they get a chance to be a head coach, they call plays, and it works out, mainly because they got more talent than the Titans have. They're bereft of talent because they've done such a bad job drafting. Now, this year, so far, it's early, but they think they may have done a better job of drafting. But if I'm Callahan, I would say, okay, before I got fired, I'd say, all right, I'm going to turn the play calling over to Mike McCoy. Remember, Brian Callahan was hired by Rand Cawthorn, former GM who lasted 1 year. The 2 new guys in charge, Chad Branker and Mike Bijani, and they did not hire him. And that's why he's not long for the head coaching world.
Yeah, I tend to agree. General, I asked this question earlier of Andre. I'll ask it of you. And Mark was very fearful that the word Colts was going to be used. What's the best team in the league right now?
Well, I wouldn't say the Colts because I looked at their schedule. And the Broncos, they barely beat the Broncos thanks to a penalty at the end that gave them another chance to kick a field goal. Broncos are 1-2 after a lot of people were picking them to go to the Super Bowl. Tell you what, the way the Eagles win, like that game yesterday, I would say Buffalo, Baltimore, and the Chargers in the AFC, and the Eagles in the NFC. But right now, the one that is winning the most impressively, the Chargers. I believe they played 3 division games.
Yep, they beat all 3.
All right, General, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up later in the week. We appreciate the time as always.
Sounds great, guys. Thank you very much.
John McClain joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, who did well? What did they do well? What did they do well on offense? There were a couple of things.
How short's the segment?
It's pretty short. Okay. But it was ... I was continuing my thought here.
I know.
This is Stream of Consciousness Radio 610. So what did they do well that they can duplicate or multiply, and they need to do more often? Mm-hmm. We all know what the mistakes are. I think we do. But there are certain things that they're doing that are effective that they need to do a whole lot more of. among other things, on the way out here. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance.
Shotgun. Woody Marks in the backfield with him. Stroud to throw. CJ looking. CJ firing downfield to his left. Caught by Collins. 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown. Houston. 50 yards. Oh, that was so nice. That was so
wide
nice
open
to get that. Yes. Tie the game. I was sweating out that extra point, too, because, I mean, those extra points.
Well, you know what happened on that extra point. You remember what happened?
Snap.
It was not a great snap. Tommy was kind of fumbling it a little bit, like, get it down. Get it down. I actually, remembering what happened in the Chiefs divisional playoff round game,
missing an extra point.
When Joe goes in, like that, you missed that. It's crucial. Like the momentum just like
suck the wind out of your sails.
You missed it yesterday, and all of a sudden it's a huge problem because now it's 10-9, and like, oh. So I turned my back for a second. I'm like, I can't watch this. Well, then I was like, no, I gotta watch this. So I watch it, and I see Tommy like get the ball down just enough, and Kaimi's kind of like punch it. Oh, I was freaked out. And Kaimi did a good job. He got it down.
Remember Kubiak not watching field goals?
Oh,
I mean, you got to watch the field goal. You got to watch the operation if nothing else. Well, he can evaluate it later on tape, but still, that is wild. All right, so that happened. Ben is such a great producer because I teased that, so he plays this. That was a great play by the offense. Nico had a big day. If we're doing smoking hot players of the game,
it's Nico.
I know the fumble was absolutely devastating. You got to take better care of the football. It's
the first one of his career.
But Johnny, all right, you're 0-3, and 2 of these 3 games. Look, the Nico fumble was just one of 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter yesterday. They're just dying to hand you that game with all their drops and all their mistakes and all their penalties. And you're playing well enough on defense to stay in there, of course. But they're just dying to give it to you because they're the Jaguars and they expect to lose to the Texans. They really do. After the game, they were calling it a huge win for them. A huge win. And they played not well, but a huge win because it was for them. They're 2-1. They're a game behind red-hot Indianapolis. Now, you pointed something out about the Colts. They beat Miami. They beat Denver, which is nice, but Denver's 1-2, right?
It shouldn't have.
And they shouldn't have. And they beat the Titans. So it's not like it's been murderer's row for them with games 1 and 3 anyway. But the schedule will get a lot harder. Now they've got the Rams. We'll see how they handle that one. They got to go to L.A. like we did. The Rams are all pissed off after losing to the Eagles the way they did. Anyway, back to now. You're doing some things well. Getting the ball to Nico more. All right?
Yes.
I think you're running the ball. You're not running the ball great. I mean, let's be honest. But you're not running the ball terribly.
Yeah. It's better than last year.
Yeah. If you had this kind of production at times last year, we'd be looking at a result.
Because nobody's business. But
I think you got to figure. And look, Chubb looks good, but he's not Chubb of 4 or 5 years ago.
No. But I will tell you that just being down on the field in the fourth quarter, he and Woody were running hard.
Yeah.
They were running violent. And that's going to pay off in a game that's close where teams coming up to try and tackle them. And maybe this one I'll kind of dirt dive and see if I can't just get them at the ankles. They step over it because they're tired of hitting them, and one of them takes the house.
You know what the Titans are giving up on the ground? 145 a game. They're 30th. 145 a game. Let's eat on Sunday. Get a win. Get up the schneid.
Got to get it done.
Get one. And then we're talking about Baltimore. What is it going to take to beat Baltimore? But you got to get this one. I feel like this is a repeat of last week. You got to get this one. You didn't. So you are where you are. Take it from there. See what you can do. All right, among the guests we have this week, of course, D'Amico Ryan's show tonight at 5 o'clock. Nick Caserio, Wednesday at 6. Tremont Smith's going to join us along the way this week. Looking forward to that. Andy Kalu, another visit with him. So it's all going to be good as we get ready. Let's just try to enjoy Sunday and take it from there. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Everybody for being on the show tonight. In the Loop is next. What are they going to talk about? Oh, my gosh, this weekend. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn
It big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that.
It's my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Whoever the... Third down and less than a yard inside the Jags 28. Stroud of the gun. Woody to his right. On third and short, Stroud calls for the ball. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ pumping and firing. The ball is tipped, and it's intercepted inside the 5. They're going to say dropped. Oh, they're going to say he's got it. An official comes in late, and they're going to say it's picked. It was deflected along the way and picked off, and the Jags are going to stop.
Just like that, the Texans fall to 0-3. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, with you on a Reaction Monday, and the reaction is obviously very far from what we were hoping it would be as the Texans fall to the Jaguars at Everbank Stadium. And ooh, boy, this is not going to be too much of a fun one. Actually, you know what? I lied. We're going to try and make it fun.
It's going to be fun.
Get involved with us here on the text line, 713-572-4610. Again, 713-572-4610. At least we can commiserate together, see if we can get through this Reaction Monday. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Let's just talk this out. Let's talk it out. Just give me a little woo. In fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do a little breathing exercise, all right? So if you're with me, whether you're in your car, at the office, wherever, just one time for me. Breathe in. Breathe out. All right.
It ain't helping, Figgy.
Let's
it
talk.
Ain't helping, right, man.
Let's do this. One thing, let's timestamp some things. In the 12 o'clock hour, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to see University of Houston,
right,
a good football team in the city of Houston, take on Texas Tech on October 4th.
That's going to be a game right there, man.
A huge game in the Big 12. So that one is coming down the pike. And then also, and maybe this sounds like a threat, I understand, 11:15 we should be hearing from the head coach of the team,
can't miss.
Ryans. Oh, yeah, no.
That is cannot miss, 11:15.
0-3 is you got splaining to do territory.
Yeah.
So D'Amico Ryans will hopefully do some splaining in 11 o'clock hour. Texas team. I have to say this. I thought this to myself midway through this game. This is a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bad football team in the Houston Texans. Now, they have pieces and they have things that could easily make you think that they're a good team. And honestly, they could at some point find their way to being a good team. But as of right now, losing to the Jacksonville Jaguars, a team that, well, we'll go through it, but they seem to want to hand you the game as much as you wanted to hand it to them. This is a bad football team, John Lopez.
This is a very bad football team. And I just want to sort of lay the groundwork here for the week, for the day, for the hour, whatever you want to say, because I think we have to understand a few things. Now, we're going to talk about this whole "we're close" thing during the question of the day. But let me just kind of frame it this way. Have the Texans deserved to win any of their 3 games? Just from the eyeball test. The answer to me is no. They haven't deserved to win any of these games.
I hate the concept of deserve, though.
No, but you know what you feel when you're watching a game, like they're getting away with something, or boy, they're gonna escape despite maybe not, like I said, deserving to win. However you want to define it. To me, they haven't deserved to win a single damn game.
Oh, I mean, with the caliber of team that they should be, and honestly, like if you just go off of what they've put on on paper, rather, no, like you just get them handling or getting handed these losses, you can absolutely go, well, I mean, you earned that. Like this is not far off from now. If they had gotten these wins, all right, you found a way to win, but we still have some bad things to talk about. And honestly, I found myself sitting here on the game with likes of Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner and looking at it and going, hey man, please just win this game. Like we're gonna have awful things to talk about because what you're doing stinks. But at least win the game, we can change. Nope. Here you are 0-3. And the thing that is most frustrating for me, actually, I don't think I could power rank them at this point. We'll figure out by the end of the show, is that's a division game, but so many of the bad things that the Texans did, I can't chalk up to, well, division games are crazy, what I mean? I can't give it to that. Like, these are things that, and again, when I talk about bad, it's the same story.
right? You have false starts that are killing drives. What up, Titus Howard? You have some of those. You have some of the most unbelievable drops. Hello, Nico Collins, when you need it, right? You've got a punter in Tommy Townsend, like shanking.
I didn't even mention that
and
one.
not like playing the field position game, which is one of the few things you have in your bag when you got leaky yards coming all over in defense and you've got an offense that is not progressing the football. It just like all the way around, this is bad football, and it's heady bad football. It's execution bad football. It's operation bad football. It is just B-A-D, actually, let me put it the way I like putting it, M-A-L-O, bad football for the Texans right now.
Yeah, and we talk about, hey, we're close. We'll hear that, and again, question of the day is going to be revolved around that. Not only did they not deserve to win, usually when you're close and you can feel like you're close, you see signs. There were, correct me if I'm wrong, where were the signs that, could do this well, or I could see where this is going to be something that they can build? There is nothing that happened yesterday that you think, okay, at least they're doing this better. Everything that D'Amico said last week and in the last couple of weeks about, the process and getting in and out of the huddle and, being crisp and, explosive plays. Nothing made me more frustrated than when D'Amico went up there yesterday and said, well, we got explosive plays. We've had two. One of those was a complete
blown
bust, complete bust by the cornerback. Well, we've had two blown plays. I mean, big plays, explosive plays. No, you haven't. Two? That's what you're talking about? Two plays? And including yesterday, you mentioned it, penalties and field position and the little things and getting in and getting in and out of the huddle and all that. This is a bad team, as you said, that is not showing any signs and has not deserved to win a single game. That is a big, big problem. That is a very big problem.
Now, of course, I think Mark Vandermeer says this, and I will agree with him in this regard. When a team is losing, especially to the likes or to the tune of 0-3, nothing that is said at a podium or any dais will make you feel better. However, this is how D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of this team, started his press conference. This was his opening statement after the loss 17-10 to the Jags.
When you have the penalties that we had to kind of knock us back a lot offensively, defensively, penalty in the end zone, you turn the ball over 3 times, that's tough to win in this league. It's tough enough to win, but when you put yourself in position, like that's just not a good recipe for winning football. So until we clean up the things we can clean up, right, then we play winning football, then we'll have a chance to turn it around. But again, man, we're close. That's what it is. We're close, but close isn't good enough. So we got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
And now we could do 30 minutes. We could do a 15-minute stand-up set on we're close, right? I understand that that's going to be the easy part to hit. And look, we'll get there too. But I want to kind of focus on, hey, we got these penalties and all these small things, which first and foremost, D'Amico Ryans stood up at I don't know if that specific dais, but at a dais, saying like we got to get these things cleaned up.
We are going to get
these things cleaned up a number of times, and here we are 3 weeks in. After next week, it'll be a quarter of the way through the season, right? So we're pretty deep into the season at this point, still making rudimentary mistakes. But then also, can I interest you in this nugget? Did you look across the field at who the Texans were playing against, John Lopez?
Yeah, I did recognize.
Did they look like a clean operation?
They were awful.
Like the Jaguars did everything as much as they could to give this thing back to you. In fact, let me make sure that
they
I
had
get this
drops.
right.
They had penalties. They had bad execution.
All right, so the Texans had seven penalties for 66 yards. Not advisable. The Jacksonville Jaguars had 9 penalties for 70 yards, right? The Jacksonville Jaguars had a possession where they had 3 straight drops in the third quarter. When you talk about doing bad, you out-batted a bad team out there on that field. Like, the reason why, the difference in this game was that you decided you were going to give up your off a little bit more time to go and try and get it back, and then you ultimately end up with an interception. I am so frustrated because all the little things that you're supposed to be able to fix, even in this instance, you did them again, which one is atrocious in and of itself, but then you did them to a larger degree than a team over there that is trying to get themselves out of the hole that they've been in under their previous head coach, Doug Peterson. You were supposed to be an ascending team, and yet you were out here playing in the mud with the pigs.
Yeah, and look, all these things are just awful from the Texans, but, and Vandermeer is right. No matter, when you're 0-3, no matter what you say, it's not going to come across sounding, positive or reasonable or anything. All right, so let's forget what people are talking about, what people said after this game. How about 29th in total offense? How about last in scoring? How about last in red zone percentage? 23rd in sacks allowed, 26th in passer rating, dead last in offensive line performance according to PFF. All the sacks, the hits, the pressures, let's talk. Forget about what people said after the game. What do the numbers tell you after the game? This is a team that is really, really, look at those numbers. They're last. They are 0 for 4 in the red zone. The thing that's alarming about that number,
It's not the 0,
is
it's the
4.
That's
4
through 3 games.
3 games. They've been in the red zone 4 times.
And look, you might say we were doing the thing where, again, I understand it's the hometown team, it is your team, and you never want to look your child in the face and go, oh, no, you're the problem, right? Like, nobody wants to. I'm guessing John Lopez, I'm preaching to the choir here, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that you had some, well, I don't know. You had. I know my mama had a couple of times.
Everybody has issues
where she got a report card back, and you want to be like, all right, well, what is the teacher doing?
Yeah.
What's the other instances? And at some point, you got to look up and be like, wait, no, what did you do?
Yeah.
Right. Because this is.
But see what I'm saying? Like, okay,
even
even if you just eliminate the eye roll that is we're close, just eliminate, act like it never happened. What are we seeing on the field? What are the numbers telling us? What are the grades telling us? You're rotating guards. You're rotating guards on a team that said, hey, we need to be together. We need to be one unit, 5 fingers in a glove. The more they play together, the better they are. And you're like, screw it. Let's just rotate the guards, including one of the guys that couldn't see the field.
Here's D'Amico on the rotation at left guard.
Yeah, we wanted to get juice. We wanted to get juice in a little bit there for Lakin. Just wanted to roll those guys, see how that's going. So we wanted to roll those guys. That was our plan going into the week.
That was the plan going into the week.
Hey, was that a clip from preseason?
No. But here's the thing, though, right? For all the folks,
let's try this.
For all the folks who were like, "Hey, man, Juice Scruggs, why is he on the team if he can't get on the field?" I don't even think this is like, oh, well, we believe so highly in Juice that we were. I think
it was bleep it.
It's searching for answers.
Yeah.
And that's because Lakin has been so bad there, which circles back to the idea that you willingly came out of an offseason where you needed to make sure that your offensive line was better. And you decided, this is enough.
Yeah.
Understanding that once you get into the season, ain't no fixing that. Like, again, there's a lot of indictments all through. There's a lot of things through this game that you can go, that's a fireable offense. That's a fireable offense. I know it's. Let me stop for anybody's job right now. But if you were so inclined, because this is the thing when it comes to firing anybody in the world of sports at the very least, and honestly, we are seeing more and more in all different lines of work, the most important thing or factor in whether or not somebody will get fired is want to.
Yeah.
And so because there's always something that you can hang it on. But yes, like I don't think that you want to. Somebody ultimately said, what has D'Amico Ryans done to show he should continue? I don't think we can ignore the previous seasons and understanding where this Texas team had been prior. However, there were a lot of things that were unbecoming of a coach that we view of his caliber, of a general manager that we typically view Nick Caserio of his caliber, and really of the entirety of the staff and also players. Like this was an embarrassment in front of, say it with me, the hoes.
Yeah. And even the allowing them to score, which I don't know where you fall on this. I think they did allow them to score. Obviously.
Yeah, this one felt a lot more obvious than what we were trying to Zapruder film with the Bucs last week.
But I was texting with Indy Kalu because we were talking about it with Indy last Thursday. As it was happening, he goes, yeah, that's what they did, I think. And I'm like, yeah, probably. But my answer was, with this offense?
Yeah,
this offense,
that's the other thing. We kind of understood what Tampa Bay was doing last week because their offense was kind of rolling and the defense didn't really have an answer for the run game, all that other stuff. But I wasn't really that confident. Yeah, I wasn't that confident.
Yeah.
I actually didn't hate that decision
with this offense.
Yeah, but here's the thing: with the way that they had gotten to the Jags had gotten into the red zone there, I think also was really frustrating considering all things considered. But then also, and look, they had the opportunity to run the clock down pretty far in that, and you would still have to then trust this offense to go down the field. That I understand where you go, give them a maximum amount of a time because they have been gosh, this is such a harsh word. They have been remedial, and so we need to give them the most opportunity to go and do something.
Yeah.
Like, I do understand that thought process, which really, really, that might be, in fact, there's going to be a number of indictments. We might need to get an indictment bell. That is one of the indictments on this team at this juncture.
Well, and that's, this is not, after the fact. As it was happening, I was texting with Andy, and before the Texans even, got the ball on the kickoff. With this offense, you're making that call. And by the way, while we're speaking of D'Amico, tackling, swarm. Yeah, swarm all you want. Use your damn arms. Take them down.
Yeah, that was I was making note of like the plays that were big time game changers.
Trevor Lawrence pulled a Baker Mayfield.
There's that. There is a big. There's a big 3rd and 24 in the third quarter with Brenton Strange, who I think I might have mentioned his name last week. I hope I did because he was out. We thought about the guys, Brian Thomas Jr. We thought about Travis Hunter. Those are the big names. The dudes that they have really been utilizing early
Parker
on this
Washington,
season, Parker Washington, Diami Brown, Brenton Strange. All those names got called in this game yesterday.
Yeah.
One of those bouncing off dudes on a 3rd and 24 and got you significantly closer, in part because you have Azeez Al-Shaair, hello Joker, out here trying to express physicality and trying to use his forearms to shove that man and push him backwards instead of wrapping him up.
Yeah.
And he bounces off, gets them into range where they get a 52-yard field goal that they ultimately knock down. That's 3 points in a 17-10 game that you really could have used if you got that stop because you had pinned them so far back earlier with run stops and with the tackle for loss early on. Like, you had done the work on the front end and you gave it all back in the way that you've done time and time again through the first 3 weeks of the season. That, again, points to the idea that this is a bad football team right now.
And one more thing that I think is very important, and it does speak to, again, we're not like, oh, fire this, fire that. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. But all last week, the week before, D'Amico Ryans was talking about the operation, being crisp in and out of the huddle, tackling, being, all the little things. And in a roundabout way, and maybe not even that roundabout, Reggie, that's putting it on the players. Hey, it's the operation. Hey, they need to be better at this. They need to be better at that. They need to be better at that. After 2 weeks of working on that, it ain't the players. Because D'Amico said, we're going to fix this. We're going to work on this, whether it's the offensive coaches or the defensive coaches or whatever. It's the operation. They need to do this better and this better. Better protection. We're close. How about, better tackling? We're going to work on the tackling. They worked on the tackling, presumably, for 2 weeks.
Oh, they did. Remember, we talked about Steven Adegoke out the Saints out here tackling, not pads, dudes.
So at some point, when you're saying it's the operation, and you're indicating that it's the players, it's not the players after 2 weeks, and here's the coaches.
Here's the thing, though. The tackling was better in the first half, and they came out in the second half, and just like the Jags had that period in late in the third quarter where they were dropping the football, the Texans had 3 straight plays of missed tackles and leaky yardage. And so it's like they came out of half and they got some level of instruction, and then the previous instruction got taken out. Like when you got a VHS tape, you like, I got to record this. I got to record over something. We recorded over the, hey, make sure that you wrap up portion of the program. No, and
then the offensive
you're
side.
Right. There's the players, but it's not just the players. It's not just, and this is why everybody balks so much at the idea that we're close, because it's a whole bunch of little things. We've all had the to-do list where it's like, I don't got much to do. I just got to sweep the floor and clean the dishes and do the laundry and fix and clean the gutters. And it's like you get to doing that on a Saturday and you look up and it's 8 p.m. because it's a whole bunch of little things that add up to a big thing. And that's what's happening with this Texas team right now. It's just a little bit of tackling and pass protection and catching the football and getting up to the line on time and getting the play call.
And the coaches yelling at each other on the sideline, or at least one of them.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll ask who had the worst weekend between the Texans and the Astros. But I also wanted to ask, was this a big thing? Was this a thing when you see the picture of D'Amico Ryans yelling on the sideline? Or is this just the thing that we're going to make into something? We'll talk about it next.
According to CJ, what needs to Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio.
It's a Karam Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Who had a worse weekend? Was it your Houston Texans football team, or was it your Houston Astros baseball team? You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get there, someone said on the text line from the 713, watching the Texans and Jags play, I swear I heard the Benny Hill theme song playing. That's from Art in Wood Forest. And why do you have that at the ready?
Dude.
Why is that ready to go?
You are good, Figgy.
I've been waiting to play this.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
I just got to find a highlight to go with this now.
Like, I think we all felt this, but we were not watching this together. And I said we all, not just us in this room, but all of us collectively that were watching this game, especially those of us that felt locked in by either our work or just our fandom to this game. I felt like I was being held hostage. I felt like I was being like this. I'm pretty sure this was against the Geneva Convention, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I was watching this game and I was like, this has to be one of the worst games of football that I've ever been subjected to in my life that I have to watch.
Yeah,
right.
You lost to a bad team.
It was deeply frustrating as a football game.
You lost to a bad team. By the way, if you're looking for a highlight to go with this, how about that catch and throw in the Mariners game? When Paris Chica is
oh man! So what is that? That's Friday night.
Friday night, yeah.
Where at the end of the game, in the bottom of the ninth, you're looking for 2 runs, right? You have Jake Myers at second, somebody else on first. My memory is there's a lot of things that has happened this weekend, and a lot of things I need to keep straight. If you can help me out, 713-572-4610. Ball, hit deep into right center, and
what a catch!
Good God, what was that? Victor Robles in right? Just an incredible.
I got it. Don't worry.
I mean, I feel bad gushing over this here in Houston because I'm like, that was an incredible catch. I mean, he's horizontal. He's Superman flying over the turf to make that grab. But it seemed like Jake Myers had decided well before that. I'm going, baby. There's one out in the top and in the bottom of the ninth.
It ain't no way in hell he's catching that.
He's like, ain't no way. I'm going.
I don't care if this is the major leagues. I don't know. I don't think he'll catch it.
He was still going after he caught the ball too,
brother. He
was at home plate.
Yeah,
he had that. He got damn near the home plate. Looks up like, wait, what happened?
And I like the way they got.
What
him
are we doing?
Second. They just said they were like playing soft toss. Like, here you go. Go ahead and step on that bag.
But
he ain't gonna get back here.
At the same time, Tony Paris Chica is like, I mean, that ain't nothing close to a stop sign going there. That's as green as green lights go. And that started a weekend of.
We should have known.
Yeah, we should have known. I mean, in some ways, I think we knew deep down, but we're like, you got to hold out hope because this series matters so much. And what did your Astros give you? Bupkis.
Nothing.
They gave you nothing. A sweep at the hands of the Seattle Mariners, who are now 3 games ahead of you in the AL West. Your Astros really didn't give you much offensively all over the weekend.
They never led.
That is a great point.
They never
lead. And Fromber gives you Fromber. The Jason Alexander, he gets shelled to the tune of
what did McTaggart say? The glass slipper is off, or the whatever it is.
I mean, it's not just off; it's been crashed. It's been ground up. It's back into sand. This was this is rough.
All that said,
and so you have an Astros team that's 3 games back in the AL West. They are, if the season were to end today, they would be out of the playoffs because they don't have the tiebreaker against the Cleveland Guardians. So you go from being right there in the AL West to now looking like you need to scrap and claw for the wild card in the final few games, which are all on the road, versus a Texans team that's 0-3, where no 0-3 team has made the Super Bowl. So just in case you were thinking that was a thing that was possible for the Texans, off the table, and only one in the last 25 years has made the playoffs starting 0-3. That's your 2018 Houston Texans. Only 6 in the modern era of the NFL have made the playoffs from 0-3, dating back to at least 1980. And so which of these teams had the worst weekend, friends? 713-572-4610.
We need to go on the record here. Not that it's that big a deal, but I want to know from you and Figgy, who had the most disappointing, the worst weekend. I'm going to say the Texans, based on expectations. If you look at and I know the Astros, they just flat out fell on their face. I mean, that was bad. They just never led. 2 for 22, I believe, with runners in scoring position. Just bad. We get that. But the expectation for the Astros was kind of fingers crossed. I hope, I think, they so much. The expectations for the Texans was they're here. They have arrived. This team is all it needs is the good, safe offense, a couple of big plays here and there, and they are inept. This is an inept football team altogether. And we can say, yeah, they still have a good defense. Yeah, they have an okay defense.
Yeah, I'm about to say, is it a good defense?
Yeah, they have an okay defense. They can't tackle.
What are I'm curious where they rank when it comes to defenses in the league, like as far as the numbers through week 4.
Well, sounds like you're talking to me right now.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you know what really good defenses do? They don't let the Rams go down and beat you. They don't let the Bucs go down and beat you. They don't let the Jaguars go down and beat you. That bothers me more. That should bother you more than anything else. Like, what do good defenses do? Really good defenses? They step up and they make the plays. That which also ties back to, we're close. Are you? You can't tackle and you can't stop them when it counts the most.
But this is the thing that's the most frustrating about all of this. Because I think that this is a worse defense than it was last year as of this moment.
Yeah.
I still think this is a good defense, if for no other reason than you are top 5 in points allowed per game. You've allowed 17 points per game. The problem is the margins are just so razor thin that everything gets highlighted. And that's not to say the defense hasn't had real problems. The secondary, specifically the safeties, have looked a little dicey, although I would like to give a salute to the man that wears number 8. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson absolutely showed up in a way that he hadn't in the first 2 games. At least one play where there's a, kind of a screen where he's the man to make the tackle, and he's playing at true safety, third-level depth. And he triggers, he gets downfield, and he makes the tackle. Like, the aggression of him kind of showed up. The only thing that could stop him was apparently a contact falling out on the field for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But, yeah, I think this defense, there's still problems. There's tackling issues. Yeah. There's leaky. I mean, it feels like if any team wants to get about 5 to 7 yards in a zone, they can get that at any time by just sitting down between those linebackers, and they will get those yards. So, like, there's things that still exist there. But I can also look at that and go, well, I mean, they're still holding up kind of their end of the bargain of we're going to hold teams below the margin. I mean, usually what is it in the NFL now? Keep people to 19 points and you have an opportunity. They're below that, and you're just not getting anything of real note from the offense. But I think you're right on the overall sense.
But look at the ends of these games.
Yeah.
The ends of all 3 of them.
Well,
all 3 of them.
They've given you opportunities. But
they punched out the ball at the very end, and that ended up being the offense. But they did have that big second half.
And they had interception. They had their first interception in
the second half.
And we kind of had like a high expectation for this defense too. I don't know if we were all talking crazy, but I think top 5, maybe top 10 type of defense.
I was saying top 3, top 5.
Yeah,
I'll fall on the sword.
No, for real. And I thought so too. Yeah. I just feel like it's a little more issues with this defense than we expected.
Yeah. From the 713, in terms of wrecking my mood, the Texans just beat out the Astros on who has the worst weekend, but both had me drinking. That's from the 713.
You're probably going to drink anyway.
Let's see. From Brandon on the YouTube, Texans easily. I thought I saw someone else actually go for the Astros here when we come to it, mentioning that Jake Myers' attempt at making a run, even if he had gotten that did not matter because you still need another run. By the way, I did say it was Friday. That was Saturday, the 6-4 loss. Yeah, man, the tough thing about it is the Astros, the window we knew was kind of closing, and this was an attempt to pry it open. So maybe that doesn't hurt as hard as seeing the 0-3 start for a Texas team where it's like this is supposed to be part of the ascension and you're falling flat on your face.
You just hit on something. Yeah.
But I think also there is something to be said for this is the start of the season for the Texans, and as much as you have to squint and contort yourself, you can maybe see there's opportunity. There's time to maybe get it right. This is the Astros in the waning moments, dying and withering, and that maybe gives you the opportunity to possibly go, this is the worst weekend for the Astros. Because also, it's how it happened. The damn Seattle Mariners, the team that for like a half decade we've been saying, oh, here they come, and they couldn't get off the tarmac. They couldn't get off the runway. They did it to you.
See, the thing is, I feel like the Astros had the worst weekend because I feel like the Astros always had this switch that they flip on when it's time to flip on. And the Seattle Mariners, who always fall flat on their face around this time, they didn't, man. They came in like they were the Astros.
Yeah.
And to make things worse, if you look around kind of who's all in the mix, Man, it seemed like everybody was blazing hot. You had the Guardians won 10 in a row, and it just seemed like this was the wrong time. And you had your best. That was your best. Well, and you just fall flat like that.
I do agree with what you're saying, and that was my sentiment as well. I thought the same thing. They'll be able to step up. It also left me, after yesterday thinking maybe the worm has turned. The Mariners looked hungrier. The Mariners had the better power, the better defense. The manager
don't stop pitching
with all the better pitching.
Hey, they was cooking on the mound,
better
brother.
Bullpen, the better managerial moves and all that.
That trade deadline looking lovely for them right now.
It's looking awesome. So, and this is a whole other topic that I'm sure we'll get to this week. But has the worm turned? Because the Astros looked like the team that was aging and maybe telling us the time is done and scrambling for answers and all that. So I don't disagree with your point. I'm still going to say Texans, because of what Reggie said just a second ago. He said the ascension. There is not only is there no ascension that we're seeing decline, and that is frustrating and heartbreaking and maddening.
There's a lot more to talk about with both of these teams. And you know what? I thought I was gonna we were all just gonna be able to wallow in the mire together. Someone is a little bit low from the 8-2. I'm a Razorback fan, so trifecta of crap.
Baby.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you, friend. But you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's see if we can at least have some fun. Like, for me personally, in my culture, when we are sad, we make jokes in order to make ourselves feel better. So let's do that. Question of the day. What are the Texans close to? Wrong answers only. 713-572-4610. Let's laugh to keep from crying next.
Discuss.
with Zicam. Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Here in about 30 minutes, we should be hearing from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, here on your home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. But before we get there, and before we get to hear him on a Monday, we do hear him after the game. And D'Amico said, again, that he believes that this team is close. Now, he did also add the additional portion, which he had not added prior, of but close isn't good enough when you don't win games. So, like, there's a little bit of awareness in the way that he tried to pose it. However, in order to laugh to keep from crying, what are the Texans close to? Wrong answers only. 713-572-4610.
So you're saying wrong answers only?
That's right.
I kind of had a right answer that's probably going to stir the pot a little bit, but
okay.
I think it's...
You're just going to break the game right up. We're trying to have fun, John Lopez.
What is it?
I think this team is closer to the Jack Easterby Texans than D'Amico's vision.
All right.
Think about it. I'll just leave that out there in the.
That's definitely a wrong answer. Ain't it?
In the ethos.
Well, I mean, if you're making the point, and he's not wrong, the Texans win divisions in pairs, right? You got 11-12 were the wins, and then you had a 2-4 season in 13. You had 15-16, you win the division. 17 is a 4-12 season. That's isn't that the Watson ACL tear season? 18-19, you win the division. 20 is a 4-12 season in which Bill O'Brien gets fired. So then you have 23-24, you win the division, and then this year, which what is going to be the ultimate lasting legacy? We're very early in, 3 out of 17 games thus far. But if you don't get your ass in gear, right, we are going to have that kind of note, and you will fall into one of the worst things, is being a statistic off of the strength of this run.
Yeah. Wrong answers only?
Wrong answers only,
this
sir.
This is clearly the greatest show on turf. Clearly, right?
Close to being the greatest show on turf.
This is the greatest show on turf, man.
Actually, yeah, to that end, Figgy, do you mind giving me C.J. Stroud cut 8 here? This is C.J. Stroud saying what some of the good things that they did on offense in this game.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. All right, you know what? Don't worry about it.
I thought we ran the ball well. I thought we somewhat threw it well. It's always better than what you think, but when you lose, of course, it's not good enough. So, there's the sun will rise up tomorrow, and we'll be able to go back to work. So that's a positive, and you got to just keep going forward. Everybody's gonna talk crazy like they've been doing, and have these analyses. And NFL, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So we got to be able to stay together, stick together, stay as a family, stay as a brotherhood, and try to get these things fixed, because it's a long season. There's another one. Sucks you start 0-3, but it can be flipped. So
you know what this reminded me of? Remember when I hate to compare him to Deshaun Watson.
Well, I mean, there's reasons that you could.
Remember when they was kind of going through that with Deshaun Watson, and Deshaun said, "Hey, my day going what I forgot what the quote he said, but he's pretty much saying, hey, ain't nobody taking my shine away, or I'm in a great mood."
I'll give CJ more room there. He didn't get that disrespectful. I will say, though, where he started, which is what I thought, and I'd forgotten about all the rest of it. Oh, boy, we have to circle back around to that, was that they ran the football well, which they didn't. They ran for 4.6 a carry, but I was telling you, gentlemen, I was looking a little bit deeper into some more of these stats. When it comes to success rate, which is more of situationally what you do, like, are you running the ball situationally for a successful play, a play that helps you in this moment? Like on first down, if you pick up 4, you make it second and medium, right? That is a successful play. On a third down, when you run the football, you better pick up a first down, because that is a successful play on that play. You want to know what their success rate was in week 3?
I do.
It's somewhere around 21%, about 1/5 of the time, and that was DFL in the National Football League for week 3. So, no, you did not run the football well.
Okay, and as far as, like, what he's saying there, forget all the cliches there at the end. When you are in a position to say, the sun will rise tomorrow,
that's always
I'm not going to say over, because, obviously there are more games to be played, and I guess anything's possible. But it's just about, like, a white flag. Like, well, you know what? The sun will come up tomorrow. Nobody wants to hear.
Nobody taking my joy away.
I think they got that on the script.
Yes.
At the suicide hotline.
Yeah,
like hey, don't forget, man.
I feel like
tomorrow's another day.
I feel like I heard that saying after watching The Walking Dead season finale where they just murdered like 20 of the cast.
Yeah. Well, the
sun will rise tomorrow, man.
Come up tomorrow.
Sun will rise tomorrow.
All right, sorry, I didn't gotten away from the question of the day. What are the Texans close to from the 614 driving off the Galveston Pier? Well, okay. All right. I didn't realize that those were going to tie in so much to the previous thing I just said. From the 832, close to going defeated close to going completely defeated, it seems like. I mean, they're 3 games closer than they were at the start of the season. That is fair. From the 614, close to losing our H-Town Blue Unis to the Titans.
Oh. Well,
I mean, you got a game coming up here next week where you better not embarrass us in front of everybody, like in front of the man.
Say it.
Better not embarrass us in front of the hoes, man.
And here's the other part. I mentioned this to you. You know, obviously it's obvious, but if somehow you lose that game to the Titans at home, then you have the Ravens, the Seahawks, and the Niners.
Is that good?
Boy,
no, that's.
I don't even want to say 0-7.
But you did.
I just did.
I love the way you did.
I think at that point, teams going to be knocking on your door like, what you want for Daniil Hunter?
Mm-hmm.
We got the playoff push. What you want for this person?
Yeah.
All right. I thought I said wrong answers. Only 832. Winning Nick Caley out and promoting Gerard Johnson to OC. We'll have conversations about that, I'm sure. Well, hopefully we won't because they'll get their their asses in gear.
Yeah.
Texans are close to making me listen to the Bite Me podcast instead of texting.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. Can I just say something real quick about the Bite Me podcast, which started with Captain Scott Null and myself sitting on the back of a truck saying, "Hey, we should do a podcast." And he said, "What's a podcast?" But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. So we had our Bite Me podcast feeding frenzy on Saturday, which is our annual sort of a thank you to all the listeners that have made it into such a monster and a fundraiser. We added a foundation charity element to it with Texas Boys Outdoors, which helps veterans and first responders and Shriners kids, who are having a hard time, and Heroes on the Water, which is very similar. Dude. In one day on Saturday at the Feeding Frenzy event, we raised $73,000.
Yo!
$73,000.
And who's that stand to benefit?
Well, first responders, veterans, and Shriners and Texas Children's kids that are going through it. They take them out on outdoor adventures and fishing and kayaking and stuff like that. So if you are at all involved with that, this was just like, hey, we should do something 3 years ago. And I think we raised $30,000 the first year, just under $30,000 the first year, just over $50,000 the second year. And Saturday, $73,000 in one day.
That's awesome. That's incredible.
That's good, man.
Shout out to Houston, great area. Texas doing good things, man. Because right now, the Texas football is doing bad things. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, not the University of Texas. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there is one team that is 3-0 in the division. It's not going to make you happy. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. And I want to remind you that D'Amico Ryan's head coach of the team should be speaking at about 11:15 thereabouts. So we'll catch that here in a little bit. But I want to start this around the NFL by going around the AFC South. Now, it's very easy because two of the teams were playing in the game that we were watching that unfortunately didn't go the way we wanted with the 17-10 victory over the Jags. And the other two teams were playing in another game, one that ended 41-20 in the favor of the Indianapolis Colts, who are now 3-0.
3-0?
The 3-0 Indianapolis Colts. Who would have thought? In the year of our Lord 2025.
I think they scored the most points in the league right now.
So the Indianapolis Colts have 103 points, which is tied for the second most points scored through the first three games in Colts franchise history. So here are the teams that have scored more, or here's the team, rather, that scored more. The 1967 Baltimore Colts scored 117 points. Obviously, you have this 2025.
Johnny Unitas or whoever that was.
Yes. I don't even know who they was letting play on the field, if you know what I'm saying.
Tom Maddie.
And then the team that also had through 3 weeks like this name. 25 was the 1958 Baltimore Colts.
That is not Peyton Manning.
Yes, so that's exactly. Peyton Manning ain't put up this many points through 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones has.
All right, so I was mentioning this earlier. I want to put it on the air. AFC power rankings. Now, I get that, Buffalo beat Baltimore and all that stuff, but I would put Baltimore 1, Buffalo 2, Chargers 3. Colts are the fourth best team in the AFC.
Ooh, hold that, Chiefs. I think it is worth noting, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think that you're doing that to troll or anything, because I know some people will think that.
Well, you just said the numbers.
Because if you look at the AFC, right, the teams that were supposed to push up and try and contend, the Bengals are 2-1, but they are without Joe Burrow for an extended period of time, and I think that we can look at that and say, I don't know how much I actually believe in that team. They also have a point differential of -33. Just telling you things. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Maybe, right? And then, obviously, we know this Houston Texas team is 0-3. They were supposed to be there, not. The Raiders are 1-2. The Broncos are 1-2. I don't know how you feel about that.
Broncos are so-so, but I don't think
maybe
they're there with based on the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, the Bo Nix thing looks like it's definitely regressed somewhat. And then Kansas City Chiefs, where
they have Texanitis.
You saw them last night. Like that team, there's some issues there. There's the Travis Kelce looking like he is absolutely winding down. Shout out to Tyquan.
Offense can't do anything.
Shout out to Tyquan Thornton, who I don't know who the hell he thinks he is, but it ain't Tyquan Thornton. He is having a little bit of a resurgence, but he ain't Rashee Rice, who is still gone for another 3 weeks. He's interested to see when he will be able to return to this team. But yeah, there's clearly issues with this Kansas City Chiefs team. Like, there's really a few teams at the top of the AFC in a way that we did not anticipate.
Yeah.
And the Colts, I think there is a gap between those top three you mentioned and the Colts.
I would agree with that.
But the Colts do seem like they're the first in line to maybe try and get in the club.
We're going into week 4, and they've punted once. That's
crazy.
By the way,
but they did punt.
Once. That's like D'Amico talking about. Well, we had 2 explosive plays. 2 for the year. One of them was on a busted coverage. Well, the Colts have punted once. And by the way, offensive-minded head coach. Just saying. Offensive-minded.
So what you trying to say?
What are you doing right now?
I'm just saying.
Say it with your chest, though.
I am saying it with my chest. When you have an offensive-minded head coach, your offense tends to be better. That's not necessarily a reflection on what D'Amico is as a head coach, other than he's a defensive-minded head coach who wants to protect the ball and rely on his defense, and we're seeing the result of that.
When did they hire D'Amico Ryan?
That would have been going into 23 season, huh?
Okay. When they hired Shane Steichen?
Was that going into 23 season? 22.
So anyways, just wanted to make note, Daniel Jones is the first player in the Super Bowl era with 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns, and no giveaways in the first 3 games of a season.
Yeah. And he is, again, with an offensive-minded head coach.
So
quarterbacks play better. Offenses score more points. You can have a real weapon on that side of the ball. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Hey, I was about to do something worse than you. Daniel Jones or C.J. Stroud.
So the Colts next week are on the road at SoFi Stadium versus the Rams. That's at 3:05 on Sunday. That's a 3.5 game, or 3.5 point. They're 3.5 point dogs against the Rams.
That's a must watch if you're a Texans fan, just to kind of see how they look against the Rams.
Exactly. You're starting to see what are we compared to before we get to week 13 and you first see against the Colts. By the way, the Titans who were in that game, Brian Callahan, hey, buddy, we're trying to see what you're up to. That is your Texas opponent. Get this and stick with me. There's a lot of things here. The Titans lined up like they were going to go for it on 4th and 1. The Colts called a timeout. Then the Titans called a timeout. Then the Titans decided to kick a 57-yard field goal. Then the Titans took a delay of game after those 2 timeouts. The Titans missed a 62-yard field goal that they took for some reason.
There's the Benny Hill music.
Then the Colts took over at the Titans' 48-yard line. And, man, and there's other instances where the Colts took over at the 24-yard line a couple of plays. The Colts made a field goal to take a 13-point lead in the half, and the Colts got the ball to start the second half. That is what the Titans are going with when it comes to game management. So you bet not lose against the Tennessee Titans because that's incompetence.
Yeah, you can't lose that game. By the way, Figgy, couldn't help myself. Daniel Jones versus C.J. Stroud.
All right.
I'm just saying. Through 3 games, Daniel Jones completing 71.6% of his passes, 64.0 for C.J. Stroud. Daniel Jones, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. C.J. Stroud, how about 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 831 yards. 199.
All right. We get it.
Figgy asked.
See, you did this, Figgy. You got to hold that. All right, real quick before we go, I did want to really get some around the NFL. Not 1, not 2, but 3 games had huge blocked kicks in the early slate yesterday, making it what I think a lot of people thought was not going to be as fun of a slate. It was fun. So one of them was the Eagles blocking a would-be game-winning field goal by the Rams. And then Big Jordan Davis gets the block, picks it up, rumbles, bumbles, stumbles for a touchdown. So what was going to be a 30-29 victory for the Rams turns into a 33-26 victory for the Eagles. That was wild.
That's called the backdoor cover.
That's right. The Browns trying to do a little something of their own there. The Shelby Harris blocked the field goal that was setting up. It was 55-yarder. It set up a 55-yarder for Smith, the dude who was the GOAT for that team. He ended up being the champion, getting the game-winning field goal, which is the longest walk-off field goal in Cleveland Browns history.
Who'd they beat?
Green Bay Packers.
Can you believe that?
That is weird.
Can you believe that?
It was. In fact, it's on our TV right now.
Their defense might be legit. They might have a top 5
Their
defense.
Their defense is always legit. Yeah. They somehow end up being a bad football team. I don't understand
They just have a rough quarterback, man. Old-ass quarterback.
Yeah.
And then the other block kick was the Jets' Will McDonald giving me Troy Polamalu vibes, jumping smooth over the line, got a block, scooped it, and scored. But unfortunately for the Jets, they were up against the Bucs and Baker Mayfield, who went down, set up a game-winning field goal, and they still won the football game. The Bucs did, but we almost had 3 blocks that swung the game, and were able to do it. But still, wild to see.
Throw in punt returns and defensive touchdowns. There were 9 touchdowns yesterday that were either defense or special teams.
Shout out to football.
That's crazy. 9 TDs.
They're like, even when the games aren't inherently good, we find ways to keep you locked.
Yeah.
All right. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local game every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. Coming up next, we hear from D'Amico Ryans.
After another
Yeah, it's not easy, but yeah, we just.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
From the 832, John and Reggie, how many times will DeMeco Ryans say we're close during his press conference? This should be on, you should be able to bet on this, they said. You should be able to get the over-under. If you're going to set that line, John Lopez.
Is he going to still go with that? He did it right after the game.
I mean, he mentioned that. I think he says it because he means it. I don't think he's just saying stuff. I don't know that he'll hit it. Like, he'll hit it a whole bunch.
Now, I'm curious,
I don't know how much he means it.
I'm wondering, what is he talking about? Is he talking about close on the offense or just close in the games? Because they have been close in games.
I disagree. I think he's just trying to protect things and put the that little positive spin on things. He can't be. We saw what he did on the sideline with Nick Caley. He wasn't saying, "Hey Nick, we're close, right?" I mean, he wasn't doing that.
I didn't bring it back to that, which is a good point. I said I was going to, and I didn't. Did you when I mean, if you're watching this broadcast, if you're watching all of it, and I can't blame you if you say that you weren't. At some point, DeMeco Ryans is seen clearly waving his arm vigorously and clearly shouting something at somebody. I don't know that I can make it out. If you were a lip reader, you might have a better chance than I did of making out what he's yelling about. But at the same time, the TV broadcast seemed to make it seem like, because they cut from Caley making a play call to DeMeco seemingly doing that, and we have all just kind of taken that as DeMeco was yelling at Caley. Do you think that he wasn't Caley?
And my favorite part of it was he said something, started to walk away, turned around, and another thing. He turned around and said something else to him.
What do you think he said?
I don't know, and it would be reckless to just speculate that he was.
Play the reckless speculation sounder.
But I think it's safe to say this: it wasn't good luck. It wasn't, hey, keep it up, we're close.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation, right?
You. Here's the reckless speculation. I think a lot of people, and I don't know how reckless this is, but a lot of people were kind of speculating, hey, get up there.
Yes, I'm sure
with the motion, get up there, get quicker, because it did feel like they were kind of slacking in their time.
I kind of looked at it as like, come on, man, pick up the pace. We got to pick up this pace, man.
Right.
Let's go.
I agree with you. If I had to speculate, it would be something along those, what you both said there. But that's why I think when he, right after the game, hey, we're close. It's just a few plays and all this other stuff. I think he's just protecting, whether it's himself or a combination of himself and the offensive coaches, and trying to, put a positive spin and all. But he doesn't say that. It would be reckless of him to say that behind the closed door.
I know we're waiting for DeMeco Ryans to talk on this Monday, the day after the game. But when he talked immediately after the game, he was in a protective mode, right? Like the response that he had to a question about how do you evaluate Nick Caley right now is we're all in this together, which in some ways is protective, but also not at all, because it does not speak in the affirmative to Nick Caley. And you see that fire that I think we're interpreting to be at Caley. I understand why people are like, hey, no, clearly that's what it is. You should just say that. I can't. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. The question I have is this anything for you? Like, is this just frustrating to you of just, if we're saying that this is DeMeco Ryans directing some level of fire towards Caley, or just fire in general, does this mean anything to you for the head coach of the Texans?
I think in this case it does, because the frustration level, the expectation, it's all bubbling over for every coach on that sideline, especially DeMeco Ryans. It's one thing when Travis Kelce and Andy Reid mix it up on Sunday Night Football like they did last night. They've been known to do that. That's how they communicate. They have a really strong, good relationship, and they have a history of Super Bowls and winning a bunch of games. This team is lost right now offensively. So I think it means more in this case that he was, he's popping off at him a little bit.
I think also for me, I'm still trying to figure out if it's something, but I will say that I did find it interesting that DeMeco Ryans, who we know, and the criticism has been how much are you involved on the offense? And it's hard for us to get any level of sight on that. We're not there at practices and getting to see what the interaction is. We're definitely not there in meeting rooms or anything like that. This is some level of, okay, we know for certain, assuming that we are correct, that he is speaking to Caley in that moment and saying what I think somebody else is imagining they said, which is get your bleep together, right? Some level of insight as to, hey, whatever you're doing, this is how I want you to do it. This is how I need you to get yourself in line as a correcting from a head coach to his subordinate in this place, the offensive coordinator. Because Nick Caley, there's clearly some issues with the way that he's been handling this.
Well, this offense is not creative. It's very predictable. It's far too disjointed in terms of, the operation, as D'Amico likes to say. It's a mess. I mean, this offense might be one. Scoreboard might say it occasionally or a lot as well. But you're not close. This offense is not close to being a successful offense. Everything, and we've mentioned it today, everything that was an issue for 2 weeks that they were going to work on is still an issue.
And it's the little ones. I'm sure that for D'Amico, the frustration, if we're interpreting this correctly, makes sense because we were frustrated at it. Like the bigger, more difficult things, I get why you might be like, all right, this is tough. You're going to take time to get there. Operationally, getting up to the line, getting yourself through these things, not having the operational issues that clearly this Texans team had again yesterday, I would lead me to maybe raising my voice a time or two.
And what are the
on
signs?
The sideline.
Like seriously, this is a serious question. What is one sign on the offensive side of the ball that you think, all right, maybe they're starting to get better?
Woody Marks had, Dario Gumawale did not have any offensive snaps. Dameon Pierce was not even active for this game, right? Like I think
second straight game.
I think that you can look at those and go, all right, at least they are acknowledging some of the things that we are seeing from the outside. Because there were times, I mean, you could look at all last year when we were we're like, yo, we're seeing something. Why? What are they doing? Because they continue to operate opposite, right? Dameon Pierce getting a whole bunch of runs. Kenyon Green remaining out there on the field. Where we're like, no, we see something. And yeah, we may not be the football people that you are in that building, but we're not stupid. It does feel like at least they're acknowledging some of those things, but I have to be.
But that's not a sign on the field.
That's very small.
Yeah. That's not a sign.
I was going to say my positive sign is probably just Jalen Noel. Maybe that's individual. A little positive about him, but that ain't helping the offense.
Yeah. No, like what you're saying is accurate. At least they're acknowledging. I'm sorry, Dameon Pierce. I'm sorry, Blake Fisher. All this. That doesn't really tell you that that this team is getting better, on the field.
Well, let's see if this will tell us if the team is getting better. The head coach of the Texans, D'Amico Ryans, at the podium.
D'Amico, is rotating at guard something you guys will continue to do, and why was that something you felt like you needed to do?
Yeah, we did. We rotated the guards in the game on Sunday because we felt like that's what we wanted to do, to give Juice a chance to get in there, and Juice did a really nice job with some of the reps that he was given.
D'Amico, when you say you're close, are you close to turning those close games into wins, or are you close to where you want?
Yeah, what I mean by close is we were close in our 3 games, right? We were there in the fourth quarter, right? We were close to finishing and closing those games out. But there are plays in each game that we've had these first 3 games that we didn't finish and win the game. So I'm not talking about close as a team, I'm talking about winning the football game. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win football games. We've been in position to win those games, and we have not won the game. So we got to find a way to win the game. Right? We got to make the plays in the fourth quarter of the games we've been in. We got to make those plays to put us in position and to just ultimately to win the football game. That's what we're here to do, right? That's what we work tirelessly and hard for, is to win football games. So the games have been close. We've been right, so we just got to find a way to get it done.
We talked about most games, and I think we even talked about it with you last week. Most games in the NFL are close, and it comes down to a couple of plays. So is being close encouraging, or is that just kind of a league-wide thing?
It's not encouraging to being close. We want to win games. It's not about being close. That's just stating the facts or stating the obvious of how the 3 games have played out, how those games have happened for us. But we're not here to just be close. We're here to win the football game.
That being said, you talk about how close you all are, how you all have been in those games, and even if you would have won those games, do you feel like that still the win would have masked some of the issues that you all may have as far as looking at the totality of the team?
Oh, we go back, no matter win or loss, we go back and we dissect the film, right, to see issues, whether you win or you lose. To me, you attack the film the same way every single time, and you attack it to see, first and foremost, how can we be better, right? No matter what the outcome or the result of the game is, how do you get better? That's what it's about. A long season, it's about how do you grow, how do you get better each and every week, and so that's what we'll do every time.
D'Amico, could you delineate on the fact, just moving in the same vein,
close making the proper decision on shifting the line, or either getting a chip from a tight end, depending on where the pressure might become, particularly at a critical point. 2, and then that you're spacing on some of your receivers, because I think, at least from my perspective, I think your receivers were spacing on that interception because they were so close within that. Is that an issue that can be addressed and you have to just deal with moving forward?
Yeah, as we go through the film, we talk about the route distribution, right, the protection. All of those things are things that, we bring up and we look at to see how can we better deploy guys to make sure we're giving ourselves the best chance to have successful plays. So some of that comes with protection, where we have a problem guy. We may need to, put some chips on the edge and make sure we're helping out when we have a issue player like Josh Allen Hines did a really good job on yesterday. We got to find a way to protect better. When it comes to route distribution, there's some plays it was good. Some plays we can do better of distributing the guys. Some plays we can do better of running the routes the proper way. So it's all of us. It's all inclusive, coaches, players, everybody, just fine-tuning things to make sure we are giving ourselves the best chance.
How do you overall feel about the communication on the back end? I feel like there's times where there's a little bit of miscommunication that can lead to a bigger play in the secondary. How do you just feel overall about the communication that's been going on in the secondary?
Yeah, when you see a big play that happens on our defense, somewhere along the lines there's a bust in communication. It all starts with communication, and it has crisp as it needs to be. So we have to play better. On the defensive side, we got to communicate better, and we got to execute the defense better. And so, it's not been great. We see that. We have to make some adjustments there to make sure we get it corrected.
That isn't the answer, but why do you feel like the defense hasn't been able to close out games? I understand the offense put a little bit of strain, but why do you feel like the defense hasn't been able to close out games compared to what we saw in the past?
For us, defensively, when I look at this past game, thought we had multiple opportunities to take the ball away. We had one hit us right in the hands. We didn't take it away. We had one in Tampa Bay hit us in the hands. We didn't take it away. We had a couple where we were supposed to be a deep safety. They throw the ball up, and we're not taking the football away. So there are multiple things where we've had opportunities, right, defensively, and we haven't capitalized on those opportunities by being exactly where we're supposed to be, communicating the proper way, tackling the proper way as a unit. The tackling hasn't been up to our standard, and so we have to get that fixed.
Do you feel confident that last year we kind of had similar struggles, or you guys had similar struggles on offense? Do you feel confident now dealing with it that you're in better position to oversee it than you were last year?
For me, right now with our team, like when you go through each team, like no matter what year it is, like each team has its own adversity and different issues that arise. So for me as the head coach, it's a matter of, hey, different set of problems, different set of challenges, and I'm up for it. Like, that's why I'm here. Like, that's how we'll attack it. We'll get it all corrected, and we'll get this thing going in the right direction.
Does it feel different, though?
I don't compare year to year for me. I said this is a different year. 2023, completely different team. 2024, completely different team. We're here. We have different issues here in 2025, but we attack it the right way. We attack it with the right attitude, and we're gonna get the thing rolling in the right direction.
What do you do to change? I mean, you've identified the challenges early on. And if you have the same challenges, what do you do to try to chip away at those?
Yeah, you just go through and you make the necessary adjustments you need to make, right? Whether it's schematically, whether it's personnel, you just make the adjustments that you need to make schematically and see how it improves from week to week. So we'll take a look at where we've been over these first 3 weeks, just take a deep dive and look into it and see, like, how can we first and foremost, as coaches, it always starts with the coaches. Like, how can we put guys in better position? Like, how can we help the players to be in position to get on the winning side of things? So it all starts there with how we plan, how we prep and how we structure practices throughout this week. And then we cut the players loose and let them go play and let the players go execute and do what they need to do.
What is some of the messaging to some of these young players who haven't been through this type of adversity? Like, you got some players in that locker room that didn't lose 3 games throughout their whole college career, 3 games in a row throughout their whole college career. So how do you keep, those younger players motivated to, as the saying goes in the NFL, 1 game at a time?
Yeah, for sure. You keep guys motivated by understanding storms are going to hit you in life. Like, whether it's, we do football, but also in real life, like storms will arise, storms will come in your life. It's like, when you go through the storm, are you coming out stronger or are you getting ripped apart by the storm, right? And so there are different people who can handle the adversity and the storm that comes. It's like, how do you handle it? You got to remain resilient. You got to remain strong through it. And it really tests your character to see who are you truly as a player, as a man. Like, how are you? Who are you? And we'll see that. Like, we'll see how we handle this as individuals. We'll see how we handle this as a team.
The last team to go to start the season 0-3 and still make the playoffs was the 2018 Houston Texans, and in the midst of that they had that 9-game winning streak. Is that something that you could see this team doing as far as getting it back on track and ending up like they did?
Yeah, I did not know that, so thanks for the history there. But anything can happen. Anything can happen. It all starts with us, first and foremost, just playing cleaner. Right, and I know we're in position there again, to turn the ball over 3 times, to only take it 1 time. I don't care who you're playing or when you're playing. It's going to be hard to win that game. We can try to point fingers here or there, this and that. We have to protect the football no matter what it looks like. If we want to see ourselves, start down that track, we got to just make sure we're protecting the football, taking it away when we have our opportunities, and just playing cleaner, finishing the proper way.
Talked about the defense before. The general sense is if we take care of our business, we don't care as much about how the offense that we're playing that week operates. Offensively with your team, has some of the mistakes they've made allowed the opposing defense to sort of dictate how things go? And is it just simply cleaning up their own mistakes so that your offense can dictate how?
Yeah, for sure. It's never about the opponent to me, especially when you have the penalties that we have on first down that puts us behind the sticks, right? That has nothing to do with the opponent dictating anything. It's things that we control, and if we handle that the right way, if we make sure we got a proper hat on the hat in the run game, we make sure we're executing in the passing game, going through our progressions the right way, hitting the receiver, those are all things we control, not necessarily a defense is dictating to us anything. We just got to control what we control and press forward.
There was a moment in the fourth quarter where the cameras caught you frustrated and you kind of urging the offense along. Were you hoping for more urgency from the offense at that moment?
That was urging the offense.
Well, it just looked like you were doing this, and
what does that mean? Just because I'm doing this, that doesn't.
And there are some people who saw the words coming out of your mouth, but I wanted to ask you and not assume.
Yeah. No, when you saw me, if you guys saw me animated on the field, that was directed. I think during that snap, we got on the ball, we went tempo, and the refs held our offense from continuing to run their play, and the ref said that we were substituting, which we were not substituting. No one on our sideline got off the sideline or moved, and so they didn't allow us to run our tempo offense. They held the huddle. So that's who I was talking to, the official, right, and making sure that we're able to run our offense the proper way.
You weren't yelling. Just we don't think you were, but so just to clarify, you weren't yelling at Nikhili, correct?
I just said I was talking to the official. All right. No, I was not yelling at anybody on our sideline, any coaches, any players. I'm too cool for that.
Jamaica, quickly on the wrap up, is this something that I know all of y'all send different things into the league office about certain plays? Is this something that you would know going up to the league office about that particular issue, holding you back and y'all not substituting? Because is that just part of the overall thing that y'all send up?
Every week, if we have any issues, anything that arise from that standpoint of how the game, we're with the league office and make sure we talk about that. And really, it's also about talking to the officials for the next game of things we want to do offensively. If we wanted to do that, just having awareness. Yeah, Stingley is still we're evaluating his oblique. He hurt his oblique in the game early in the game yesterday. Tried to push through it. He couldn't push through it. And so we're still evaluating him. Probably be day to day with where he is.
That you all can control what you can control as far as coaches is concerned, as far as players and play on the field. But, from the fan standpoint, they're looking at it and they're saying, this team is 0-3 and, for a lot of them, they don't feel like there's no coming back from that. What is, something that you can say to the fans to, encourage them to, just say, hold on, don't, jump ship yet?
That's how we play the games, right? We're 0-3. We don't want to be 0-3, but that's the matter of the fact. That's where we are now, right? We have to go out. We have to play better. So for our fans, just continue to support us if you want to. Yeah, I know how everybody gets rowdy, everybody gets upset. You should win every game. I get it. We're trying to win every game. We're working hard. We're doing our best. We just got to go play better to make sure we give our fans something to be proud of. Thank you, guys.
There's DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. So there you go. Especially when it comes to the TV broadcast and him yelling, he cleared that up. And I wouldn't want to say, I hunt the ref, like trying to get that tempo, trying to make sure that them not being stopped from going up tempo when they didn't make any substitutions. Which honestly, if you look at the way that this team has played either this week or really thus far in the season. The few times where they've looked good is like 2-minute offense and when they've gone tempo. So I can understand a visceral frustration if you're like, yo, we're trying to get there and we're being stopped, not by ourselves, but by the refs holding us up.
I don't know. I don't know if I certainly don't 100% believe him. I'm not saying he's necessarily not telling the truth. I'd like to see the All-11, see where the referee was standing because he was turned directly to the sideline. Now, there is a line judge there. So it could have been the referee. Could have been Nick Caley.
The TV broadcast ain't helping seem like that.
Right.
They showed Caley. They showed DeMeco Ryans.
He wasn't directed toward the field. Now, I know there's oftentimes an official standing right there, so it could have been an official. Could have been Caley. I just don't. I can't sit here and say, oh yeah, well I believe him 100%. I mean, they're
I kind of believe him.
I kind of do.
All right, if you had to put a percentage on it, since you're not going with 100, and I understand why you would.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, I do.
Like he turned directly to the side.
Sure, but we don't know.
There could have been a referee between him and Nick Caley, but I know Nick Caley was there.
Immediately to his side,
left.
I'm actually not sure exactly how close they are.
I know that because they showed it on the television, just the television view, that he was turning there and then Nick Caley, then back to.
Yeah, but those cuts are different shots.
I mean, unless they're conspiring to create a controversy.
I see you, CBS. I see you trying to pull us apart.
That would be. Rick Caley standing on his right, and they're making it seem like it's on left.
I think they just made a cut, and we kind of took that jump. And also, I think, really, when he goes, I'm too cool to do that, and I understand that's made some people mad here on the text line. Can't blame you for that. But I do think that it does fit his MO to not be somebody who is a hollerer at his guys, to be fair.
Yeah, and I feel like something bad would have had to happen on offense for him to really be screaming
something bad
and
was happening. Something bad was happening a lot.
There is a lot more to discuss when it comes to what DeMeco Ryans just said in that presser. We'll try and do some of that as we continue on. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Maybe some of that, maybe some of the weekend that was with the Astros and more. We'll do that next.
Monday Night Football. fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, one of the things that's popping is that I am doing my best to be an intrepid reporter. Not really, but we just heard from DeMeco Ryans, the Houston Texans head coach, in his presser. And one of the things, amongst many things that he discussed, was that fiery image that we caught of him on the CBS broadcast, and a lot of people immediately interpreted as him yelling at Nick Caley. We have tried to mock up what the scene looks like. I got red string all over the walls here
the little
in
tax.
the studio. Yeah, man, we got a clipboard.
Reginald Torre.
Yeah, we right here.
Like that Always Sunny meme that has a.
So this is early in the fourth quarter, and the Texans obviously have the football. They're in plus territory, and the play before this is broadcast, I have looked at the all-22, and there is a ref standing over the football and holding up play that would stop substitution. Between that play, at least on the clock, and the next play, that's when we get the CBS broadcast where DeMeco Ryans is standing on the sideline. To his left on the sideline, maybe I'm assuming is probably like 6 to 7 paces?
Yeah.
7 to 10 paces, let's say. To his left is Nick Caley, and immediately in front of Nick Caley, maybe a step between them, is the line judge. So in that general direction was a line judge that he could have been yelling at. This is, if I'm doing the Mythbusters, this is 100% plausible. What he is saying is correct because all those things do line up.
It's plausible. I like when you said I 100% believe him.
Right.
He knew this question was coming. 100%. And I am sure about
so,
that.
Yeah.
That he knew this question was coming. And look, DeMeco is always going to protect the brand and his coaches and his guys, right? And in the moment, I don't blame him for what he did, if he did. In fact, sort of pop off at Nick Caley. We all saw what the offense was doing. We all saw the disjointed nature of the offense. But I fully expect DeMeco to protect that, in aftermath as well. Yeah.
No, but I mean, even as he says it, I'm like, you know what? I do believe that DeMeco would hold his cool more amongst his guys, right? I mean, even as he's talked about Nick Caley, he has been more protective of Nick Caley as a first-time play caller, and maybe not even specifically because of that, but he has been more protective. I think that he probably is more capable of holding that frustration toward his players than he is towards the refs, where he feels like, hey, man, we have our own things. We can't necessarily go against you now also holding up the few opportunities that we have to be better. So I'm inclined to believe him here. I know that you might not be necessarily to the same degree, and that's your prerogative. I think that's absolutely
it's your opinion, bro.
That is your opinion, bro.
Well, and really, that's your opinion as well. Because we don't know. I mean,
honestly, when you see coaches yelling at a ref, they usually be right in the ref's grill, or you can kind of see the ref right there. But this one was DeMeco kind of walking away and just kind of yelling back. I never thought he was yelling at a ref until he just said it.
Yeah.
Do you at all fall in with this texter who said, I don't care who he's yelling at, I'm just glad he was yelling at somebody? Is that really cathartic to you? I'm not saying that in judgment. I'm genuinely asking because I'm not a person who's built that way. Is that cathartic to fans just seeing like, hey, you mad at something and that makes me feel
Well, you
better?
want to see the passion and the emotion.
Yeah.
Fans do not want to stand for this. And they kind of want to see their coaches not standing for it either.
Yeah, when your team is looking bad, you don't want to see your coach sitting there smiling.
Right.
And, they want to see a coach throw something. That's where anything. We've seen that about Joe Espada.
Yeah.
Hey, throw a cooler or something. You just standing there.
I'll put it this way. I think people would be better off, would be happier if he was yelling at Nick Caley than saying we're close. Let's put those two things side by side. And how do you feel about, hey, we're close versus I'm yelling at my offensive coordinator because it looks like bleep? I would lean toward the latter.
Yeah, because your close thing make it
that doesn't resonate.
It make it seem like DeMeco's in a sunken place.
Yeah,
well, DeMeco, he's part of the problem too.
Yeah.
He did. Nice get out reference. DeMeco did mention that when he was asked specifically, he said that the we're close, alluding to the fact that they were close in the fourth quarter and that they didn't finish plays that were available there to him.
What do you say? I'm just telling you the facts.
Hey, that kind of answered my question because I was wondering, was he talking about we're close as far as how we want the offense to be, or just close in the game?
And he specifically said not close as a team, that the games were close.
Yeah.
Now the only thing is, you're right. He did start talking about I was just stating facts, and no, you were using that supposed fact to kind of criticism, which I understand why you would, but we can't characterize it quite as that. We'll see if we can return to some of the things D'Amico Ryan said in his presser. You mentioned Joe Espada. I imagine some people might have found some catharsis if he had started getting up, yelling, kicking some dirt around, because the Astros fell pretty flat against the Seattle Mariners team that just looks better than them. A 3-game sweep, and the pitching on the mound for the Mariners was all fantastic compared to the pitching on the mound for the Astros, which did not stand up. The bats were swinging really well. Cal Raleigh with 57.
58 now?
58. I felt very sick because I looked at it and I was like, damn, I did wish for that, didn't I? I'm sorry. My bad, y'all. That's on me. I'll raise my hand. Was this the most problematic portion of it, seeing Jeremy Pena be ruled out for the Sunday night, try and get a little bit of something out of this game due to, what was that? Am I mixing up things?
I think
Did he also have an oblique?
Yeah, he was an oblique too. Yeah.
For a moment, I had to stop because I was like, wait, they said Sting got an oblique that he's dealing with. Is he also doing? Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Just obliques going around in Houston. Check your obliques because it's going around this time of year in the great city of Houston. No, he had an oblique. They said it was out of an abundance of caution, but it is an injury thing with the Houston Astros.
An abundance of caution, but also scratched late.
Yes.
Which is never a good sign, which means he tried to do something and either couldn't or aggravated it or whatever. That really wasn't, the most alarming thing for me. The most
it hurt my feelings quite a bit.
It did, but the most alarming thing to me was just going down so meekly. I mean, they didn't even put up a fight, man. Like, this was the biggest series of the year, and they were never.
Part really got me.
Mm-hmm.
After I seen that, I'm like, oh nah, it might be over with. Man.
Yeah, and now you have to start looking at the schedule, and now you have to start relying on others, and that's a problem. The Mariners are facing the Rockies at home.
I've heard they're all right.
Well, you've heard wrong.
Oh, okay.
You've heard wrong.
My bad.
The Mariners are all right?
It is 2016, right, or something like that?
Yeah. And then they have the Dodgers, which, Dodgers. Guardians are facing a really struggling Tigers team.
They might win the division.
They might win the division.
Yeah, the Cleveland Guardians. Actually, let me just set this up. You mentioned that the Tigers and Guardians are going to face off here. The Guardians are 1 game behind the Detroit Tigers there in the AL Central. The Guardians have won 9 out of their last 10, which they literally lost their last game. Mm-hmm. They had won the 9 prior. I think more, actually, in fact, leading up to that. The Tigers have won 1 out of their last 10. Like, you literally have the diametric opposites meeting up in this game, and the Cleveland Guardians are now one of the teams, or I guess the Detroit Tigers, depending on how that series goes, that the Astros have to be vying against, because it feels like and I say feels like, let's be honest, the wild card is out of your picture at this point.
You have to rely on others.
As the Mariners have effectively, I believe they actually have clinched postseason play. The Yankees have clinched postseason play, as the Blue Jays have clinched that division. That means there is 1 wild card spot available, and the Astros are now fighting for it as they're 3 games behind the Mariners for the AL West lead.
And the Guardians were out of it this month.
They were 15 and a half at the end of July.
Yeah, they were this month. They seem to be out of it, and they make that run. And then after they face the Tigers, presumably maybe even for that division, they face the Rangers, who now all of a sudden are 5 games back and pretty much out of it.
So when it comes to the Astros, they're done playing at home for the year, 46-35 at home. Get this, though, per Brian McTaggart, Astros had a negative 28 run differential at Dyken Park. Just the offense really problematic. And, of course, that's how they go down. They go down in a way swinging without really getting any runs at all on a weekend series where they absolutely needed them. They now head on the road for the final parts of their season, and they have to try and see if they can continue their season for an opportunity to play back in front of this Houston crowd. Because if they don't, the season will be over for Amber Valdez, off to somewhere else, I imagine. Your opponents starting tomorrow, a 3-game set against the Athletics, which I would like to be like, oh, well, this is an opportunity, but you got swept by the A's last time you saw them. And then the Los Angeles Angels at Anaheim is how you finish the season in Anaheim.
I mean, what do they have to go just to have a chance relying on others?
I think 4-2.
4-2, 5-1?
I think 4-2.
Yeah.
I mean, who do you want to lose, though, for you to have a chance? Because you kind of got to have some people to lose.
I guess the Guardians. Right?
I guess, because but you don't have the tiebreaker against them.
Well, you don't have the tiebreaker against the Mariners.
You don't have the tiebreaker against anybody. So, I say 4-2. You might need to go ahead and make sure you win 5 of these. If we're going to be entirely honest. Christian Javier is the man who will be on the bump tomorrow.
And then back-to-back TBD is pitching.
Yeah, this is real dicey. I know that there's people that were like, man, these Astros not making the playoffs. Well,
yeah.
Look at what we're looking at right now. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. By the way, if you want to talk about any Houston teams winning, shout out to the Houston Dynamo getting a victory.
There we go.
Over the weekend as they also try and contend for playoff positioning. So there was some victories that happened in the city of Houston. All right, coming up next, let's come back to the Texans. I want to react to a couple of things that D'Amico said, but I also just kind of want to look at this team in general. What's the best case scenario from here on in the season if you start 0-3? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
According to CJ. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Whoo, boy, that is the noise that keeps coming out of my mouth ever since about 3 o'clock, 3:25 rather, yesterday. That was the noise. Just every once in a while, I just.
Oh, you put a clock on it.
Yep. About 3:25, because I remember I was walking back to the apartment from these here studios after watching the game, and I looked at my phone. I saw that time. I was like, "Ooh, boy!"
Yeah.
And that's what's been coming out every time. But what's the best case scenario now looking forward for the Texans after they started the season 0-3, 713-572-4610? We just heard from D'Amico Ryans, and that's ultimately what's going to be. I know it's a reaction Monday. We're still kind of reacting to general things, but it's hard to not immediately think, well, 0-3, what does this mean? I've seen people on the YouTube page, I think it was Cam for sure, saying that, hey, man, go ahead and bench Will Anderson Jr., bench CJ, bench Nico, and just go ahead and run this thing out. And I'm like, we got 14 whole-ass games still to go in this season, and I'm not trying to do that to bang on Cam, but what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't think Cam's alone in that feeling of, like existential. And so immediately, and I like asking what's realistic in various different cases. What's a realistic expectation for what this team can do moving forward, especially now they're 3 games down in the division because the Colts have started off so well.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario for the Texans moving forward truly is as simple as not just, somehow in this close game figuring out a way to actually beat the Titans. I think the best case scenario is to actually get some validation on what you've been saying about chunk plays, about running the ball. Certainly with C.J. Stroud making an impressive performance, not just a win that you get by the skin of your teeth, and we're still probably talking about the same damn things. You know what I mean? If you still have mistakes, you still have if you duplicate what you've done the last 2 weeks, 3 in some cases, and get the win, I don't know how much better I'm going to feel.
Oh, I love this.
I think it's going to start with an actual, really good, crisp, sharp, convincing performance.
So for someone who constantly talks about like kind of process, I was last year, remember early on in the season, I was like, yeah, they're getting wins, but they don't look like they're doing things that portend to more winning in the future. And lo and behold, like those were the things. Y'all kept hitting me with that. All style points don't matter. I need a style points win next week, baby.
Yes.
Like and of course, it's not really about the style. It's can you look like a responsible adults? Can you look like a serious operation? Can you get that together? Because sooner rather than later, you need to do that. You mentioned this. Week 5, you were on the road against the Ravens. You might as well go ahead and put that one down as the L. On the road to the Seahawks, who, mind you, pretty damn good offense scoring-wise early. And that Mike McDaniel defense, what's my man's name? Because it's different. It's McDonald. There we go. Mike McDonald. I was like, it's not McDaniel because he's about to lose his job if he's not careful. Mike McDonald there in Seattle, he brings a mighty defense, and that's what they have. Those things together don't really bode well if you're looking like you are right now.
Yeah.
Right? The Niners, it's a good team starting to deal with some of those injuries, and you'll have them at home. I don't know, but then you get the Broncos and the Jags and the Titans, and then you get the Bills again. And look, if you get yourself together, you can maybe start really gearing up some wins on the backside of this, but you'd really be chasing your tail to possibly get maybe like a wild card type berth because only 2 out of the 6 teams that have gone from 0-3 to making the playoffs have done so by winning their division, and one of those was the 18 Texans by going 11-5 and winning 8 games in a row.
Yeah,
I'm not
9
seeing
games.
9 games. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I'm seeing 9 games in a row. So you're probably gonna be like a wild card, which wild card might be more tough right now in the AFC. I don't know, but you're probably gonna need a wild card type berth unless the Colts decide to come back to earth, which is possible at some point.
No, look, we can talk all we want and play the schedule game, and I have it right in front of me where, all right, maybe you're going to lose against the Ravens, but if you can split Seattle and San Francisco and then, somehow.
To get you to 2?
Yeah, and then somehow get to Denver, and then you have Jacksonville at home, revenge, then at Tennessee. We can play that game. Well, I think I see 5 wins. I think I see 4 wins. Play that all we want. None of that will matter if you even just eke out. There will still be doubt, not just here and not just among fans. I think there will still be doubt in that building. So you have to come out, and all this we're close stuff to me doesn't matter.
All right, so let's say that the Texans look, with minor improvements, look largely like the teams that we've seen. Just looking at the schedule, because you've got it in front of you, how many wins can you mark down right now?
With this team?
Yes.
I would mark down Tennessee.
Yeah, I think so.
I think.
I agree.
Jacksonville at home.
I agree.
At Tennessee.
I actually agree with that.
I would say Arizona and Vegas might be your first back-to-back. But Arizona's pretty good.
Back-to-back
Yeah,
what?
like Arizona, I'm still not entirely sure. But I can
say
see
back-to-back what?
I will allow you that. That's 5 of them that you found there. You're done?
That's it?
You believe in the Colts so heavily that you can't at least split those?
With this team, I'm done. With what we've seen so far, I'm done. Because you finished the year at L.A. Chargers, and versus the Colts at home. Might be out of it, to even – and the Colts might have a lot more to play with. Look, I understand. We are way cart ahead of the horse here. They could flip that switch, but that's kind of my point. You better flip that damn switch.
Right. I was thinking about it because D'Amico was talking about, the things that you need to do to be better. And typically for football teams, they view it in quarters. So 4-game stretches, they really do a self-scout. That is going to be a huge self-scout because the difference between week 4, obviously going to week 5, I don't know, you fix it. But then also getting that bye week, I need to see, I think you have the opportunity to see, but I need to see them come out as a much more much and honestly better operation at the very least by that juncture at week 6 when you're getting the Seahawks, but probably well before that you need to start moving towards that if you want to have any opportunity in making the playoffs.
And the other thing the way I look at it is right now this team, again, not what we think, we hope, fingers crossed, eyes crossed, toes crossed, they might be. What this team, from what we've seen, especially on the offensive side of the ball, how many of these games, now you play the game, how many of these remaining games are they going to be favored in?
Oh, favored is rough.
Titans, 7-point favorite.
Titans, absolutely.
How? I have no idea.
Well, the Titans have been bad.
But they've been worse.
And you're at home, Rich. Remember, that gets you probably about three points.
How many times have they scored a touchdown? They're a touchdown favorite. But I get it. Titans, your favorite.
I'm sorry, you're right. But the way that you said that really hit me in the stomach.
A touchdown?
Yeah.
Winning by a touchdown?
They're favored by touchdowns.
Playoffs. That's what he just said.
How many touchdowns have they scored?
I'm just trying to win a game.
Yes, we're just trying to score a touchdown. Baltimore, no. Seattle, no. San Francisco at home, I don't think so, no. Denver, no. Jacksonville Jaguars, probably. Your favorite in that game. At Titans, probably. Bills, no. Colts, no. Chiefs, no. Cardinals, no. Vegas Raiders, maybe. Chargers, no. Colts, no at home. You're only going to be favored like 3 games with this team that you're seeing.
Yeah, so it needs to be a lot better. This was D'Amico Ryans. I thought this was a very interesting question that was asked of the head coach just a little while ago in the press conference. Was asked, since we're seeing a lot of similar problems, does the experience that you had in the previous 2 years, it was basically the question, you or impact the way that you go about this year?
For me, right now with our team, like when you go through each team, like no matter what year it is, like each team has it's faced with its own adversity and different issues that arise. So for me as the head coach, it's a matter of, hey, different set of problems, different set of challenges, and I'm up for it. Like that's why I'm here. I don't compare year to year for me. I said this is a different year. 2023, completely different team. 2024, completely different team. We're here. We have different issues here in 2025. But we attack it the right way. We attack it with the right attitude, and we're gonna get the thing rolling in the right direction.
You know what's funny about that?
Please.
Like when a player, really improves from one year to the next, a lot of times you talk about that development and what he learned as a rookie or in the previous season. As a coach, you're not doing that, is what he just said. Every year is different. I don't know if I get it. It's a smart, in a way, it's a smart thing to say, let's just treat this as its own entity. But you also sort of want to build on what you established last year, not offensively because it's a new offense, but certainly with the personnel and certainly defensively. And I don't think they're building on that.
Yeah, it's funny because the answer is kind of an exercise in avoiding hubris, which is funny when you consider this team and the way that they handled some things in the offseason, particularly the offensive line. But I like the general approach coming to a season and saying this year is different, right, and that does not mean that the challenges are going to be the same. But now that a lot of the challenges are, I think that's the wrong approach. And the reason why is with anything, how do we learn? Based off of the experiences that we have. In fact, one of the things that I believe strongly in football is the power of like institutional knowledge. It's one of the reasons why, and maybe this is the wrong week to do this. You can look at the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're able to withstand a lot of different circumstances because they can dip back into their well of we've done this as a group, as a collective together for many years. And so if I run up against a play or I run up against a situation, I can draw back on my experience having seen this before, what did and did not work. Yes. If I know something that worked, I can pull that out of the bag and use it again. And if I know something that didn't work, I can immediately erase that from my possibilities of what I'm going to throw at the situation this time. And I think that like that is just generally how human beings and how, our knowledge works. And I don't really like that being dismissed in this case. Now, of course, how much is that actually how DeMeco operates? I don't know, because if we are really getting to a place where his answers in these pressers are fairly canned, fairly obscure, and I understand why you would do that in these circumstances, not really hitting them over the head for that. But if this is indeed the approach, at least in particular to, like, let's say jumping off sides or tackling or, communication issues on the back end, whatever the issues are that we've seen before, right? I don't think that that's going to help you if you're like, well, we're just going to view this isolated, because then you are opening yourself up to making the same mistakes and you don't have time. Like, you didn't have time to start the season already. The margins were thin. Your offensive line, the talent wasn't as good. You knew your defense was going to have to carry a lot in order for your offense to come along. But now that you're 0-3, you have no more time. You better be finding all the shortcuts you can, because the answers need to happen quickly, as we've established.
Yeah, and that's sort of, I get it, and hey, let's just not rest on our laurels, but you do have to dig back into the previous season, the previous 2 seasons, and find what worked and use that and try to build on it. And so part of it also is this defense has not been better, has not gotten better. And that's something that you would expect, whether it's Kalen Bullock or just anybody on the interior defensive front, the cornerbacks, all that. You would expect that you do have that, that information and the things you've done in the previous year to build on, and that's why it's a little bit strange that he's saying that.
Yeah. Look, there's so much that this team needs to get right on. One of those, in fact, being like offensive line. We haven't mentioned it to this point, but what did you make of Ariante Ursary? Amongst the many things that over a longer stretch of time we've seen a little regression. It is understandable to look at a rookie and expect hiccups. I don't know that I expected a game like that from Ariante at left tackle, considering what we saw through camp and honestly early on through the season.
Ariante Ursary to me is a symptom. He's not the problem. He's not the illness. He's not the ailment. He's a symptom of how bad this offensive line is. Let's think about this. He is a rookie tackle that you put at left tackle in the NFL right out of the chute. That's unfair to him. Now, maybe, certainly there have been players that have stepped in and been absolute monsters from day one. He's not that. So I think he's a symptom of all the other issues you have had at right tackle, drafting players, Blake Fisher. Why is he on this team other than his own ego and pride to not be wrong on him so soon? I mean, I just feel that in my bones. But I think, Ursary needed some help, especially on the last play, which was a game breaker.
Yeah, the interception.
An absolute game breaker. He's a problem in terms of X's and O's and getting beat and giving up pressures. But he shouldn't be in that position. He's a symptom of how bad the entire offensive line and the entire makeup of the offensive line is.
Yeah, and one of the things DeMeco talked about there was, they'll go and obviously they look at the tape every game and they'll determine on, whether they need to utilize their assets in various different places. It did feel like they were slow to maybe add a chip. I was sitting, like I mentioned, up here watching it with Sean and Clint, and Clint mentioned a number of times, oh, well, I bet Dalton Schultz going to get off this line without giving a chip. And it's not a Dalton Schultz thing. It's why is nobody coaching-wise saying, well, the way that number 41 has been getting after Ariante Ursary, we might need to get somebody to at least get a chip in there. And then you end up with this play on a 3rd and 1, mind you. I think it's something that I obscured for you a little bit, and I wonder if anybody else did. On a 3rd and 1, yes, I think I get the idea to want to take a shot because it's 3rd and 1, you're trying to get something, and it's a 4-down territory. So if it's 4th and 1, you can go again. But the Christian Kirk make it, deep post, and I mean, I think it's like a 20-yard stem. You're sitting there, you're waiting, and knowing Ariante Ursary getting beat by Josh Allen on the blind side of the quarterback, I just didn't like how long that took. And honestly, I think some of us with CJ was feel it. I know that you want to hold out for that play. You need to just check that down to Woody Marks, who is past the sticks, and live to continue to fight. Or do you just trust Ariante on the left side against Josh Hines Allen, who had been whooping his ass all game?
All day. And so I think we're both saying with different examples, the same thing, and that is this is systematic, and it is player acquisition. The system of the offense and the acquisition of players is reflected in the fact that Ursery has to be that guy, and he's not that guy yet.
Man, I hate where we are. Like, it's just, I think we all do.
This is a deep look. Let's be very clear here, people. Let's be very clear here, people. This is a deep-seated issue that the Texans have on offense,
and they got to try and find quick answers to deep-seated issues. Yeah. Like, what are the quick patchworks that you could do while you're trying to repair the deeper issues? And is that even possible? Is that even plausible? Is a question that now the Texans have. And they proved themselves incapable of fixing those answers over the entirety of the offseason. Now you have to try and fix it over a week or two to try and get your season on track. Otherwise, you're in a really, really bad place.
Yeah.
Cool. Now that I say it out loud, that sounds even better. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. So coming up next, why don't we just do some lunchtime confessions?
Despite another Texans loss,
Factor. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, y'all are going to make me do something that I just hate that I have to do. Hate it.
We gonna make you do it?
Ain't nobody making you do nothing.
No, y'all, the generic y'all.
Oh, yeah, the royal y'all.
The royal y'all.
Got you,
I'm going to sit here and defend Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. I'm going to sit here and defend Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson.
You got it, big dog.
I hate myself for this.
You really don't have to.
I hate me.
Nobody's making you do this. You're on the board.
I am. You saw the big to-do. Jordan Hudson was on the sideline in pregame and talking to Bill Belichick and snuggling and all that stuff.
That's right.
This happens every single week in football, in college football, in the NFL. Why are people
wives on the side?
Why is she on the side? Hell, I even saw, who was it? John Gruden. I've never seen that before in my life. Look on your own damn sideline during pregame. There are always wives and girlfriends, especially road teams.
Yeah.
In fact, when we went to the Jets game, was it
2 years ago?
Year before last.
Yeah.
Who was on the sideline when the Texans were out there warming up, starting their warm-ups? Wives and girlfriends and families.
Yeah.
This is, like, I get it, that we don't like Bill Belichick. We don't like, Jordan Hudson. We don't like the whole... Or not like is not. We make fun of it. We're snide about it.
Sure.
This is much ado about nothing. These people, these wives and girlfriends and families are always on the sideline, especially for the road team.
And was this before the game started?
Yes. And I'm like, why are people
now? If it was during the game,
losing their minds.
Now, if this was during the game, I would have been like, "Wait a minute." Yeah,
of course.
But this is like one of the little pregame things
that
they
kind
always
of meandering, and they weren't even like in full warm up.
It's like the sideline experience, guys.
You know how there's like an early warm up where guys are just kind of meandering, and a lot of special teams snaps and kicks and shing. They don't even have their uniform on. It's just like t-shirts and all. This was when she was on the field. And people are losing their minds over this.
Well, one, you did this by doing the thing where it's like, she's clearly still in charge of everything. She's running everything. It's the shadow government of Georgia. Yeah, you did.
I did?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
When did I do that?
A few times, in fact. 713-572-4610. Back me up. But also, you know what they're doing? They're lashing out. You want to know why? The UNC, the North Carolina Tar Heels, have won 2 games out of 4, both of those against teams who barely exist in the FBS. One of them doesn't exist in the FBS. And when they faced off against real FBS competition, they lost 48-14 to start the season against TCU. And then UCF, BTA, 34-9.
I get it.
This past week. They're like, hey, dog, you don't need to be doing nothing.
I get it.
Don't talk to nobody.
Stay in the press box.
Yourself.
Hell, stay at the tailgate.
You better look at a playbook.
But this to me, I was like, why are
you better be watching film up to and during the game?
The thing is, they're not good.
Yeah.
And so now
every little thing,
every tiny little thing.
Yes. And I was just like, why are people? And it's all over. And John Gruden said it. I guarantee you when they were on road trips, the families were on the field.
John Gruden getting a little look at me, Louie, ain't he?
He is, man. I've never seen that in my life. Yes, you have.
Brother, you was a head coach, man. You was a legendary head coach at one point.
Yeah, I hate that I have to defend her and him.
Again, you choose to. Like, it's fine if you choose to, but you recognize
just pile on them both, man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to be... No, I'm not going to do the saucy one.
Saucy yet?
Not yet, but I was deeply annoyed. Maybe not. I've been deeply annoyed that this thing has been so ignored, and I recognize it, and seemingly coaches and broadcasters don't. Which is that when the ball lands in the landing zone and it goes out the back of the end zone, you're not getting to the 35, big fella. You're going to the 20. And this has happened at least twice with the Texans this year. Like, how are these details falling through?
Yeah.
Like, Tremont Smith let one of those balls bounce and go out the back. I think it might have been, the one that really made me mad was Damian Pierce. Like, you've been returning kicks, dog. What's happening? Why are you letting that ball bounce through the end zone or taking a knee in the end zone once it bounced in the landing zone? You better run.
Yeah.
Because this is going to the 20. Like, and then Spiro Dides did this. Kevin Harlan has done it on the broadcast. I'm like, how does nobody know this? There's no way I'm the most knowledgeable.
Maybe you're wrong
on how this works. Buddy, one thing I'll tell you, there's no way and if I am, fire all y'all. All y'all getting fired in here. How?
I don't know, because I've thought the same thing. Like, it's pretty straightforward. We got the memo. Like, literally, I got a memo with all the rules, the changes, and what to expect and all that stuff.
So, like, of all the things that the Texans have done as well that have made us deeply, deeply frustrated, like, and with an offense like yours, you don't think those extra 15 yards or, like, whatever those extra yards are going to be useful on starting position? You just like, the 20's fine.
Yeah.
Well, you better run that football, and you better know what's happening. It feels like they did not know what's happening, which I hate to bring it to this man because he's delightful, and he seems to be at least the coach that has one of the things going for him. But Frank Ross, man, why don't your boys know?
Because they've been so good all along, but they have to know this. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I actually have a baseball confession, just a random ass confession when it comes to baseball. So Lopez's favorite team, the Dodgers, and his favorite player, Shohei Ohtani.
Those both check out.
Yeah. So I think I saw something where they was talking about using him in the bullpen, and it kind of made me think. I got to confess, I would love to see him be a closer.
Ohtani?
Yeah, I would love to see not only just be in the bullpen, throw an inning or two, but
dude, that would be pretty bad.
I would
love. Tell you it is.
I would just love to see somebody. Let's paint the picture. Let's say he hit the go ahead home run to get him the lead, and then he trot his ass out on that mound to close the game. That nobody never did that before,
ever.
Right?
The crazy part about that is, in order for him to like continue to hit and be in the pen, he would have to like play in the field as opposed to DH. And so I'm like, how would that work? You just out and outfield?
I thought you could replace somebody else. You could replace the DH. Yeah, I think you could pitch. Yeah, I think you could, because the Astros did that this year with somebody. I think if you pinch hit for the DH, then you can get another. Somebody help me out here if you know the rules, but I think that's the case. Yeah.
Either way, I know that there's some idea of playing the outfield. I'm just like, I want to make sure, how does he go and warm up, but then also get on the mound, and especially if he's having to play in the field.
Yeah.
Like where do we have time for that?
I want to see it, man. At this point, I'm MLB show. I just want to see it. I just want to see him hit a go ahead home run, and then just go in there to close the game out.
Yeah. And yet, okay, no, I'm not going to say that.
Wow. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And Lance McCullers won't go into the bullpen.
All right.
So there's that.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
All right. So I know this is petty, and I can be that occasionally. Still, I get that this is style or just supporting, the look or whatever. Still bothered me that C.J. Stroud wore a Yankees hat.
I knew you were doing that.
Still bothered me. I'm sorry. It's just the Yankees are not only one of the biggest rivals of the Astros, but still in the hunt. It's a team that you could face in the first round.
Actually, you were likely to face them if you make the playoffs.
Yes. Yeah. So we go from Mariners to Yankees. Mariners swept your ass. Yankees are the team that you could face in the first round if you're lucky. I know it's petty. Yeah. It still bugs me.
It actually didn't bother me. To me, this was confirmation that this brother don't know anything about baseball.
Maybe.
Because you go from Mariners hat, you are a Dodgers fan. You support the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And you go in there rocking the Yankees hat.
Yeah.
It showed me he don't give a damn about baseball. He probably don't even know the Dodgers and the Yankees played each other a couple years ago.
Or do you want to go conspiracy theory and this is his little subtle... I see what you guys are saying about me.
Oh, you want is this the parachute? Like, get me out of here? Is that what you're saying?
No, just like,
man.
Leave you, baby.
Hats for
I got another hat for you. I got another hat for you.
I can't wait till he bring out the Cam Newton hat. Like, let's just go on a grand tour of hats. You know what I mean? Like, let's just do all sorts. What kind of different hat? The bucket hat? Bring one of them out. You know what I mean?
Now, if he
a nice top hat here and there.
If he rock a Texas Rangers hat, then we like, bro, come on, man. That hat ain't that fly, man.
Yeah.
You could rock something else.
Outside of the Rangers, probably the two worst ones he could have worn, he's worn.
Seattle and Yankees.
I mean, yeah.
I can see that.
These are my confessions.
All right. Kind of ties in with that. I mean, look, I get it. A lot of people are. It's a reaction Monday, so we're definitely reacting. A lot of people are in that free fall where when you're falling, you're just grabbing and everything as you go down. I allowed myself to have a thought that if I had told myself I was having that thought like a week before, I'd have been like, "You're insane." Mm-hmm. I allowed myself to think, "What happens if they put Davis Mills in?"
Oh, no. Wow, that's the best confession yet.
Man.
That's the saucy one.
All right? Did anybody else do that? I'm sure there's people out there that have been calling for it.
Let me show you text from my son.
But yeah, I for
Davis
a moment.
Mills time.
And you know when it was? After that pretty awful interception that Jordan Lewis gets where he baits him on the high-low, right? I'm just like, CJ, you got to be able to get a better ball out there. To Christian Kirk Christian Kirk. Like you just got to be able to get a better ball out there and know, because even then, like I saw that Jordan Lewis, kind of peeled off his man. Still, if you're throwing that ball well, it should be well beyond that. Like, and it shouldn't be floated. You need to drive that decision on when to drive the ball and when to float the ball.
It's Davis Mills time.
And so my brain immediately went back to seeing him in training camp and like really connecting well with some of the receivers that CJ said he didn't have a lot of time throwing to, and I was like, what happens if it goes to Davis Mills? Now, I did stop that thought pretty quickly, but the idea that I could have that thought and then let it linger for a second was very uncomfortable for me. I did not like it at all.
That says a lot.
I did not like I went and took a shower afterwards.
You felt dirty?
I did. I did feel dirty. I didn't like the way it felt at all. All right, so there's some people that had the Mills thought. All right, so 281, I know you said you had the Mills thought. Were you already in that place, or did the thought just pop up and you were like, I can talk about this a little bit? 713 said they've been calling for Mills Mania. I was not talking to you, friend. I'm just going to be honest. I was not there. But I still love you nonetheless. I appreciate all of you getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, and the Mocam Injury Lawyers live streams. Keep doing that. And that number, mind you, is going to be important because coming up in this hour, we are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the Cougars face off against Texas Tech, which is looking like it's going to be one of, if not the biggest matchups in the Big 12 this season, October 4th. So you want to keep it locked here.
Sorry.
It's true. I'm being honest here.
I can't go back to that, man. I'm sorry.
You said I lived through that already.
Yeah, I know what it is, man. We need to suck it up. They gonna pay CJ, and he's here.
Again, I thought it was a safe space. I thought I could be honest. All right.
Stroud's gonna be rocking the Warriors jersey.
All right, coming up next, let's hope the CJ doesn't end up on this. Who are your winners and losers of the weekend? We'll do it on Sports.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the winners and losers. Very clear on the front end of this that losers are Houston sports fans. Like 100%. That weekend was
a rough one.
Brutal. Yeah. I mean, like, legitimately, you asked me when I came in, when we were getting ready to start or when we came in this morning, you were like, how was the weekend? I was like, And I had to think about it, and I thought about it. I went and I had fun this weekend. Like, Houston Jazz Fest was in town. Like, I was listening to one of my favorite jazz albums performed live, and the thing that made it feel all terrible is that in the midst of it, at Miller Outdoor Theater, I'm looking at my phone and watching Jake Myers run through and trying to score.
God, we would do like 5 segments on that in any other context.
Dude, he was running around those bases with his arms up.
He's like, I did it, baby.
And then turned around.
We about to win this game.
What you mean I'm out?
We've mentioned it twice, and otherwise we'd be like, what the hell? That would be everything. I rode the elevator up with Andy, the legendary.
Oh, I can't imagine what Andy talked to you about.
I'm standing there. He comes in behind me. I said, so how was your weekend? And he looked down on the ground like his dog died, and he said, just bad. And I thought it was something besides just Houston sports. And he goes, And I went, oh, okay, it is Astros. like somebody kicked his dog.
Well, I mean, if his dog was named Jason Alexander, like that one hurt as well, because we were starting to put our trust in, all right, well, we know we can get stuff from Jason Alexander. And the Mariners said, are you sure?
Yeah. 7.
Sheesh.
7.
I did appreciate it because I was like, oh, I can just not pay attention to this anymore. Someone did ask, though. I still had the game on. I just didn't have it on audio. Mm-hmm. Someone asked that Carlos Correa was still keying with the broadcasters doing the mic'd up segment. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's Sunday Night Baseball.
Well, you have to.
They make that. They already ask and get you signed up for that well before. I think
I think the broadcasters kind of knew it too.
Yeah.
And so I think they made it clear, like, hey, we get it, but appreciate you still hopping on with us.
How about the broadcasters hitting those El Tiempo margaritas?
Yeah, see, that's a winner. Shout out to Orbit. Orbit was like, hey, sorry we didn't give you a good game. How about we get you slizzied up here, baby?
That's the thing.
And some food. He brought some food up.
It's one thing.
That place look good.
Oh, yeah. But it's one thing you get a margarita. They were probably thinking, all right, margarita, no big deal. I'll take a couple of sips. You get one of those, light you up, man. It'll light you up.
Well, I mean, you could drink on the air.
I'm just saying that they're really strong.
They are.
Yeah.
I still remember the time that I think it was Show's birthday last year, where he was like, man, I could really do with some margaritas. And I was like, you know what? I can handle that. El Tiempo. Yeah. Buddy, we was drinking up here, friends. We were having a good time. So, shout out to the ESPN Sunday Night Baseball broadcasters, because they got a treat from Orbit and them. Unfortunately, Houston sports fans didn't get a treat. I saw a lot of people going like, oh, man, Rockets, come through and save us. And we're literally a month away from the start of their season, where they will be starting on the road in Oklahoma City on ring night. The only thing that I thought of was, hey, if you're worried about not showing up with enough offense, Houston Rockets, you remember what the season looked like last year. I know KD's coming to town, but you might want to be a little too many hopes on offense early on just yet. I think that is something that would be fair to think about right now. Mm-hmm. All right, how about this as another loser? The Atlanta Falcons. First and foremost, they got dog walked by the Carolina Panthers. 30 points by the Panthers?
Was that Desmond Ridder playing for the Falcons?
Still Michael Penix Jr. But outside of that, it's not just them losing. The particular thing why I view them as losers here, after having kicking tryouts, they signed Parker Romo, who made a couple of field goals last week. They then waived Younghoe Koo, who has been a longtime kicker for them. Parker Romo went 0-2 from kicking field goals this week. And you want to know why I think this is funny? I was like, man, I like Younghoe Koo. I wonder, but I guess maybe he just looked bad end of last year, because he'd only missed 2 field goals in the first week of the season before they started getting out here and trying to find a new one. You want to know what Younghoe Koo kicks? Like what his field goal percentage is as a career?
What's that?
It's like 83.6, which is good for 15th all time.
Yeah, no, he's high on fantasy football list. I'm sure a lot of owners were disappointed. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise there.
They cut the 15th best field goal kicker by percentage all time in the NFL. After 1 week of missing 2 kicks, signed somebody else and he missed 2 kicks in the second week he was there. That is Atlanta sports to a T.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
I was shocked they cut him like that, man.
I was too, to be honest, yeah.
They cut him with the quickness. So, yeah, they deserve to be losers on this weekend. From the 713, they said Texas Tech freshman backup quarterback in Hutto High School, Great Wilhelm, and is definitely a winner. Yeah, man. Ocho, you're right. He was out there cutting up for a Texas Tech team that put it on game of Big 12 importance.
What about Dabo?
Yeah,
Dabo was a loser.
Dabo's definitely a loser, man. He was grandstanding about how Dabo likes doing. Well, it's like, well, if y'all get tired of winning, y'all, I guess y'all can fire me. I'll go coach somewhere else.
Update.
They lost. They got Fran Brown. Fran Brown, you will hear about Fran Brown tomorrow in college football on Tuesday. I love Fran Brown. I know that we've done the thing where he, had his players running sprints after a win.
Yeah.
Fran Brown was talking crazy, and he backed all of that up against Dabo Swinney. I think he was like, if we played in hoops, I'd give him 35, 40 points. You want to know how many points Syracuse Orange put on the Clemson Tigers?
What's that?
35 points in football. So he was like, I'll give it to you in football and basketball, Dabo. So shout out to Fran Brown, who is a winner, is the side of this I'll take. How about another winner? If you are a Glizzy Goblin, you are a winner, especially if you live in the city of Chicago. So the Wiener Circle, I said that right, is a hot dog stand in the Lincoln Park neighborhood of Chicago. They tweeted this over the weekend. If Caleb throws 4 touchdowns on Sunday, we will give away free hot dogs on Tuesday.
Uh-oh.
Do you happen to know what happened in Bears-Cowboys?
Yes, I do.
Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdowns, which includes, did you see one of the most disrespectful flea flickers that has ever had? At least it's one of the most disrespectful I've seen in my life. So they run the flea flicker. The toss back to Caleb Williams.
Lob.
It went like
it was an alley-oop.
10 feet in the air.
Yeah, it was an alley-oop.
And still, the Cowboys couldn't get pressure. Caleb Williams rears back, throws it, and Roma Dunze is in still. I'm talking about the slowest developing flea flicker. You should have been able to see it, recognize it, and get back there. Nope.
They couldn't get pressure, huh?
Couldn't get pressure.
Wonder why.
Michael Parsons is not with them anymore.
That is a lot of hot dogs.
Yeah, it is.
Chicago will take you up on that.
That's right.
They will take you up on that offer.
By the way, Roma Dunze, 4 receiving touchdowns in 2025, which is tied for the most for a Bears player through the first 3 games of the season.
That's a lot of touchdowns. How many Texans have now?
What is that?
3?
3, I think?
Yeah.
4 times in the red zone?
Yeah.
No scores when they get into the red zone?
Yeah, that.
Cool. Somebody said the Texans catfish me. All right, I think you're a loser there. Fair enough. Somebody said pump the brakes on Tech. They're only beating one quality team, which is Utah. They look real good, but
counts.
One of the things I will say, I hear what you're saying there, but in college football in particular, sometimes what you do to show you're good is just massacre the teams that are there to be massacred, and they have done that. So I will give them that credit. But October 4th, that's when we get to see them against a good defense. What defense, you might ask? The University of Houston Cougars. Real quick before I do that, because I see you there, I do want to say this. One more loser is food poisoning. Did you see this? Rams linebacker Nick Hampton was ruled out of his game versus the Eagles because of an apparent cheesesteak mishap. So apparently he had gotten a Philly cheesesteak, got ill from it, and missed the whole football game behind that.
Jeez.
Did they say where? Like where the
Oh, that's a good question.
That would be the
Was
question.
it Pat's or Geno's?
Yeah, that's the question.
That is a question, because I feel like you come in as an outside linebacker for the other team. Now, I don't know if he's from Philly, but I imagine they don't eat there.
Yeah.
But if you're a tourist, those are definitely the places that you're going to.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I didn't see specifically where. However, he did say he put a picture up of him laying in a hospital bed on his Instagram, saying, last time I eat one of those nasty bleep Philly cheesesteaks. So he said he'd rather eat dirt than eat that. So I have a feeling that he will not be going. No endorsements whatsoever.
I hope he don't play for Philly anytime soon.
Oh, that's right. What is
you got to stand on business. If you come to Philly, be like, hey, man, they put me in a hospital behind this. I ain't none of y'all junk no more.
This is why I'm calling it trash, because they put me in the hospital.
Like, you got a good reason for that, man. I can't even be mad at you. Like, if somebody's like, well, I don't eat at Chipotle no more because I went to the hospital, I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
You did it. Fair. I got you. You know what's also fair? Being call number 6 right now, 713-572-4610. You will see what I'm feeling like might be one of the best games in the Big 12 season, which is when the Texas Tech Red Raiders come to town to face off against the University of Houston Cougars. This 4-pack of tickets is courtesy of the University of Houston, and you can win these right now by calling 713-572-4610 and being caller number 6. We appreciate you rocking with us, and I mean, I love the University of Houston for actually giving us winning football for the time being. right now in the great city of Houston. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around and talk more about this Houston, Texas team, because one of the things that we haven't talked about is Derek Stingley and that injury. Like, you concerned? You worried? We'll talk about it next.
After another late loss, Coach
Selection may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attatua.
Yeah, still Reaction Monday, still reacting to the Texans' loss in Jacksonville 17-10 versus the Jags. Your Texans 0-3. One of 6 teams that have gone 0-3 to this point. In fact, do you know who these teams are?
Tennessee Titans.
That is correct.
I would say New Orleans Saints.
That is correct. You have 2.
I'm not looking.
I just saw standings.
No, I called it up to verify later, to look later. But I would say, okay, Titans, Saints.
Correct.
Texans.
Yes.
Dolphins.
Oh, of course, Dolphins.
Correct.
Who are the other 2, Figgy? Off the top of your head. I know it's probably an obvious one that we're missing here. Oh, no, not Falcons, is it? No. Who is it?
Texans. They're both. Well, he's got those. They're both in the same metropolitan area. In fact, they play in the same stadium.
That would be Jets
Cowboys.
and Giants.
There you go, Jets and Giants.
Yeah. Jets and Giants.
So I felt bad for the Jets yesterday.
Did you?
I did.
They wasted that good old that good old showcase of dancing that Aaron Glenn was doing on the side.
Big. And then actually I can bring up, I don't want to put this on you, a tweet that I just saw. Which is not us saying.
Oh yeah, no, I'll actually go on this one. Yeah, I'll go with this.
This is not us saying this, but they were talking about Cam Scatterbo, who's on the winless Giants. Somebody tweeted, I've never heard this term before. Tell me if you have. So there's 2 types of white running backs in the NFL: the cerebral thinkers like Christian McCaffrey, and the crayon eaters like Cam Scatterbo.
He's such a meathead. Like I saw after last
crayon
week.
Eaters.
I don't think this was this week. I think it was after last week. Brian Daboll is in like media, and Scatterboo's like walking by making noise. Like this is. I mean, I don't even think you do this in college or anything, but I'm just like, come on, dog. But that's who he is. He's like Daboll is clearly, mind you, 2 weeks into the season. He's like, yeah, that's Cam. Like, just like, what am I supposed to do about this?
When did they draft him? Like, what round?
What
did he
round
fall
was
in?
he?
Was he like a 4th?
I think he was a 4th, to be honest. But boy, he doesn't care.
What are you doing right now? Hold on.
No,
what's happening in your brain right now, Fig?
No, I was thinking because everybody always talk about, oh, you could get a running back in the 4th round and all this other stuff. And I'm just thinking like, damn, I felt like we never
4th
get a
round,
running
105 overall.
Hey, I remember things.
I feel like we never get one of those running backs you could just find in the 4th round.
Crayon eater. I love that. I'm going to steal that. But the thing is, he's one of those guys, and when we know what they're trying to reference here, just a guy that does football. You know, I do football. That guy. And
you're saying he's kind of a Gronkowski? Is that what we're doing here?
Gronk do football. One of those guys that knows what the risk is, acknowledges the risk, and doesn't care. Like, yeah, I'm gonna lead. Doesn't care.
He does run hard. I can say that after watching Sunday Night Football. He does indeed run hard. All right. Do you have concerns about Derek Stingley? I want to ask this. I mean, because I think also defense in general is something that we can talk about. Because I do wonder if there is a larger conversation that needs to be had. And I feel dirty even saying this because, again, I don't think this defense has been bad. They clearly have not been like elite or great in the way that you want them to be, even though they've only allowed 17 points per game, which is good for 5th best in the league, while you still have 3 losses. But the margins are so slim for them because of the ways that the offseason has gone. And we'll talk more about that as the week goes. But it feels like there's still some things that make me that give me some question with this defense. Like, this is supposed to be a turnover defense. It needs to be a turnover defense to reach the heights that it reached last year and maybe even find new ones. You've had two turnovers to this point. One is an Aziz, hat on ball fumble, forced fumble, and the other one is that interception that you see from Jalen Petrie yesterday, which I want to give him his credit. He baited Trevor Lawrence. That's an awful pass by Trevor Lawrence. Like CJ and Trevor Lawrence was doing the Spider-Man meme yesterday when it came to interceptions, and so I do wonder, like, do you have any concerns about their ability to get interceptions? Because it feels like that is less available here than it seems like it should be.
I think everybody should at least, maybe not concerned, but just note that, and we've said it since the preseason, just because they had a lot of turnovers last year doesn't mean a damn thing this year. It's just the way it goes. Of all the things that are almost impossible to expect in general, is 1 year a team is just going to get a lot of turnovers, and the very next year they just might not.
So you don't know.
They just might not.
So you're not in the place where maybe this is just a slow start. You're leaning to the idea that turnovers aren't sticky, which I mean that is a popular thought in the world of like sports, especially when it comes to like statistics and stuff. That's where you lean, is that maybe this is just not sticky and we might have a less turnover season.
It just might be one of those years. But I also feel, a lot of times in the real world, people say under promise, over deliver, right? We've all heard that. I think they've over promised and under delivered. They're good, but this isn't what we expected them to deliver just in general on defense, and in particular in the secondary. I mean, Kalen Bullock, what a leap he's going to take. Hadn't done it. Kamari Lassiter, that guy might be, two bookend, all Pro Bowl type cornerbacks. Hadn't done it. Jalen Petrie is getting exposed a lot more. He had the pick, but he's getting exposed a lot more when we thought, okay, that's going to be, he's getting better and all that. And it still might happen, but they have under-delivered. There's no question.
Yeah, and I feel bad about this because this has still been a pretty good defense, but particularly when it came to takeaways, like I felt like that was the superpower of this defense last year, and that's probably what it still needs to be, in addition to pass rush. Oh, boy, let me not forget, Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., their ability to get after quarterbacks, which also has been mitigated a little bit with teams still getting those pressures, but at least getting the football out or escaping in ways so that those sacks aren't piling up in the biggest way necessarily. But take a 26 for this team in the NFL. It feels like that needs to be higher. And again,
it needs to be a lot higher.
Through no fault of the defense's own, or maybe minimal fault to the defense's own, because part of that is the offense not really capitalizing, not protecting the football nearly as well as they need to. But I'm just looking at them like, damn, there might need to be some conversation. And it's not just the takeaways. It's also, and maybe more so, the leaky yards. We talked about the tackles. I was flabbergasted when, after a pretty solid first half, you came out from the second half and you just had missed tackle after missed tackle after missed tackle after a week where this was clearly a huge point of emphasis.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that all ties together at some point. If you're just not if you're not on the field very long, your defense is going to either be getting turnovers or just shutting down the opponent. Well, the fact that the opponent can stay on the field because of your missed tackles, that makes your defense more tired, more susceptible, gives up more points, the whole 9 yards. So, no, I think this defense is good. I haven't changed my mind on that. This is a good defense. Look at the scoreboard. Shout out to DeMeco Ryans. They've been close. They've held teams under 19 points. But that doesn't mean they're a great, dominant defense. And I think part of DeMeco's frustration is he was assuming turnovers. He was assuming a lot of sacks. He was assuming better tackling, and those three things just haven't happened.
And it feels like,
I mean, the pressures have been there, but
right. And it seems like with some of those things happening less, and fair, they're on the field a lot more. I see Sally mention
that's kind of what I'm saying.
They're on the field
they're
too
on the
much,
field a lot more,
but not even just through tackles. Through, I mean, you had, I think you had a couple of them, but a 3 and out that absolutely drove me insane by the offense. I think in the third quarter, that then brings the defense back out here again, and they're having to try and get out here and make more stops because the offense isn't carrying their weight. But we knew that some of that coming in. Obviously, you didn't expect to have 3 and outs that way. But I think on top of that, the leaky yards kind of show up. And because you're not getting as many turnovers and some of those other things, I think teams are showing that they're not as afraid of this defense in certain ways. That's a little concerning. Like, there was a play in which you see a motion come across from the right side to the left side. They end up, bumping coverage, and then you end up with Christian Harris in coverage on the slot guy on the left side. And then, boom, here's a route run where Christian Harris, it's a wheel route, and Christian Harris is beat. It's just a bad ball by Trevor Lawrence, and I'm like, oof.
Yeah.
Teams are, and we see that, obviously happen with Toa early on. We see it with Petrie where they get these matchups, but it's happening with Christian Harris that we believe to be one of the better guys, or guys better situated to cover. And I go, our team's going to be able to pick apart this defense more, especially without some of the explosive defensive things that they can do without as many sacks, and then obviously without getting really turnovers. Is this going to be a place where now you see them move down the field, be able to pick their spots, hit these soft spots in the zone that I feel like are just available for 5 to 7 yards every play? And does that then put you in a really bad place?
And some of that is he's still a linebacker. Christian Harris is probably the better of those 3 choices you made in terms of coverage, but he's still a linebacker. And maybe part of it also is you're keeping 3 linebackers out on the field a lot. The matchups, the offensive coordinators tend to be very, very good. Present company excluded. They tend to exploit these things, and they see the matchups and the Petries and all that. And the Toa, he hadn't had a good year. I mean, just hasn't.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, and that's something that you were counting on, and maybe D'Amico was counting on as well.
Yeah, I need to actually check what the snap count was for him and see how that shifted a little bit, and if it did. I mean, he's still going to be on the field as of this moment because they still seem to believe him. But I mean, he had 62 snaps himself defensively, which was like 90% of the snaps basically, compared to like a EJ Speed who had 9 snaps, Christian Harris who had 8 snaps. So I would be interested to see if and when they be willing to maybe even those out a little bit and get some guys on the field a little bit more, especially considering I think you feel good about Christian Harris if he's not hurt, which he's not right now, right? So I'm surprised that they have not utilized that more, but we'll see how that goes. The other thing that I think about is the secondary. You've had some opportunities for big plays, and that's another thing that carries over as an issue that was there last year that's not that I guess has kind of carried over a little bit. Like you had the Brian Thomas Jr. big play because Kalen Bullock is weirdly at like linebacker depth as the only man who's not in man coverage, who's like kind of the free guy, and you sent 7 blitzers. This was actually D'Amico Ryans. He was asked, and you got this figure, this is 8 here. D'Amico Ryans asked about like the communication on the back end for this defense.
Wait, hold on. I had 6 ready.
My bad.
Well, and obviously on the bad phone.
Sorry, no, it is 6. It is 6. Sorry, that's right. How are you feeling about the communication on the defense on the back end?
Yeah, when you see a big play that happens on our defense, somewhere along the lines, there's a busting communication, and it hasn't been as crisp as it needs to be. So we have to play better on the defensive side. We got to communicate better, and we got to execute the defense better. And so, it's not been great. We see that. We have to make some adjustments there to make sure we get it corrected.
Look, man, there are some things that you can talk about with this defense that are still going to be there with the pressures on the edge, with some of the big hitting. You mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a good game and all that.
I thought he did.
I did too. But when it comes down to the main things that you need to do, get the turnovers, cover the guys, win the matchups that they're trying to pick on, you're not doing that. I mean, they're picking on Petrie. And I just, had a buddy, text me, which I think is very, very valid. On the other side of the ball, you're talking about, some of the explosive plays, which I mentioned earlier. If Nico doesn't get that busted coverage and score on that big run, what are we talking about today? Because I think it completely changes. As bad as it is, we'd be talking about a team that was not in that close game, did not have that chance to win, and all of a sudden, who knows where we are. But it's bad as it is.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That was just flat out stupid busted coverage that got Nico that ball.
There was a little double move in there early that he bit real hard on that. But
I think he was convinced he was going to bite.
Well, yes, but I think also that bite happens in part, and I think that's as we were watching the game together. I think part of the reason why that double move works so well on Nico Collins on the left side is teams have been sitting on underneath stuff for you.
That's what I'm saying. He was predetermined. I'm going to, and why not with this offense? This offense is so uncreative, so too safe, too predictable. D'Amico got a question about the route tree and all this stuff. To me, it's just the routes in general are just not. I mean, they're just like straightforward and try to go somewhere.
Yeah, so many things have.
All they do it's like almost like when you're playing backyard football or street football. Like you go straight that way, you go that way, and you go straight that way and cut inside. Like that doesn't fool any NFL defenses.
Yeah, so many of them have like really deep stems, like vertical stems, but then also like very deep, like
but no
10,
picks,
15.
No nothing. No crossers, no, nothing. It's just like Nick Caley is running a street football game, all-time quarterback.
Yeah, that needs. I'm looking forward to hopefully an opportunity at self scout, a stronger self scout, the ways that teams typically do at these big big moments or big markers in the season because it's necessary. That offense is rudimentary at this point. That's
the
clear.
word I was looking for.
100%. Can I bring you back to this defense though? Because what D'Amico said about the communication, the back end not being there surprised me. Can I be honest? Because I feel like defense is where communication works really well. There's not a lot of changeover in personnel. We believe strongly in Azeez as the green dot, and in that secondary, you have some some real play, but I do wonder why they are having these miscommunications at this point early on in the season when it feels like this is a defense that should be really well joined together.
Remember what week before last, it was the eyes, not the vision being off, looking at the wrong things. This week, it's the communication. At some point, they're going to stop talking about the players, man, and they're going to start talking about the coaches because we're bearing in on that point.
And I always feel bad talking about the defense because there are these things there.
They're good,
but they're still doing. I mean, they hold to 17 points in that last 7. Although it may have come at some point, they let the last 7 happen, right? So ultimately, they were holding to 3 with some help from the Jaguars dropping all these passes.
Yeah,
but you can't get more than 10 on the other side. Like that ultimately still ends up being a big issue. But all of the things are up for reflection when you're 0-3.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I feel really bad right now. So you know what I think can cheer me up? And I might be doing the Texans offense thing where I make everybody sad and I'm like, here, defense, get us right. We turn to the defense of the In the Loop show. Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so in honor of everybody with their wild takes and all that stuff about the Texans, what are some fancy ways to tell somebody they're dumb?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I actually got a top 10 list a different day.
My answer is crayon eater.
All right, let's call people dumb next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Lions head to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Starting 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. Sports Radio 610.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad,
Houston kids who'll be getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's the X cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Reaction Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Been a lot of reaction on the text line and the YouTube chat and all that good stuff. And I've been seeing a lot of reactions on social media. And I think the great thing about watching the game in real time and looking at the real reactions, you've seen a lot of stuff. I just see fired D'Amico.
Yeah.
I heard Kaylee shouldn't even get on a plane after this game.
Oh, they wanted to give Neola Lane Kiffin treatment?
Yeah, Gerard Johnson need to be calling plays next week. I seen it all, man.
Not next week.
What are you doing right now?
Yeah. You want to tell us something, man? So I've been hearing a lot of that, and some of it is, I ain't gonna lie, some of it is silly. I seen you got to bench Stroud and put in Mills.
I said that in confidence.
Yeah, so a lot of it, I'm like, all right, y'all, we could pump the brakes a little bit. I understand everybody kind of in the moment, but what are some funny ways to tell somebody they're dumb, or some fancy ways to tell somebody they're dumb? 713-572-4610. I actually have a list of 10.
Oh, okay.
Why did it not connect to me that this is what you were doing? Is that you basically telling them folks that they dumb for saying that?
No, I'm not saying anything.
I didn't say that.
So I want to see how many of these y'all say within the show.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the first one. It's clear you speak from the heart.
Ooh.
Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Because I would not have ultimately just automatically assumed that was calling somebody dumb.
Right now, give me a crazy Texans take right now.
Davis Mills needs to be starting quarterback according to Reggie Atatula.
Well, it's clear you speak from the heart.
I feel like we just starting a sentence. You got to put something on the backside of that. Like, I know you believe that is basically what we're just saying. However,
yes. ...
Mm-hmm. What about this one? I admire your confidence and the lack of knowledge.
Well, that's not subtle.
Oh yeah, see that one. You know what my favorite is, and I doubt it's on here. I don't even think I've really run this out here on these airwaves, but it's your God-given right as an American to be wrong.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Which it is.
It is your right as an American to be as wrong as you want to.
It's your opinion, bro.
So you got it, brother.
What about this one? I don't want to fatigue your mind with particulars.
Yeah,
I like that one. Yeah,
I bet you do.
Yeah. I don't want to bore you with the particulars, but you're dumb.
Bore you with the particulars feels a little bit nicer for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't mind that one.
What about this one? You certainly have a gift for
simplicity?
Yes.
You certainly have the gift of simplicity. That's not even hiding it, is it?
Yeah, I don't think very many of these feel like hiding it.
Yeah.
But do you feel like it's a nice way to say it?
No, it's not nice. Because you're not even trying to...
All right, what about this one? You have a unique way of looking at things.
That's a nice way to do it.
Yeah, that is a nice way to do it. I think we've hit.
So give me
here.
another crazy take right now with the Texans.
Well, I'll give you the one that I kind of hinted at earlier in jest, kind of. The Texans are kind of in the same neighborhood as they were with Jack Easterby right now.
Well, you have a unique way of looking at things.
That is unique.
Yeah, that definitely is unique. Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, some good ones starting to come in on the text line here from the 713. I wonder who ties your shoes in the morning.
Ooh, well, that's not subtle either.
Oh, man. Yeah.
That's not subtle.
What about this one? I haven't considered that angle.
Are you quoting Reggie?
I was about to say, that sounds like something Reggie would say.
I'm mad because that does sound like that. But sometimes I genuinely had not considered that. And other times, I'm just trying to make this through.
Lopez, he was calling you dumb, man.
Of course he was.
Calling you stupid.
Of course he was.
You bring a fresh perspective.
I don't mind this one, because if I'm the person that you're saying that to, I'm like, hey, I'm fresh.
What about this one? I think, Lopez, you use this one a lot. That's a bold statement.
That's a bold statement, Cotton. That's a bold statement right there.
That's a bold statement, cowboy.
Yeah, cowboy.
I do love, as a Nigerian, we're born with PhDs in insults, and one of the best insults I saw from a Nigerian ever was as follows: common sense has been chasing you your whole life, but you're faster. Just
that's something,
beautiful.
That's something I probably would have woke up 3 a.m. like, wait a minute.
Wait, what?
He just tried to play me.
I think that was an insult.
Hold on, man.
It sounds like some kind of proverb, like common sense has been chasing
Yeah,
you.
the next day, hey, I remember what you said to me yesterday, sucker.
Which doesn't help your case at all, right? You're like, well, I figured that out after a few hours.
Yeah, well, I caught the common sense. Damn it.
Give him a call in the middle of the night.
I slowed down and the common sense caught up.
Yeah, I caught up to it.
I caught up to it.
What about this one? You certainly have a way with words.
Well, I would just say, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so, yeah, salute to everybody with the crazy taste. Keep them coming in.
How those crayons tasting? That's what I would say.
I did see someone said that they think they don't agree with somebody that uses pronounces crayons like that, and I'm like, I feel like everybody just has the different
pronunciation.
Yeah, it's just a lot of different ways of saying it.
To me, it's crayon.
Crayons.
Yeah.
We're just talking about dialects now. We're just getting into various people's dialects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's get into a little bit of crazy sounds from the weekend.
Oh.
And we brought this up, I want to say, probably around 12:40-ish. Old Dabo Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
He was up at the podium. And right now, I want to say his team is 1-3.
That is correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong. They started off a top 10 team.
That is also correct.
It was ranked like 8th, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
But currently, they're 1-3. And here is his press conference. I want to say this was after the loss.
This was the week of this past week before Saturday's game.
Yeah. Okay. Before. Okay. So here's him addressing the media. He has some things to get off his chest.
What's so bad about our program? What's so bad about it? Like, what's so bad about the worst season that we've had 14 years? How many programs in a college football would sign up for one, and only once, 14 years of 9 wins? How many programs would sign up for that? And the playoffs, we all talk about, we've been 7 times in 10 years. Who can say that? If we stink because we haven't played for the national championship since January of 20, well, I guess we stink. Or we haven't won it since January of 19. We haven't won the national championship. Well, then I guess we stink. But why are we held to a different standard from all these other teams out there who ain't ever won nothing? If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way, because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good?
I'm just asking.
I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice.
Question talker.
That's
Question talker.
Yeah.
That reminds me of Bill O'Brien when he said,
I don't know.
4 to 5.
Yeah.
You know,
Is that good? I don't know. Somebody help me out.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that was last week.
Mm-hmm.
Since that time, the Clemson Tigers took I was going to quite call it that, at home, mind you, to Syracuse. That is, again,
it was in control the whole way.
This is Syracuse, not the Syracuse of the 80s or the 70s or something like that, right? This is Syracuse.
Modern day Syracuse.
Now.
Yeah, and not to mention, like I said earlier, they were a top 10 team to start the season.
That last part is what got him. That's what everybody's just pouncing on. Like, I don't know. Is that good? I don't know.
No, there's that, but there's like, I guess if they don't want to win no more, which I do appreciate that. Yes, he's not wrong in this regard. They have been very, very good under his tenure, but also, who said we got to win, and why are we judged on a different standard? You!
Yeah, he did.
You have set the expectation that you guys are going to be championship type contenders, and outside of a very relatively short window, of actually winning it, right after did they win with Kelly Bryant? I can't remember. Right after that, you get like Trevor Lawrence, or actually Deshaun Watson is in there as well. Right in that window, you're good. Outside of that, we're like, hey, buddy, you out here rolling out DJ Uiagalelei, and then Cade Klubnik, who is highly regarded, has looked performing, and you had typically been very good at hiring coordinators, and that seems like it might be slowing down. Like, hey, man, these are questions that people are going to ask. These are questions.
All right, as I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So you guys are. I had like a couple people hit me up about their survivor pool.
And
buddy.
How? Sorry for everybody who was doing that.
It's a couple people picked Green Bay, man, and I thought that was a lock. I thought Green Bay.
I'm already. I was out.
You was out week one.
Week one.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the case? I didn't know that.
Week one.
I had a couple people hit me up, said, "Man, Green Bay bleep me, man. I can't believe they lost that game." You guys curious to see or listen to how they actually lost the game?
Oh, yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so this is not a typo. This is completely real of the Cleveland Browns shocking the Green Bay Packers. I want to say it was like a couple seconds left in the game.
Daniel Whelan the hold. The kick is blocked. It is blocked. The Browns get the swat and turn the Packers away. Good snap. Good hold. The kick is on the way. The kick is good. The kick is good. And Andre Schmidt from 55.
Go tell it on the mountains. Over the hills and everywhere, yes, go tell it on the mountains. The Cleveland Browns have won.
Just once.
Hallelujah, man.
What?
Just once. I do love that they had some choir somewhere. Like we need to put this together for the time that it happens. It will.
When it does happen, and it will.
No, that was a hallelujah moment. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some of the crazy sounds of the weekend, and I'm gonna get you guys out of here as I continue the mixtape in the Luke Sports. I saw this. I wasn't sure what to think of it. I kind of got mixed emotions about this. So I saw this headline that says a man says his mother and sister still keeps in touch with his cheating ex-girlfriend, and they makes it very, very uncomfortable. And this is a little backstory on what happened. So the guy ended his 2-year relationship after learning about his girlfriend cheating. And it was revealed to him by another man involved. And he didn't really disclose what happened to the family and all that stuff, but he found out that the family was still keeping in touch with the girlfriend. So now he had to come out and say, hey, look, I don't really feel y'all keep in touch with her because she did this. But they continue to keep in touch with the girlfriend.
Yikes.
How do you feel about that?
So son and brother is cheated on by this girl, and they stay in touch with the girl.
Yeah. They still got a relationship.
How do I feel about that?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I'm on his side on this. And I'm curious why they would, with her cheating on the lady's son and the other lady's brother, why would they want to stay in contact?
Yeah, see,
because they're friends.
Yeah, see,
they become friends.
Would they still be friends knowing that she cheated?
I don't know. Like I'm with you generally on this feels like it's raw, but this is I think about the ex-girlfriend that they broke up and it was just mutual and they were like, well, I still like her, so I'm not getting cheated. But the cheating makes this kind of a weird circumstance.
See, the thing is, I don't think the family and the guy had to come out and say this is what happened.
But are they still friends?
I think they're still.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a little tricky. It's crazy because my mom, she still keep in touch with my first ever girlfriend from back in the day.
Yeah.
To the point I thought I was going to have a talking to her because she was sending me the girl pictures of her kids and all that stuff.
Oh, see, that's reckless.
And I'm just like, Ma, like that girl is married with kids. I'm married with a dog.
Yeah.
I'm like, respectfully, I hope she's well and all that stuff. And we didn't end on bad terms or anything like that.
She didn't cheat on you.
But but I'm like, yo, I don't want to see her kids or nothing, man.
Yeah,
like,
no.
Nah, you don't. So
I don't understand a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Once it's over, especially if she cheats on him.
Yeah, and I feel like the family should have some type of loyalty too. Even if it's like you ain't do anything bad to me, but out of respect to my son, I can't really rock with you on a personal level.
You put it better than I did.
Like that.
Yeah.
That's mixtape.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading the various different ways that people have called people not so smart. 281 said, "Po thing." From the 346, you don't know your butt from the hole in the ground. Let's see. Somebody said, "I don't want to indulge in your ignorance," as a statement. From the 832 in the South, we call them colors. That's about the crayons. Somebody said, "You ate a lot of pace in high school, huh? Or in school, huh?" All that book knowledge and no common sense is something that they throw up here. 832, I realize reality might not be your thing.
There's a fishing one, like when you have a bad day.
Is there?
Couldn't catch my butt with both hands.
What? Hadn't heard that one before. And I'm not going to put it in my lexicon, I'm going to be honest, because that one is going to weird me out more if I say it. Anyways, all right. That's the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. We're getting ready to hand things over to the drive on this Reaction Monday. But before we get there, I want to react one more to this. The Astros obviously went down pretty meekly. Did this series tell us that their time is over? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right, so all-around bad weekend, but a little bit of relief here with the underdog weekend that I had, and that's always good, and you can have one too.
You figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Wait, what did you just say to me?
Jackson Dart time, baby.
Oh, because Brian Dable, head coach of the Giants.
He's making the move?
No, he left the door open.
He left the door open, which of course,
means he's making a move.
You think so?
Well, maybe not this week, but certainly.
Nah, that means he's going to make the move in the game.
Maybe.
If Russell threw 2 picks in the first half,
yeah,
I think you might see Jackson Dart.
Yeah, possibly. I thought from the start of the season that they would wait until week 5. I've been amazed that people have been like, oh, there's not a good landing spot for him if you don't start him at the start of the season. And I was like, they have week 5 is they have the Saints now on the road in New Orleans, but the Saints nonetheless
doesn't matter
before they get Eagles, Broncos on the road, Eagles on the road, Niners. Which look, that's not a fun stretch at all. But I'm like, hey, if you're gonna get him in there, he's gonna play football at some point. You can start him with the Saints though.
It would make sense.
It does feel like that.
But the thing is, Dabo feeling that heat now. And so he could be a dead duck. So he need to win. He probably looking at, hey, I need to win ASAP.
Yeah, possibly. I did see this, the pass block grades for the offensive line, at least the starters, because I don't see Juice Scruggs' numbers here. Ariante had a 35 for whatever it's worth. Again, Pro Football Focus, take it with a grain of salt if you so choose.
Take it with a big grain of salt.
There you go.
It still ain't great.
Lake and Tomlinson a 24. Again, all these are out of 100. Remember. Jake Andrews a 70, 70.4.
All right, Jake.
Ed Ingram with a 50.9, and then Titus Howard a 68.2.
Okay.
This is very
false starts.
I imagine so. Yes, yeah. I believe so. So yeah, real rough looking at the offensive line, and considering Blake Fisher is not active. Lake and Thompson was somebody you paid for, right? You spent money. Cam Robinson. Did you ever have a thought during this game of like, hey? No, you were just like, hey, let Tay get out there, or at least just help him out with the chip that never came.
And I said this before. I think Ursary is more of a symptom of the bad decisions they've made with the offensive line. Cam Robinson is one of them. Trent Brown is one of them. The Jake Andrews, even though he graded out the best yesterday. These are all the Ed Ingram, the Lake and Ursary being at left tackle as a second-round pick, which, okay, you have hopes for a second-round pick, but he's not like a top 10, top 15 pick where you can pencil him in as a starter.
They said that they were trying to make moves.
But no, this is he is a symptom of some bigger issues on the offensive line.
Speaking of symptoms of bigger issues, the Astros, 3-game, they got swept in 3 games versus the Mariners at home, finished out their home stand and finished out their games at home during the regular season of this 2025 season. And now they go on the road with a 3-game deficit in the division and being tied in the AL wildcard race while also not having the tiebreaker between themselves and the Cleveland Guardians.
It's all stacked up against them.
Yeah. And with all that stacked up, did this series basically just shut it down for the Astros? Is their time done at this point?
I think what it did for me is it kind of told me, and maybe I'm asking, did it tell you that the time is winding down? Like the Astros window, as much as they've managed to keep it propped open, not only because of the way they look, but because the Mariners all of a sudden looked like a team that was hungrier. And I know that's a cliche, but you see it in teams. The Astros were a very hungry team for a lot of years, and you could see it. But they were hungrier. They were much more talented offensively. They had much better pitching. They had clutch pitching. They had clutch bullpen. They were outmanaged. They didn't make mistakes. They played defense. They were clearly very, very, very much finished, better equipped. The Mariners.
Is that all?
Yeah, all that.
Okay. I was just that.
They had all that on the Astros. I mean, would you disagree with any of it?
I don't think so. I'm not going to lie. My eyes started glazing over after a while because that list was hella long, which, again, that kind of points to the point. The only things that I think of in maybe some level of defense of the Astros, and look, I recognize at this point I think I'm playing devil's advocate here, and my mom would always say devil don't need no advocate. But you've dealt with literally the most injuries for a team in Major League history, if I remember correctly. Does that at all give you some – because, I mean, there's definitely some aging on this roster, but some of the big load-bearing portions of this team have missed significant parts of the season. And so it does make me wonder, like, okay, how much grace do you give them there for still being in it while also doing all that? But you are looking at a Framber Valdez that is on his way out. Like best case scenario, you see him maybe one or two more times in the postseason. Even then, I don't know how excited you are about the possibility of that with how it's gone in the back half of the season, looking at his win-loss record and so on and so forth. But then you might have just seen him for the last time in Houston. And then what does your pitching look like going forward? Because you have Hunter Brown and then either a whole bunch of dudes that have come back off injury and not really look like themselves, or just general question marks pitching wise. Your guys in the field are getting older, and then your pen, I don't know what you have there. Like this is a real dicey proposition for the Astros as they continue to try and prop open the window, and I don't know how far you go, especially when you look at one of your 20 mil Christian Walker. He looks bad. I'm sorry.
Well, it just struck me as when I was looking at this series, just kind of the totality of it. One team looked like it was ascending, and one team looked like it was descending.
You talking about the football game or the baseball game?
Astros and Mariners.
Okay, sorry.
The Mariners are an ascending team. I don't think there's any question about that. The Astros are still going to have some pieces that are going to still entertain us, still win some games, but they are descending.
We need to change the mentality.
Whether there's injuries
is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
just enjoy baseball. Enjoy a day at the ballpark.
Like I said, hell, they might make the playoffs this year and next, but they are a descending team. And I think, you can go back. I think Clint Stoerner, actually, and they're in studio right now, kind of has a good grasp of this. When the Cowboys were the Cowboys and doing amazing things.
Was that 35 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Clint Stoerner comes in.
Don't make me that old, man.
Then you come in and you're a part of that. There were still pieces there, names, but they were descending.
Oh, in a major way. That was obvious. That was obvious in every nature, in every manner.
And we ain't in the Dave Campo era now. Damn, Joe Spot, we ain't quite there yet.
No, but you get my point. I looked at that as two teams going in different directions.
Are you sure we're not there?
What was that about?
Yeah, that was. They didn't even lead. Never had a lead.
Shout out to Zach Cole putting up some little bit of resistance here and there.
I did not see that one coming.
No, not.
You looked up there multiple times in that series where the Astros just put you there.
Which I did.
Put it on mute.
Which I did.
No, I appreciated that. Like, if you're going to lose, go ahead and let me know. I got football still on. I got to get myself ready for a Monday show. I can do some stuff.
Yeah, let's go to
that had
shopping.
That had the chance. That had the chance to be a hellacious week, boy. And that the Texans and the Astros just, I mean, good God.
What was that?
Never competitive.
No, of course, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, it's the fellas. You know their voices, but it's Clint, it's Ron. Clint, I don't think I've cussed that much in front of you as I did on Sunday. I was cussing up a storm. I felt bad by the time I was walking home.
Which words were you using? I'm just kidding.
Nothing too crazy. Just a little S word in here. So there was some F words in there as well.
You should. It's unacceptable. It's extremely difficult to watch. It's I mean, it's like it's almost when you look into Twitter and you start scrolling, a lot of the algorithms obviously push the Texan stuff to us, and you're scrolling through it, and it seems like every video you see, there's just something that's just egregious. I mean, whether it's players or it's calls or it's game management or it's it just. Like, it's just such bad football, man. And I think the commentators even said it best at one point. We said it multiple times in the studio here watching a game, but I think the commentators at one point said, man, this looks like a preseason game.
Yep. Yeah. Spiro duties.
And it absolutely did. I mean, from the way that it looked like our guys were approaching it to the actual football product that was on the field on both sides.
I was going to say, don't leave Jacksonville out of it. They were in this thing.
Was that as upsetting to y'all as it was to me? Like, no longer was it just, hey, this is penalties and drop passes that's hurting you. They did it more than you and still won the football game on you.
Yeah, no. We've been talking about it for a month. I mean, hell, I don't. No, there's major problems. When you look at this offense, there's no rhyme or reason why they're doing things. There's no quick fix. There's no, like, hey, we're going to make this change and be better in a month. Like, there's no. So, yeah, no, I mean, I've been overly concerned. This does not surprise me one bit with this offense. Now, it does surprise me that the defense is has had a couple of games right there and had a chance to win the games, and they've struggled. Surprised me that the defense got $170 rushing against them. Some of those things have surprised me, but it doesn't surprise me at all that this offense is this bad.
It's just like it's getting to the point where like little things just bother you, Tyler, on the test. Little things just bother you. Like y'all be thinking, what the hell's Nick thinking about when he's looking at that card?
Yeah.
You be thinking like you get.
Well,
like,
I said this
like, and
last
I know
week.
it's unfair because I think everybody's doing it. But he'd be looking at that card. I'd be like, what the hell is he thinking?
I think I mentioned it to you guys. I think he has a bunch of plays. He's got a lot of plays. He doesn't know, like, I need to do this to set up that, or I need to get.
He's never called plays. He's never managed a group of guys.
Yeah, that one looks good.
Yeah, and
that's how I feel at the restaurant. Like, do I want these shrimp or
not only that? Think about it. Not only has he never done it, he's trying to do it with one of the most mentally taxing coaches football that mankind has seen.
They got cheesecake on this menu too.
He is.
Over there thinking he got a wheel over there.
He's out there spending the whole training camp getting just demolished.
Yeah,
you got him playing Twister on
inside zone. Bam, land it on that. Flip it again.
Boy, they love them some split zone now, don't they?
Go route.
Go route.
Damn.
And I'm looking forward to
just
hearing
call the screen. All right, again
about just their routes. Like their routes are so.
But it's all unacceptable. It's all
this.
It's not. Yeah, it's all of it, man. It's the like, and this isn't to me. This is not a Nick Caley conversation. Like there's an obvious conversation about Nick Caley, but you got some dudes that made the cut this offseason from last year in that building too. Mm-hmm. You got receivers that spacing is awful. Mm-hmm. They're running awful routes. They can't separate. You got a general manager that said this is the wide receiver group we're gonna go with. And they can't separate. They don't. There's no attention to detail. There's no nothing. Mm-hmm. Right. The only excuse you can really say is tight end. You've had two of them cats get hurt. Three, I guess, is three. So yeah, you can have a little bit of an excuse there. I mean, you're for crying out loud, you're rotating in a game that you've got to win. You're rotating a guard in so he can get some playing time. That has not been good enough to even crack the lineup.
Yeah. And it's not because we feel so great about Juice. It's because Lakin has been bad.
Yeah, this is.
You could argue he's been as consistent as some of the others. To be honest with you, I'm not saying
consistently bad.
I'm not saying he ain't been bad at times, but hell, I mean.
But this is not. I don't know. It's just not a J-Lo. We can talk Nick Caley and the low-hanging fruit and is Nick Caley and we can all take shots at Nick Caley if we want to. This is as much a D'Amico Ryans and a Nick Caserio problem as it is. You can argue that hell, I expected the first-year play caller that you bring in. You don't even bring his own staff in. I expected him to struggle a bit. Hell, I mean I expect him to struggle a lot. Mm-hmm. But the decisions that these guys have made are biting them in the ass on multiple fronts.
Yeah.
Reaction Monday, and it's sounded like y'all going to do a little bit of a moratorium on this game, and I trust nobody else
even know what that is,
to get as deep as you guys.
I'm gonna try my damnedest.
Yeah, just think funeral.
I'll give you all I got, cuz.
Just think funeral.
Yeah. That's the thing. They don't have to know what it means. They're going to give it to you regardless here.
Just think death, Clint.
That's right. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, Nazi Sports Station. It did feel like there was a death in the family. I'm not going to lie. But it doesn't feel as good as saying this. The drive is live.
I see it, baby. The text line's off and running, baby. 610 sold us this BS, and now they're trying to spin it. That's why this station is a joke. Hey.
Still number one and up for Marconi, sucker. Your ears are listening right now, idiot.
All of those are factual. All of those are factual. But you are lying, sir. And I don't mean that in the BS way. You're lying. We didn't try to spin nothing for you. And now there might be some of y'all who can't stand us, but we tried our damnedest to get you prepared for this. Times of the offseason, I have said, hey guys, say it out loud. Bring the offensive line coach who was here last year and promote him to be the one. That's the fix. Go get a guy who's never called plays before, never designed plays before.
And hire the staff for him.
Yeah, hire the staff for him. He brings nobody over except for some other guy.
Chaplinsky, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think I have that name right, but you get my point. It's a ski for sure.
And listen, I'm not saying that you may have not heard that here, but you didn't hear that from the Drive. The Drive repeatedly tried to prepare you, even in the face of "shut up, you haters," try to prepare you for the potential of this. So there ain't no spinning it here. We did our damnedest to try to prepare you for that.
You got some poor timing on that old text message right there.
That is not over here on the Drive. By the way, Clint, the Texans on a reaction Monday, they fall 0-3, and what's the stat? 4 out of the last 163 teams that started 0-3 have made the playoffs since the playoff has expanded. Only one of 118 in this century have started 0-3 and made the playoffs.
And
so
I think that's the Texans.
It was, 2018.
2018 when they started off, and is that the Colts year where they lost to the Colts in the playoffs to Andrew Luck and the Colts?
Gotta be.
They got blasted.
Yeah. I know it was 2018. I know it was the Texans. That was the last time it's happened.
Was that Watson's first year?
I picked. No, I think it was second, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, wasn't his rookie year.
Yeah, because his rookie year he didn't start until week 4.
Yeah,
something like that, right? It was because what's his name? Savage started several games.
Yeah.
Tom. No, I think Tom started. Didn't Tom just make it to half?
in the first game?
I thought that.
Maybe he did.
I
was covering the team at that point. I don't remember hardly anything. My memory is shot.
I just remember Bill saying he was the guy. And he lasted a half.
It was halftime. Yeah.
Was it halftime of the first game?
Yep.
Jacksonville, wasn't it?
Week 1. Yep. and then Watson came in and immediately showed some good things, and everyone was like, look at this.
Yeah. Anyway, but that's what they have in front of them, Clint. Is they're 0-3, and now I would say they have the most talent and look like the best of the 0-3 teams left, and I would say they're separate from teams to me, just talent-wise, teams to me like the Saints and the Giants and the Jets and other teams, but they're in trouble, Clint, and we talked about it over the last couple of weeks. Now the Colts go 3-0 and dominate the Titans. And now they're 3 games behind them in the division, and obviously they lost to Jacksonville, so they're behind them as well. They're in trouble, Clint, and I think the big thing that you have, I think, tried to push across since the game ended is this is a different deal. This isn't just a hey, it's week 3, guys, and let's kind of let them get their bearings and take their time and be. This is more than that.
Yeah, look, I mean, this isn't just to be patient. You know, this type of thing takes time. First time play caller, let him settle in. The guys don't know the terminology. Give them some time to figure it out. Everybody be patient. It's just not. I mean, you can look at it however hell you want to, but it's just not. I mean, the football 101 things, this team does not do well. They are not coached top to bottom. This is not a well-coached football team. They're not crisp. They're not efficient. They don't communicate well. They're not very physical, contrary to C.J. Stroud's post-game presser. They're not an overly physical bunch. They're not aware situationally of the play clock and the game clock and what they want to get accomplished. I mean, according to the staff, they're not sound technically or mechanically. They struggle in that department. That's all they need to do to get better is work on those. This is just not a good football team. They're poorly coached, from techniques and mechanics all the way to how they operate on a day-to-day basis. It is clear offensively there is zero attention to detail. There is zero accountability in a sense of how you work, how hard you practice, how hard you run routes, and there's zero emphasis put on holding guys accountable that don't run routes the right depth or don't even run the right route at all, which is not surprising because, I mean, you got after weekend just doing his damnedest to protect Nick Caley, who's responsible for all this crap.
You think we're seeing it that bad? Like there are guys just running complete wrong routes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You got routes that aren't being ran at the right depth.
I get
you got routes. There's a lot of half-ass. There's call it, and I know it's going to be convenient to say, oh, well, these guys, they're thinking it's a new offense. Call it whatever you want. I mean, you can't. there's so many things that are bad going on offensively. There's no way to fix this thing. You're running an offense that asks the quarterback to be like elite mentally, snap in, snap out. You're running an offense where communication has to be the number one priority. You're running an offense where your technique and mechanic has to be a huge advantage. You can do more with less. Yes, you don't have to have much more than Nico Collins at the wide receiver position if all those other things are perfect. If your quarterback is unbelievably aware of every tell that the defense is giving him, so he knows how to protect himself. If the offensive line technically, mechanically are unbelievably sound, if the communication is like elite, like you gotta have all those things like at an elite level in order for this offense to make sense, and they're just nowhere close on any of the above. I can't think of one thing that they do on an even average level.
Not even on average.
I mean, look at I want to look at Nick Caley yesterday and say, hey man, he threw several balls behind the line of scrimmage, and I love some of them. But you look up and like he's throwing a quick screen to Christian Kirk in a press man situation. Both receivers are pressed.
It does
you can't
does the quarterback have the ability to change that?
Well, I don't know.
I would hope so.
But if he doesn't, either he doesn't, which is bad, or he does and he didn't get it done, which is bad. So either way it goes, it doesn't change. Yep, it doesn't change what we're talking about.
Because I'm telling you, if you were out there, Clint, and you as a quarterback, and you saw, all right, I know what we got called, and we got press man, there's no chance.
It's impossible to block it. If it's a two-receiver screen like that, it's impossible to block.
You wouldn't just run it, would you?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would change the play. I would call a run play, or I would change some kind of – I would stop everything I'm doing, change the protection to a real pass protection. I got man out there. Give me a little pick route. Give me some kind of rub route. Give me something out there where I got a chance. It don't have to be – well, yeah, you could do that too, doesn't it? But where I was going, it could be the way you're doing it. Christian Kirk could motion in real quick, keep the same motion on, and at the snap of the ball, he just goes right to the flats right now, and the outside receiver pick him. You got a great route. You got a high percentage throw. You got a great route. But I don't know if those mechanisms are in this offense – or not. But I said this last night to Sean, guys, and I think this is it's very elementary, and it's real. Like, you watched two quarterbacks that the expectations are probably higher than they should be for both of these quarterbacks at this point in time in their career. One guy in Trevor Lawrence. Watching that game, y'all tell me, how many times did y'all see Trevor Lawrence at the line of scrimmage doing dummy cadences, doing dummy calls, using snap count to try to get D'Amico's team? He got them to jump a couple times, but he's using it to try to get them to tip their hand of what they're doing. Who's blitzing, who's belling, what coverage are you in?
How many times he sent people in motion to figure out what the coverage is?
He did it consistently through the whole game. I don't remember the Texans doing it once. I mean, the Texans are trying to run a play as the third quarter's running out, expiring, like they've got 20 seconds, like they got 20 minutes on the clock or something. Like it's. I
know that bothers Sean.
Well, yeah. It was when it was happening. You should have heard him. Yeah, it just like it's just, and I'm at a point where I don't even want to bitch and complain about like what all's wrong. I just want to point out the handful of things that are. I want to make it very aware to the fans and our listeners. Like, I want to point out the things that are indicators of how far this team is from just doing things sound. Don't forget what kind of offense you're running. Just doing things in a sound manner. And you know how much a dummy cadence would help C.J. Stroud in that offensive line? Unbelievable amount. Do you know how much a tight end that would just chip on that last play on at any time for Ariante Ursher, you know how much that would help him? Yes. I mean, just a little. Not every play. I mean, I do it every play, but you don't have to do it every play. Just when the
running back to run by and just hit him.
Just when the game's on the line. And the bad thing is, hell, you're lining guys up there and doing it. They're lined up right there. All they do is do it. They're running. They're avoiding it. The handful of things offensively that they're not doing is just an indicator of how far this offense is. And I can't believe D'Amico Ryans, being the football guy that he is, has overlooked this offense for an entire training camp. And this is the product we get.
And that, while you're on that, like that to me was there were a lot of bad things yesterday. a lot of bad things. There are a lot of bad things confirmed afterwards in some of the press conferences, Clint. But the worst thing was, and we talked about this Friday. You did your key matchups, and we talked about the key matchups. And we said when the Texans have the ball, the key matchup is Ariante Ursery against Josh Hines Allen. And we talked about how big of a deal that is. And I said, but this cannot just be on Ursery. This has to be everybody, not allowing Josh Hines Allen to ruin the game. And not only did they just allow it, they said on the most important play of the game, we definitely just going to allow it. What they did in terms of not giving him help, and listen, Ursery after the game said he didn't play up to his standard and he takes full responsibility. Listen, big dog, I appreciate it, but that wasn't on you, boss. That wasn't completely on you. All right, it's clear. Man, he lets you know, hey, man, I need some help. I mean, with his play, I need some help. And you just let him go over there. I mean, he was holding on for dear life. If he wasn't getting a penalty, I mean, it was a bull rush speed. It didn't matter. That is wild. We've awful.
Talked, Ron. We've talked. It's the most egregious thing by far that I saw this weekend. It's the most egregious. You've got a rookie left tackle in the game, and you should come into the game with a heavy chip package. You should come into the game doing your damnedest to minimize how many times you put that left tackle on an island. That should be a priority number one. That should be Nick Caserio should walk his ass in there and go, hey, man, don't leave my left tackle that I drafted in the second round. Don't leave him on an island. D'Amico ought to walk in there and say, hey, Big Nick, I don't care what the hell you do offensively, but your ass better have a package to protect my left tackle. And Nick Caley should have multiple ways, whether he could bring a receiver in motion. Hell, they can't separate anyway. Bring a receiver in motion and bang the hell out of the ear hole of Josh Allen. Do it all. Empty the clip trying to help that left tackle. And what do these guys do? They claim every week we start with protection. Every week we start with protection. Before we even talk about route concepts and how we want to attack, every week we start with protection. And your ass can't protect your left tackle with the game on the line. You mean make you even more sick about it, Ron? You mean make you even more sick about it?
Yeah.
Texans fans, you make you more sick about it? It was a base four-man rush. They didn't even play games. They didn't even walk the backers up in the gap. The backers were at depth. It was a four-man rush. It was tailor-made for C.J. Stroud to sit his ass back there in a nice, comfy pocket and pick somebody apart. And because the coaches on this team, I'm not blaming it all on Nick Caley, by the way. You got an O-line coach, you got a head coach, you got a court, you got a GM, all involved. The fact that there was not a chip. And the bad thing was, you lined Dalton Schultz up in the hip position right there, and his ass avoided Hines on the way out to run the route. I mean, you ought to be. I mean, it's a crying ass shame that ended up happening. And what you end up doing is now you got your rookie left tackle has to go to the meeting and say, hey, guys, I let y'all down. I mean, that was set up, Ron, for C.J. Stroud. That was first 2-3 series of the Tampa game where C.J. Stroud was sitting back there patting the football, just doing his thing. It was tailor-made, set up for success.
I mean, they gave you could have done it. You should have come in into the game with the plan. First quarter, he showed you he needed help.
Oh, yeah.
Second quarter, he showed you he needed help. I don't know what quarter that was where he had the back-to-back just egregious off, like clear hold that they got called, and then they followed it up with a bull rush in which he sacked CJ. That was a back-to-back. At that point, there is no way that we're doing any kind of, besides a 3-step drop, get the ball out quick without giving him help. And the final play of the game.
Yep.
All through. Just wild. All right.
From a group that starts with protection.
A football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We do this every week. C.J. Stroud's grade. 25 of 38, 204, 1-6 quarterback rating. What was C.J. Stroud's grade yesterday? We'll get our quarterback's thought. Clint Stoerner coming up next.
Hey, y'all.
Call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
On 3rd and short, Stroud calls for the ball. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ pumping and firing. The ball is tipped, and it's intercepted inside the 5. They're going to say drop. Oh, they're going to say he's got it. An official comes in late, and they're going to say it's picked. It was deflected along the way and picked off, and the Jags are going to stop the drive.
All right, that's Mark Vandermeer as that sealed the game for the Jacksonville Jaguars as they defeated the Houston Texans yesterday. And that interception was not C.J. Stroud's fault. Obviously, as he was going back to throw that one, he got his arm hit, and then that deflection from the guy we just talked about in the last segment, Josh Hines Allen. Earlier in the fourth quarter, I think I had 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter. Obviously, Nico's one that was really, really tough as they were driving. But we do this each and every week. C.J. Stroud's grade. What was it? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What did you have in terms of performance, a grade for C.J. Stroud? 25 of 38, 204, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, quarterback rating of 66.1. He also ran the ball 4 times for 22 yards. We'll start with you, Clint. What was your grade for CJ yesterday?
Yeah, for me, it's an F.
Oh, God.
I've just seen enough, Ron. I mean, there was
good hell.
There's little to no positive approach to what we're watching. I mean, if the double move with Nico Collins, that was a throw in the ocean. It was a great call, great throw in the ocean, great execution by the wide receiver. I mean, that's literally the play, right? And it was a double move. The DB bit. The wide receiver's wide open. The quarterback didn't do anything but get it there. We're just some of this stuff, Ron. The interception. Oh. All right, the like you just can't make that throw. Like you just can't.
Stared it down.
You stared it down. Yeah, the commentators say, "Oh, he baited him. Look, they played this great." You can't do it. But more importantly for me, the reason I got to give him an F is because, look, throwing the screens versus press man coverage, the poor separation and throwing the interception. Those are things that if you're any level of alpha, any level of leader, any level of – and it's not the interception itself. It's the fact that the spacing sucks. These receivers running routes on top of each other. These receivers running slants that are running together, running digs that are running together. At some point, C.J. Stroud has to say enough is enough. I'm the one out there doing all this stuff. We've got to – like he's got to be more ultimately. And I really mean more in preparation and how we're setting up for a game, because what they're doing right now is just piss poor. As I said earlier, I think his unit, it's lacking so much. Every aspect of the game, effort, energy, communication, physicality, like holding guys accountable, moping around because things ain't going good, the poor decisions, like a lot of that to me at this point has to fall in the lap of the quarterback. And so I'm there, number one, with C.J. Stroud. And I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't expect C.J. Stroud to be Lamar Jackson. But every game, we watch Red Zone during the post-game show every time, Ron. And I'm watching quarterbacks that are of the ilk of C.J. Stroud, like similar expectations, kind of team second, third year guys that are in line to get some money, or maybe they've already got some money that, hey, the coach seems. Now I watch these guys deal with subpar protection, guys blowing coverages, free runners coming in on blitzes, and whether they're standing in there and delivering throws and taking the chin, or they're pushing up hard in the pocket like we saw Baker Mayfield. Don't tell me Baker Mayfield's a better athlete than C.J. Stroud. We saw Baker Mayfield since the rush last week, pushed up in the pocket. Everybody ran right by him, and he went and got a first
Trevor
down.
Did it.
Yeah, Trevor did it. Yeah, we're watching guys do things with good teams. I'm talking about good quarterbacks and good teams with playoff caliber rosters. We're watching those quarterbacks overcome some very similar protection problems, and CJ's just not doing it. And so I'm through with pointing fingers everywhere else. Like if CJ's going to be a $60+ million a year guy, Ron, if CJ Stroud is going to be the face of this franchise moving forward, that he's got to take the bull by the horns and go get this done.
Well, hell, Clint, we keep this up. We maybe have to look at a fifth-year option here in a bit.
Oh, the fifth-year option is more likely than $60
right now.
million
If they keep this up, text line coming in. F minus. Someone said C minus. D minus. Someone else said I will say C. A lot of it just had to do with the pressure, and he can't control that. D. Yeah. I would say D. I don't think he's getting a ton of help. I was very around a lot of it is him. That's why I didn't get to an F.
But Ryan, your guy. Here's the thing, though. Your guy. I don't mean to interrupt you, but your guy can't. Your quarterback can't be what Nick Caserio and D'Amico want everybody else to do. Just show up and do your job. Like you can't. Like D'Amico, like he's got to go to the sideline and say, "Hey man, enough with the left guard rotation, man. Yeah. Give me a huddle that I'm familiar with, and let's go." Like he's got to do the. We're at a point. We're at a fork in the road where C.J. Stroud's got to quit waiting on D'Amico Ryans to make the right decision on offensive coordinator. That offensive coordinator grow up, and C.J. Stroud has to just take the bull by the horns. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I know you got a D. I know you want to sell your D. My bad. I didn't. Your D.
Well, I don't
you're
need
great.
to sell.
You're
I don't
great.
need to
You're
sell.
great. There was a day when you sold it.
D's not for sale.
D's no longer off the market.
D's not for sale.
You're great. You're great.
There's not even cards to be played right. D's not for sale. No, I mean, I think I was really disappointed in a lot of things. Like one, I mean, and I don't think that's all on Nick Caley, but I mean, hell, it doesn't matter if Christian Kirk plays slot or Barrios or anybody in slot. He made no impact, no difference. They found no way to really make any impact with him. It didn't matter. Everything looked like it did, even when he wasn't there. So that's concerning. That all right. Now Justin Watson ain't holding it. Everybody that's going to be here are here, and it still looked like that. So it's a rough one.
Can I give you another example real quick?
Go ahead.
I'll be honest with you. If I'm C.J. Stroud on that last drive on Schultz huddle, hey boss.
Oh yeah.
Chip 41's over there with their Ariante. You know
they
what?
told
Forget
me
that.
he
Whoever's
has control.
over there,
They told us he has control.
all you got to do is tell him in the huddle. If you got a tight split, here's the deal, guys. In the huddle, if you got a tight split in this drive, chip the end. Period. Both sides, wherever you're at, chip the end. All right, let's go. Let's run the play. Right? I mean that has we're at a point where he's got it's year 3 for him, man. Veteran quarterbacks that are $60 million a year guys, they do those kind of things.
Was there even a play action on that 3rd and 1 play? I can't even remember. Was there even play action?
No, I don't remember. There was a deep ass drop. I don't remember if it's play action or not.
On 3rd and 1, that play action could have helped. Maybe slow down that 1 second they needed. There might have been. All right. I see somebody gave him an E. I see a lot of people coming in with their grades. Coming up, D'Amico, he did it again with those comments that are driving people nuts. But I think if we listen to it closer, I think we're maybe starting to see where some of this disconnect is coming in the locker room. We'll discuss that as we continue. But before we do that, hey, guys out there, if you are looking for the best place to get anything when it comes to grilling, smoking, Texas Star Grill Shop is your spot. They have everything in there, from accessories that you may use for your smoker or your
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. I think one of the things that we started to see from Texans fans on social, I know you were seeing it on the text line yesterday as you all were doing the post-game show, Clint, and all over, is we're close. That line has really seemed to be a trigger for a lot of Texans fans coming from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. And I think, am I right about this, Tyler? Did he open up yesterday's
Yes, he started the damn post game with it. Yep.
He started the post game.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just fired
with that, I want to hear that. Can you get me yesterday's, the one how he started it? Because I know he spoke about it again today, that made some people want to shave their eyebrows and head. But he kicked it off. He walked in and kicked it off with it yesterday about the we're close thing, and I think it is just absolutely infuriating Texans fans to a whole nother level, because he said it, after the Rams game. All right, 14-9. Okay, the way you watched that game, you felt like, all right, may have stolen it. Then after the Bucs game, he said it again, and I think it frustrated. But then after yesterday's game, and yes, it was tight, and we talked about it last week, all of the games, it would appear like, oh Lord, I don't know if they're in these games because they're making a lot of plays to be in these games, or because the other teams are doing things to help them to be in these games. But I know that's something that people aren't wanting to hear right now is, yeah, we're close. We're close. And I can understand the frustration, because when you watch the games, especially to what the expectations were for this team, there's nothing about the games that look like they're close. There's nothing about the games that makes you think that they'll be close to getting past where they've been the last couple of years, which has been their goal.
Well, Ron, that's why I am a huge product guy. I mean, they can go out there like this week, like you got the Titans. You can go out there and you can win by 2 scores. And if it's a double move to Nico Collins and a play action shot that you take over the top to Christian Kirk and nothing else in between looks worth the damn, and you're able to win 14-13, like how it looks really, really matters to me. The Texans are at a spot. Well, they were 0-3. They're not now. They just need to win anyway and get it. But they're at a spot where the expectations are to compete for Super Bowls. And if the product doesn't stand up to the test, then I think that's just the way that I choose to view it. This product stinks.
No, it does. it does. Like you said, some of it, and it's not all just one side of the ball, right? Some of the stuff on the other side of the ball. I don't want to blame the defense. The defense has played absolutely well enough to win all three of these games, but they've also had some moments where you're like, what the hell?
Yeah. No. Look, the defense has not been as good as we thought the defense was going to be. But with that said, I mean, when your offense is scoring 12 and a half points a game, you don't have much room for error. So, look, I don't know that this defense, especially with the injuries that they have, which, by the way, I mean, you're down 2 of your top 3 corners, and you somehow keep them to 17, and you let them score the 7. That's still pretty damn good. Do they have their warts? Absolutely. There's some things defensively that's got to get better. In every game, something kind of sticks out that you're like, what are we going to do here? But this defense has played good enough to be a defensive-led team that could be 3-0.
Absolutely. Yes. Here was DeMeco coming out and starting the press conference in terms of the post-game last night. From the post-game last night, this is how he kicked it off with the "we're close" comment.
When you have the penalties that we had to kind of knock us back a lot offensively, defensively, penalty in the end zone, you turn the ball over 3 times, that's tough to win in this league. It's tough enough to win, but when you put yourself in position where you're helping the opponent, like that's just not a good recipe for winning football. So until we clean up the things we can clean up, right, then we play winning football, then we'll have a chance to turn it around. But again, man, we're close. That's what it is. We're close, but close isn't good enough. So we got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
All right, so that was him in the post game. And then when C.J. Stroud was in the post game, he was asked what was the message from D'Amico Ryans afterwards. And for me, when I heard this, when I was listening to this, Clint, this is the first time where I was just like, oh, maybe this is a place of disconnect between CJ, maybe some other players, but CJ and D'Amico. As D'Amico is saying we're close, this was CJ in response to his message.
Issues, we're really close, and that's the problem. Is that we just keep, reiterating that we're close, and now it's time to, fix the issues and be honest with one another. So his message was just, we're going to keep having these results if we don't finish and we don't, take care of the ball and just do the small things. Because the effort's there, the physicality. Now it's just the execution.
I've wondered, I've heard you say I'm on CJ's side the last week on kind of his approach and what he's saying there, and I didn't know how to make of that, but I just listened to that right there, and when I heard it last night, I said, oh, that's why he's walking around here looking and sounding the way he does. Is we keep reiterating that we're close. And he's saying, but maybe that's the problem, and we need to have some real conversations and be honest with each other. That's a different space in how the quarterback is thinking and what the coach is saying.
I'll tell you right now, C.J. Stroud is handling the adversity with this football team better than anybody else, including D'Amico Ryans. I love the way that it's we're lollygagging at practice. We need to focus a little bit. We need to do things better. Maybe even insinuating there's a little bit of arrogance or maybe some false confidence, and we think we're a little bit better than we are. And we got to win. And this right here, I love I'm not saying you should ever throw anybody under the bus, but right there, CJ said what he needed was conversation. It's time we have some real conversations. It's time D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and Nick Cayley and all the whole staff that you retain that's supposed to get this thing better. It's time we have some dead ass serious conversations, and it's not about techniques and mechanics. So
he sounded like he was like, we got to stop with this close thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I love.
We got to start having some serious conversations.
C.J. Stroud has. There's the shift in the way he was handling losses last year to the media, to the way he's handling these losses, and maybe it's because he's a year old, maybe it's because he's been getting his ass whooped for over a year now and he's tired of getting beat down. But there's the way he's handling it right now is exactly. Everybody always asks, "What do you want him to say, Clint?" This is what I want him to say. I want to know that my quarterback is extremely disappointed. I want to know that my quarterback understands that it's more than just technique and mechanics. I want to know that we're going to approach this thing as if we are a country mile away, not as if we're close. Let's just keep doing the same old, same old. So I love the way C.J. Stroud is at least communicating with the media after games and how this thing needs to be handled.
That was my thing is I knew that all right, D'Amico was saying this stuff to us, the media, we're close. But I always thought what D'Amico was saying to us is obviously there's probably a different message that he's saying in the locker room behind closed doors. Now I think he really believes it. Yes, on the scoreboard in terms of what this team should look like and where they're supposed to be. I think I think he's preaching it to them as well as we're close.
Keep doing what we're doing.
I wouldn't, and I'm not surprised. Now I feel like we kind of heard it, but I'm not surprised to think there's some guys in there thinking I don't know what the hell. Mm-hmm. We ain't close. This ain't what this is supposed to look like.
Yep.
And so that was my thing was maybe he's just saying that to us. But back, behind closed doors, hey guys, this ain't good enough. It's like if we just make a couple of tweaks here and there, we just make a play here and there, we may be there. And I don't know. All right.
Keep doing what we're doing, man. We just got to execute. Hey, left tackle. I know you're a rookie and all, man. Man, we just got to really work them feet this week, man.
Execute, baby.
They're all fixable.
I do wonder if anybody's gone to Nick Caley and said, hey, man, we got a chip here, man. We got to help this guy out. Like, even post game, like at some point, hey, man, we got to help this guy out. Or we literally just, hey, man, we got to go back to practice. Keep doing what we're doing, guys.
It may have been
process over results.
It may have been like last year's OC and just said, no, this is what we do.
Just execute.
Execute. All right, coming up, we'll hear from you. 713-572-4610. We open up the phone lines. D'Amico said that he feels like they're close. They're close. He spoke about it again today. Feels like they are close. Do you agree? 713-572-4610. We will open up the phone lines. It started to become a tradition. Open up the phone lines and hear from you. 713-572-4610. You want to get in, call up, and we'll do that coming up as we continue on this Reaction Monday. We'll hear from you coming up next. But before we do that, let me tell you about that red tag sales event going on at Clayton Homes, baby. Get ready because this is the best time of the year for you to buy your dream home. And the great thing,
who get it done.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio. Your bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, I know it's football. It's a reaction Monday as the Texans played yesterday, but obviously we know what happened with the Astros. We'll get into that a little bit later, but this is just in from Shams, ESPN, Shams Charania. Just in, Houston Rockets point guard Fred VanVleet has suffered a torn ACL. Devastating, potentially season-ending loss for the Rockets with their starting point guard and leader. Again, Fred VanVleet, torn ACL, could be out for the season. Wow. We'll see what they do. They've got Aaron Holiday there, Amen Thompson, who could run some point, and then Reed Shepard. Don't know if that's what you want to do right now on the roster, but they were able to get his contract redone where he wasn't getting paid as much, and that was going to be a really good combo with him and that starting backcourt and his leadership and his experience to go along with the rest, obviously Durant and company, and now they potentially are going to be without Fred for the season. So,
I don't need this right now, Tyler.
I just
don't. I mean, we are staring down needing the Rockets to bail us out from enough mental spots, given our what's going on right now with our sports teams.
I heard
we need the Rockets to get us out of there, and this ain't the news I want.
I heard Sean Pendergast say, "Get the Rockets ready. We need you." Looks like the baseball
I
season.
saw a few different tweets yesterday after that issue in Jacksonville. I saw a few different tweets kind of mimicking that same message, like, "Oh man,
Rockets can't get here soon enough.
Can't wait for the hardwood." Well,
Alec on YouTube and Twitch just said, "Hit up Westbrook." Okay. I mean, hell, I don't know what I mean. I just trying to figure out. I mean, Raphael Stone and company, they got some. Udoka, they got some things to think about. Wow, that is just crazy to see. All right, as we do react on this Reaction Monday, remember, coming up after us, we're done at 5 o'clock because you hear the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans, as he will have things coming up at 5 o'clock. So make sure you stay tuned to listen to what he has to say after. I believe he's got a chance to probably watch the film Meet with the Team. He'll speak and have his Coaches Show coming up as we get done at 5 o'clock. But he did speak on In the Loop with his press conference. You could have heard it on In the Loop earlier today. He talked about the close comment again, and I want to go to listeners. I want to play what he had to say today about this team being close. Then I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. Do you agree with Ryan? Here is D'Amico speaking with the media today, addressing the close comments.
Yeah, what I mean by close is we were close in our 3 games, right? We were there in the fourth quarter, right? We were close to finishing and closing those games out. There are plays in each game that we've had these first 3 games that we didn't finish and win the game. So I'm not talking about close as a team, talking about winning the football game. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win football games. We've been in position to win those games, and we have not won the game. So we got to find a way to win the game. Right? We got to make the plays in the fourth quarter of the games we've been in. We got to make those plays to put us in position and to just ultimately to win the football game. That's what we're here to do, right? That's what we work tirelessly and hard for, is to win football games. So the games have been close. We've been right there in the games, right? So we just got to find a way to get it done.
Factually, they have been right there in the games. That is correct. But depending on what you're meaning with when you mean we're close. If you're meaning we're close in these games to have been a different outcome if the ball bounced, I don't even know if it's the ball bounced your way. If you're able to make more plays, sure. But overall, are you close, right? And when I think about are you close, Clint, I thought, is this team going to make a run and make a run past the place they've been the last 2 years? And I think that was the expectation. They've said put a ring on the bull. That's been the mantra they've said, and I just don't think they're close to that.
Well, I'm not even a let's baseball type deal. We're 2 years with D'Amico Ryans, 2 with Bobby Sloak, now 1 with Nick Caley, and this is the lowest I've ever seen the Texans. This is the lowest I've seen the Texans product in the 3 years D'Amico Ryans has been the head coach. Like I don't know that this is a playoff caliber team, much less a team that could compete. I never doubted from about mid-year when they started off with C.J. Stroud. You're like, wow, this is going to be a good thing. I never thought, boy, this D'Amico Ryans, there'll be a D'Amico Ryans coach football team that may not even scare the playoffs. And we're watching that right now.
Yeah, they've got some tough games left on the schedule to try to get to 9 or 10, and that's where they got to get to. All right, Clint, we'll kick it off with you. Do you feel like you agree with head coach D'Amico Ryans that the Texans have been close? Clint, you in the building?
Yeah, Clint. Hey, what's up, show?
Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, man. Hey, Clint, what's going on? My name's Clint also.
Yeah, your parents got great taste.
Oh, they do, man. Clint Eastwood. Hey, first of all, man, there is no way. I want some of the Kool-Aid that he's drinking because he's feeling real good. There's no way that they're close. It's the worst they've looked. And listen, man, I got a question for both of you guys, and I'm so glad I got on today because I want to ask your opinion on this. Okay, we got rid of Bobby Sloak, which I think was a huge mistake. Like Clint said, this is the worst we've looked since D'Amico's came here. Hey, you guys remember when they were wanting to make Sloak a head all in the league that were inquiring about Bobby Sloak? They wanted to make him the head coach. So we get rid of him. We should have given him at least another year. All we had to do was get the right draft picks, fix the O-line, and a few more problems. And in my opinion, I think we would be doing a hell of a lot better right now if we had Sloak as the offensive coordinator. But we bring a guy in, and I solely place this on Nick Caserio. He wanted to bring his buddy in from the Patriots. That's all that boils down to. A guy that comes in that has no experience as an offensive coordinator and didn't bring any of his staff, like you guys pointed out, and now look how bad we're doing. I mean, but if they think we're close, they're out of their mind.
Appreciate the call, Clint, and Clint Stoerner. I'll let you take the last part. The first part, Clint, I said you in the break earlier. I said I think I damn sure know they win yesterday's game if Bobby Sloak was a coordinator. I think they probably, to me, are 2-1 if Bobby is the coordinator. And we said this, and I said this to you last year. Bobby Sloak did not get fired because he didn't know what he was doing. I know that was a narrative that became really cool and popular. You don't do what you did the first year with, at times you could argue, worse talent than you had the second year and just all of a sudden become stupid. By the way, and become stupid to 10 wins and winning the division. I mean, they're dead last damn near in every offensive category right now. So Bobby Sloak did not get fired because he doesn't know what he's doing. Somewhere in there with an important relationship, important person in the building, that relationship somehow dissolved and made him expendable. Like to me, that's it. You don't have a coordinator who is a year removed from having, as Clint said, maybe the best offensive season from a rookie quarterback that is getting head coaching looks that you then gave a raise because you wanted him to keep him, then all of a sudden he's out. You'd at least give him a talking to in another year. So to me, it's clear this wasn't a Bobby doesn't know what he's doing thing.
Yeah, no. Look, I don't doubt one bit right now. I think somebody'd be crazy to shape their mouth to even suggest that this wouldn't be a better football team and a better offense if Bobby Sloak was still here. I mean, they've completely shifted the terminology, and the terminology appears to be the scheme and the terminology appears to be so difficult that these guys can't figure it out. They can't even communicate it. So yeah, I don't know what they would have won or not won. I mean, I think you could argue they'd be 3-0 if Bobby Sloak was still here and they weren't changing terminology and changing scheme and starting all over. And but they were significantly better the last 2 years than they are right now in offensive football.
And CJ was too. All right, Jay, jump in here. If I can get you, Jay.
What's going on, y'all?
There you go, Jay.
To be honest, we just don't have a good football team. We have an excellent defense, but our offense makes our defense okay. And I feel like that we definitely should have won these last couple games. I mean, we talk about Miami. You know, we laugh at Miami. We laugh at the Jags or the sorry teams of the nation. Man, but I bet they'll come down here and beat us, man, because that's how bad we are. You know, I bet you they come up here and put up 21 points. And guess what? I have no confidence in this Titans game. You know why? Because I feel like Cam Ward going to have a coming-out party, and we're going to find a way to lose the game because we are not a good football team. We may be the worst football team. And let me tell you what we're close to. We're close to 0-16. You're close to 0-4 and you're close to 0-5. And you're close to Nico being 5.
Jay, I appreciate you call. Take a deep breath. 0-16. What about the 17th game? But they're not going over.
Still got to play that one.
They're not going over. I was going to say we're going to see the Titans are coming to town. They're one of the what you would think is one of the worst teams and winless teams in the league. Listen, but to the point he did make, Clint, that they're not playing like a good football team right now, and especially from an offensive perspective.
I don't know that they've. I don't know that. I mean, they've played. Look, Jared Verse is a good player. Obviously, Josh Hines Allen is a good player. I don't know that they've played anybody that I would consider a game wrecker. You know what I mean? Like the top deep. I mean, Simmons is coming in this week, and that's probably. Would you say Simmons is probably the best player that
Simmons or Verse? Yeah, I'd say probably.
To have faced any just like dominant like
Nick Bosa's out for the year, so he's like they won't run into him.
They won't run into that one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Ravens really have that. The Broncos have some good guys on their team. Maybe Chris Jones. They'll face Crosby a little bit later on with the Raiders. So no, you're right. They hadn't had to run into, they hadn't run into Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons or something like that.
Yeah. So the point there is just that they're not. This is not a talent issue. This is not like the guys you're playing, they're just so damn good you can't get things rolling. This is a Texans issue. And whether it's talent or it's coaching or it's bad luck or whatever you want to call it, it's just this is about the Texans. This isn't about the opponent for damn sure.
Yeah, Mac, jump in here, man. Do you believe that you agree with with D'Amico that the Texans are close?
I would say this. How y'all doing, by the way? I would say this. I think they could possibly be close, but to me, and I know people hate to hear this, but to me, CJ's internal clock is running about 2 or 3 seconds ahead of what's going on the field. Like I feel like his first year, he was kind of rookie, loosey-goosey, but it's like now he's just happy feet. I don't know how many times he's got sacked or what it is, but when you miss open players like he's missing, it's something else. But what I want to say is this: the guy in Indianapolis, he's proven that it wasn't him because he has the talent and he's shown. They punted one time this year. I don't know what caliber teams they've played versus the teams of the Texans, but Daniel Jones, if we had Daniel Jones, I feel like we'd be 3-0. It's just TJ's internal clock is not – it needs to be wound up and set right to me. What do y'all think?
Well, I think it's a great point. I think it's a great conversation to have. I think and the hindsight's always 20/20, but I think, and I did say this in the moment as we were watching training camp, of just the defense just absolutely wreck the offense, practice in, out, just one after another. You know, that's not conducive to installing an offense effectively. That's not conducive to your quarterback seeing things clearly and feeling confident and get good quality reps. And if I remember correctly, I got hammered on that text line talking about, oh, you sis, you play, you got to take care of him, you got to help him, you got to – no. I mean, it's just a matter of, do you want good quality practice reps, or do you think it's more important for your quarterback to go out there and just get his head beat in every damn day and deal with chaos in the pocket every single day? I would say that C.J. Stroud dealt with enough of that. And I do think there's some truth. I guess my overall point is I do think there's some truth to the caller of, like, you know, there's a real – I'll say this. I think it's very real that quarterbacks that get hit all the damn time and always have to live in chaos, their internal clock gets sped up, and it screws up the timing and rhythm. It screws them game confidently and calmly with their own instincts. And I would be shocked if C.J. Stroud, given what he took last year and given what he dealt with in training camp, I would be shocked if C.J. Stroud's not having some level of struggle in that category.
No, and I think that's real. I think Patrick Mahomes is dealing with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's seeing pockets collapse that aren't collapsing yet. And I think Caleb Williams is somebody that's dealt with it this year off of last year. All of those guys that had a lot of pressure and sacks last year and issues with their offensive line, I think have struggled. Those three being like the biggest ones that was talked about coming out of the season. I think they all have kind of had those issues. All right, coming up as we continue, there is some news that just broke about the Texans. We'll deliver that coming up next. And it is our Players of the Game, our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. You can text in if you have any. We will do ours coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Hey, y'all, got to tell you about Daisy Dip, y'all. They done got that
Sports Radio 610.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news. I would say good news for the Texans. According to Jonathan M. Alexander, Houston Chronicle, the NFL has removed Texans safety Jimmy Ward from the commissioner's exempt list after a grand jury declined to indict him last week, league has announced. Also, with this report, Clint, the league's review into the situation remains ongoing. Jimmy Ward remains on the reserve PUP list, but could theoretically come off the list after next week's game. So after 4 weeks, the Texans could have Jimmy Ward and Joe Mixon eligible.
Who?
Jimmy Ward and Joe Mixon, right? Oh. Joe Mixon's 4 games, correct?
Yes, I believe that was
4 games. Yeah, and he's eligible to come back after 4 games. So
I love Joe Mixon.
I don't know if they're up there on speaking terms.
They wish him well wherever he is, though.
I'm going to tell you, Texans.
Hope he's well.
I am not going to let that go. All right? This is not going to be another Justin Britt situation. I still don't know what happened to Justin Britt. None of us do. He played on the team one day. He was out. Then Lovey told us he wasn't going to answer any more questions about Justin Britt. And we never, ever got an understanding. I believe we had somebody who worked in the building that saw him at a C-store in Stafford. That's the last I've heard of Justin Britt. And this is a Pro Bowl running back from last year who is one of your most important offensive pieces in a season where you're almost dead last in every important category, including 12.5 points a game. You've only been in the red zone 4 times, as our boss Parker Hillis just came in and talked to us about.
0 for 4, by the way.
Yeah, I know. And that's in the 3 games. And we have not heard anything or seen anything about Joe Mixon, or even just flat seen Joe Mixon. But he's eligible to come off after 4 weeks along with potentially Jimmy Ward. So maybe help is coming. But just wanted to pass that along to you. Right there.
Painful, boys and girls. But I'm going to be at Twin Peaks Kirby today.
Whoa! That's
Twin
right.
Peaks Kirby today, 6 to 8 o'clock tonight, baby. Get you ready for Monday Night Football. I'm definitely going to catch the first half, too. Come on through. I got a gift card. I want to drink cold beer with the drive. You want to drink cold beer with Dirty? Come on through.
How about that?
Twin Peaks Kirby's patio. I'll be on the patio with a cold beer in my hand. I want to invite everybody by there to hang out a little bit.
How about that, huh?
Twin Peaks Kirby right out the window here, man.
There you go. That's one of our favorite spots.
Yeah. I invite you. I invited both of you guys. Both of you guys are more than welcome.
Yeah.
I know you're busy. I know it's your early day. It's your early day. I don't want to look at your
early day's not it. It's just trying to juggle.
Oh, okay.
Certainly got 2 practices tonight.
Yeah, and practice is important.
Softball and a little football. But we'll see. There it is. Go join him, though. Did you hear what he said, though? He got a gift card that you can get in here and have yourself a drink. Kirby, right there.
Kirby Ice House, Twin Peaks. I'm not Kirby
Not
Ice
Kirby
House.
Ice House, but
Kirby location, Twin Peaks, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah, there we go.
Get talking about drinks. I just put all my locations out there, huh?
Damn it, all of them. All right, let's do it. We do this every Monday. Our Man Eye Institute players of the game. I'll start here, Clint. Listen, there was a lot of guys out there, and really I said this to Tyler before we did the show in prep. Nobody was perfect. Everybody may have a wart in this game that we'll put up as players of the game. But I'm going to go with Azeez Al-Shaair. You heard it on the broadcast multiple times from Adam Archuleta that he was just flying around all over the place. 4 tackles in the game, very physical as always, but not taking it over the top. And this had to be an emotional game for him. Was the place in the game against the Jags in which he had that issue last year that landed him suspended for several games. But I thought he played well, played with an edge, but didn't cross the line ever and was very, very physical. He missed a couple of tackles there, but as I said, everybody has maybe award from this game. But I'll go and I'll give it to Azeez Al-Shaair.
I like it. Look, I mean, he's the voice of the defense. I think what's that defense? What are they like I said, I think I would accredit them with 13 points given up. I know they gave up 17, but I think they let them score.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, they've kept you in every game. They hadn't played up to the top 3 defense in the league standard, I don't think, but they're damn sure playing well, and that's the mouthpiece, that's the main communicator. So I like Azeez Al-Shaair.
All right.
I'm gonna
Who's
tell you,
yours?
I tell you, I'm gonna go with, man. And yeah, it's hard to find somebody, but I think this is real. I'm gonna go with Tremont Smith. Absolutely. When you step in for Derek Stingley Jr. and the rest of the game, which it was obvious early on. It was the first drive I saw him holding his ribs. I thought it was his hip, but his ribs. So Tremont Smith was in the game early on, probably second or third drive he was in the game. When you're really the fourth corner, because don't forget that Jalen Smith, the third-round draft pick out of USC, who was a third-string corner, is out. When you're the fourth-string corner and you get thrust into action on the road against Jacksonville, and you are in no way, shape, or form ever targeted, ever a problem, ever. In fact, I remember him damn near making a couple of plays. And so
I think he was involved in a couple of those drops, but
I'm sure.
The Jags had there in the second
they
half.
had about 4 or 5 of them, so somebody had to be involved. But yeah, the fact that he wasn't the reason that this defense got scored on. I mean, you look, Kamari Lassiter was actually covering the receiver that caught the long one at the end there to put him up. Or that ultimately led to the drive where they scored a touchdown to go up 17-10. So I'm going to go with Tremont Smith. I mean, that's you're thrust into that action as a fourth corner on a team, special team specialist, and all of a sudden you're thrust into action. I thought he played well.
Yeah, I did. I thought they may pick on him.
Yeah.
And they really didn't. They just went after
it doesn't
whoever.
surprise me that Trevor was not able to, but yes, I expect him to go after him.
Yeah, what happened on that stretch, man? Brian Thomas dropped a third down. What's Parker Washington out? He dropped one. They set up a nice little swing route, and ETN dropped one right.
Bad team, bad football team, man. I mean,
what is going on?
Again, that's just a bad football team that you got beat by, and that run of what was it? 6 plays. There was 6 plays. There was 4 drops, an interception, and 1 running play.
Yeah, his interception was every bit as bad as CJ's.
That was different. Same play.
Yeah, same thing. All right, Tyler.
Yes, sir.
Who's your Man Eye Institute player of the game? I just get nervous in these games with Tyler.
Well, my Man Eye Institute player of the game is the fine folks at Jacksonville. Those fine Jags fans that you saw right off the field in them cabanas, them poolside cabanas out there in Jacksonville. Shout out to y'all. Throwing some money into our economy, boosting the economy a little bit, enjoying a nice football game from a pool right next to the field. Well done. It was an ish show of a game, but hey, your team left on top. And if you're like me around this time in September, you're already over summer. You're hot as hell. Way to keep yourself cool in an otherwise awfully hot and disgusting matchup in Jacksonville. Shout out to you Jags fans in those pools.
Text line coming in with, even though he fumbled, Nico Collins.
Yeah. Okay. What about the drop in the first drive?
Again, everyone has warts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, except for the fine folks of Jacksonville, Florida, in the poolside cabanas. I don't know if they have warts that we know of.
Oh, Chris and Tanya. I think I heard they paid a pretty penny for that.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King streaming now exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, weekends best, weekends worst. There's I'm certain a lot of people have a lot to choose from, but college football, Major League Baseball, the Texans, a lot to choose from. Weekends best, weekends worst. We'll do that next.
A lot to choose from all the time, but there's no doubt about it. The number one beer of choice is the cold Coors Light. I had several this weekend. I was enjoying some some gatherings, enjoying watching some ball, watching my Razorbacks get beat, watching my Texans get beat. But guess what, man? When I'm watching ball, I'm super chill. Win, lose, or draw, I'm super chill. I'm always drinking the cold beer that is made to chill. I love to drink Coors Light because the fine folks that brew it have the utmost respect for all of us beer drinkers here in the Lone Star State, and they proved it from jump. Back in 1978, I believe it was, August, if you want to fact check me, I believe they sent
Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, just to catch those up on a Reaction Monday 1 coming up behind us. We are off here at 5 because you will get to hear from your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, the Coach's Show. Coming up o'clock, you're not going to want to miss that as he's met with his team, met with the watch the film. Should be interesting to hear what he's got to say from yesterday's ball game. That's coming up right behind us, the Coach's Show with D'Amico Ryans, and some news and notes just to catch you up on. Unfortunate news. This coming earlier in the day with the Rockets. It appears that Fred VanVleet, their starting point guard, could be out for the season. He's torn his ACL and likely to miss the entirety of the season. So that is obviously awful. That was reported maybe a half hour ago. And then other news, more positive news for the Houston Texans. Jimmy Ward, he has now been taken off the commissioner's exempt list, and he is eligible to come back after this week's game against the Tennessee Titans. He remains on the reserve PUP list, but he'll be able to come off after this week. So those are the latest other news. Jimmy Ward off the commissioner's exempt list, and Fred VanVleet tore his ACL, which is what in the hell is going on. But let's go here. It's 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in as well. We do a little weekend's best, a little weekend's worst here. We need some good news, some good feel in here, and I'll kick this thing off. A little weekend's best, and I wanted to go a couple of ways. I'm going to go, and what sealed it for me, this is one of Tyler's old Aggies. Aaron Glenn and his celebration on the sidelines after they blocked that kick. By the way, several block kicks returned for touchdowns yesterday, and just odd. But they block a kick in the game against the Bucs. They almost won, and they run it back. And if you missed him, he ran it all the way down, and then he hit where I don't believe he had control of himself. His body just said, this is what we're going to do. And he hit some sort of like a dance combo where it was slow. I have watched that thing repeatedly 50, 60 times. Aaron Glenn hit that thing over there. I'm telling you, man. I know Aaron Glenn used to be a terror in the club. I don't know what clubs there was in College Station, Tyler, where he would have gone. He's a little older than you, but I'm sure there's still some spots. I bet Aaron Glenn was out there giving him hell. He looks like he knows all the house party steps. He knows all of the kid and play steps. I bet he's got a partner right now. Right now, they're in their 50s that could go and do kid and play. Right now, that man, he hit that.
Oh, I would guarantee he was tearing it up at Daisy Dukes. Oh,
hey, he's sore today. I don't care what.
Not much. Oh, he does.
Not that. Did you see that run down the sideline?
It would look too good.
It was full range. It was track good. Like the knee drive and everything. Like he's my age.
And then he turned it into a dance.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he gets. Oh, Clint, I bet you he's running all the time.
I think he's running and in shape. Yes, but like that excited with that kind of turnover. I mean, he was covering ground, man.
Get your foot placement.
I mean, there ain't no way them hamstrings ain't sore as hell today. That run was serious. Now that was a good one. That's a good call.
That was. I could watch it anytime you. Maybe it would not help you. Maybe you're really pissed off, but you're upset about something. You need something to smile and laugh at. Well, just type in Aaron Glenn, his run and dance. Boy, that thing was. But that's my weekend's best. What's your weekend's best?
My weekend's best is the Browns beating the Packers 13-10. The Packers were viewed as one of, if not the best team in the league through 2 weeks, and really, really high hopes and high expectations for them, and the Browns go get them. But more specifically, Quinshon Judkins. The young rookie running back that had a little trouble getting into camp here with the Cleveland Browns out of Ole Miss, out of Ohio State, and more specifically the chip that he had on Micah Parsons. Ron, I mean, in a time when we're watching the Texans for whatever reason just completely neglect the fact that you are allowed to chip edge rushers if your tackle can't handle them by themselves. Quinshon Judkins, his chip on Micah Parsons was exactly what the hell we should this week. And so I got to go weekend's best to the young fella that put on an absolute clinic of how you're supposed to chip a edge rusher that just thinks he's going to freely just terrorize your tackles. And you got to remind him, make him think Micah Parsons stopped in his tracks, and he will remind him. He's feeling it today.
Oh, yeah. There was some.
No worries. I retweeted it to D'Amico, so I don't want D'Amico to be able to see. I said, D'Amico, this is it right here.
You did not do that.
Absolutely. Long tweet. This right here is exactly what you need to be.
Line. It was a hell of a.
You should start practice with your tight ends and your tailbacks doing this. And if they can't do it, they should be standing by you like you had Damian Pierce and Jalen Petrie at one point in time.
Hey, Cam Scadaboo almost killed Charles Omeni on a chip.
That's it. That doesn't surprise me.
He went. I thought he broke his clavicle. He came in and drilled him, but he scored the game-tying touchdown too, I believe. Yeah, and then they count that game surprised me. That feels like that might have been a classic. I heard Sean and the fellas talking about it. Maybe a classic look-ahead game. Got the Cowboys Sunday Night Football.
Yeah,
we got the Jerry and Micah situation coming back. And we got the sorry-ass Browns.
Well, I mean, the thing with that Browns defense, and I hadn't studied them, but that Browns defense is been pretty solid for a few years now. It's obviously headlined by Myles Garrett, but they're pretty solid, man. So I got to go with them Browns. And like I said, specifically that running back getting that chip on Micah Parsons. That's what the hell we're talking about.
All right, weekend's best. Let's go to weekend's worst. Clint. Mine are the Clemson Tigers.
Getting ugly, ain't it?
What are they? 1-3 now. They're 0-2 in the ACC, and they still have Miami to play. And they don't look like they could beat a lot of the teams in the ACC. I don't know what has happened to their quarterback, who I think coming into the year was thought to be a first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like he has taken some steps back. Dabo went off last week talking about, if y'all tired of winning, we'll get out of here. And listen, we like Coach Fran. We got to talk with him when he came in for the Bear Bryant Awards, and he's an intense guy. They were at Clemson, and there was no question at any point of the game, rain or weather delay involved, who the better team was, and not better, but just dominant. Their starter went down, and they still scored and still blew them out. It was just, in every way, Syracuse dominated, and that is not what Clemson is supposed to be. They get dominated at home by Syracuse. They lose to Georgia Tech. I mean, this is getting bad for Dabo and Clemson. I can't wait to hear his ass. Where's that Tyler guy? Get that Tyler guy back.
Might need to be careful making his comments about getting me up out of here if y'all are tired of winning. I mean, the more you lose, the worse that looks. So, I like that. My weekend's worst is I apologize, boss man, because I know you're still feeling this. But refs in the Auburn OU game. I mean, I'm not one to typically pile on refs for calls. I don't mind having a conversation about them, but I'm not one to just pile on and blame. But when you allow a team, first of all, you allow a team that wins by 7 points in a game, in a tight SEC game, and you allow it to happen, and you miss a call as egregious as missing the old hideout. The play literally has a nickname in the ref rule
bad,
book.
Man.
The hideout where he runs over there and hide a pass catcher near the sideline as if he was subbing out of the game, and you miss that and you don't somehow figure that out. Ron, OU, had they figured that out, OU would have been in I think I saw.
It's a 15-yard penalty.
I know, but they were already behind the chains, Ron. I think they would have been in a second or third and 39, something like that. It would have changed the game dramatically. And those refs, they missed the call, and then they turn around, and obviously there's statement after statement coming out about how wrong they were and about how it's been handled.
Now, they wasn't saying it at first, because at first the sideline reporter said, "Yeah, we just we saw that he was in the field to play, and he was a legal receiver." That's what she talked to them in the break. Talked to the officiating crew in the break, and they were sticking to that. And then later, I guess they couldn't get through with it. I'll be honest. Brett Venables and that outfit you're running, that offensive group, that stuff. I'm trying not to cuss.
Well, no, I hadn't watched much of it. What's going on? What are they doing?
Well, I'm just saying that particular play that you're gonna this is what you're gonna put in. You're gonna put in and try to do.
When I first heard about it, I didn't see it live.
I saw it live.
Well, when I first heard about it, the way I read it was it was almost like a by accident. They got caught up in sub. And the guy just stopped, and he had.
He sold
to
it.
Find out that it was clearly part of the plan and it's an illegal play.
He sold it. It was like that time your guy Tyler Johnny Manziel went over and did that with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, and he went over there like he was talking to him.
Oh yeah,
and then he took off and they called a touchdown.
I understand
pass.
as a quarterback why you want to do it. I caught me an old halfback pass one time, a couple times, baby.
That man, he ran off the field, right? Like in a jog. He looked like he was clearly coming off, and then stopped and lined up. And I mean, it was everything that the rule is in for.
Yeah. How you missed that one? In today's world, where you got you can do all kind of ways to catch that, and you don't catch it. How in the hell does that happen?
Sean McDonough was letting them all know it repeatedly. Yeah, and it was a tight game. Yeah, it was. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, we got another frustrating loss for the Texans yesterday, no doubt about it. The most egregious thing I saw yesterday that just simply cannot happen, and it's not on just Nick Caley, it's on them all. It's all a bunch. We got to talk. D'Amico, we got to talk. Nick Caserio, we got to talk. It's on all y'all, man. I'm going to tell you what that is right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, y'all. More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health, man. They're taking things in their own hands, right? And looking beyond the traditional medicine to do so. Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, man. QC Kinetics is so successful, right? People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and going under the knife, right? Don't go under the knife.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, baby. Sports Radio 610, Houston Sports Leader Reaction Monday. We are rocking and rolling. The Texans take another one on the chin. The Astros get their ass whooped, and the Rockets, unfortunately, if you hadn't heard, they take a hit in the season. Chip on exactly what that is as the show goes along here. And we'll catch you up on the Astros. But right now, we have got to discuss these this weekend for me, boys. I'm just real quick before I get to the most egregious thing that I saw Sunday. This weekend was a rough weekend for you, boy. Right? I mean, not this weekend. This week, that last week I thought had a chance to be really, really big. We got Monday Night Football. Texans take one on the chin, right? Astros, they went and got the Rangers, swept them. Got the Mariners this weekend. They get swept. For all the marbles, for the division, they get swept. Texans, Jags on Sunday. It's been a hell of a weekend, right? Texans, Jags on Sunday. They take one on the chin. Laney Wilson, Muscadine Bloodline. They were supposed to play Saturday night. Two of my favorites. They were supposed to play Saturday night at Cynthia Woods. Canceled the show. Laney had some voice issues.
Damn.
Canceled the show. And boys,
Were you going to that?
No, I was not. I was in Little Rock. Remember?
I was about to say.
Now look, I got something I got to fess up to you boys. I went to Little Rock. I had some business stuff I had to take care of Friday evening, but I'd scheduled all that around a wedding that I had to get to. Saturday morning, I go to a little birthday party. Some people I hadn't seen in a while. One of them happens to be one of my buddies that's in the beer business.
A Saturday morning birthday party?
Yeah, because the Hogs. It was a watch party for the Hogs.
Okay,
Hogs played at 11.
Okay, I got you.
So I'm sitting there talking to him. He said, "Hey man, what the heck you in town for?" I said, "We got a wedding tonight, man." He said, "Really? What wedding is that?" I said, he said, "That's next Saturday."
You got to go back?
No, I got to go this. I'll be gone this weekend for my Hall of Honor thing.
So are you just not gonna make it?
I can't make it.
Man, they were waiting on you too, man. They needed you there.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the money, the plans and weekend I spent in Little Rock for no apparent reason.
I'd have figured out some way to get that back.
What?
I don't know how.
No, you can't get it back. What, you think them airlines care? Huh? Me and my wife just had us a nice little weekend. Wait, now I did get some really. I got some really good stuff handled on Friday morning, and
the weekend
and Friday evening. But then Saturday went awry, man. It was. But me and my bride she needed some time away from the babies. We needed some little adult time, so we had a little adult time. So yeah,
you did.
I mean, boy, you put a cherry on top of that week. I mean, all of that stuff was going on, and it was all going to hell. It was going to be one of the best weeks in general last week in Houston sports, right? Regular season type stuff. Astros, Texans twice in 1 week. Laney Wilson, like I said, Muscadine Bloodline's one of my favorite too. All of it just came falling down, man. So,
damn.
Nonetheless, the most egregious thing that I saw this weekend. Ron, it's unacceptable. Look, we saw on a weekend where we saw some really bad football. The Houston Texans offense has scored 3 touchdowns. The Houston Texans offense has been to the red zone 4 times. And by the way, they're 0 for 4 on those red zone trips.
Just let that settle in a little bit.
0 for 4 on those red zone trips. Every one of their 3 touchdowns have been longer than 20 yards, so they were not inside the red zone.
4 trips to the red zone all season.
3 games, 3 touchdowns, 3 games, 4 trips to the red zone. 0-3 the Texans sit right now. There's 1 in 18 teams this century have started 0-3 and made the playoffs. Now, the good news is that one team was the Texans back in, what was it, Tyler, 2018? Bad news is the other 117 didn't make the playoffs. And so that's where we sit right now. And there was a lot of egregious things. I'm going to be honest with you, Ron. the lack of sense of urgency, the lack of awareness, the lack of creativity, the level of how vanilla this offense is, the lack of physicality, the organization handling the offensive line. For some reason, the offensive line needed to rotate the left guard position because Juice Scruggs 2 weeks ago wasn't good enough to play as a second-string guy. You had to reshuffle your whole offensive line. 2 weeks later, you feel the need to rotate him through with your starting guard in a game, a division game on the road where noise is an issue and all the road things are issues. Like, from top to bottom, there's a lot of bad. There's a lot of unacceptable. There's a lot of egregious. There's a lot of, like, criminal offenses. There's a lot of fire. There is a lot of bad from the top down, and nobody gets a pass, Ron. Nobody gets a pass. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Cayley, all the consultants that you got over there that somehow survived the last firing, all the entire staff that somehow survived the last offensive coordinator.
It's you, Bill Lazor.
Being relieved of his duties. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I would be embarrassed if I were in the room with this offensive unit and we're rolling that product out there every day. I would be embarrassed to show my face.
I think they're 30th or worse in every major offensive category, including dead last with 12.7 points a game.
I would literally be embarrassed. The first thing I would do when I see anybody is like, hey, man, they won't let me have any input. I know I'm this position coach, but I don't have any input, man.
You come out and say it.
I ain't got nothing, man. They put a muzzle on me. They've already told me to shut up 3 times. I'm going to lose my job if I don't shut up, so I shut up just to get a paycheck. Like, I would be embarrassed. Right? I mean, it's that bad. Every position. The wide receiver coach, your wide receivers are running piss-poor routes. The effort sucks. The inability to separate, the attention to detail, the running the wrong route, running routes on top of each other, it all sucks. The only position right now that has an excuse is the tight ends because you've had 3 of your top 4. Is it 3? No, 2 of your top 3 tight ends
have
been
Smith
injured.
Jr.
Irv Smith is 3. You're right. It is 3 or 4. I forgot all about my bad, Irv. Like, the tight end position is the only one that's like, you get a little bit of a pass. Everybody else, hey, man, it's pissy poor, and it ought to be embarrassing. But I'm going to tell you, Ron, this thing that I saw Sunday was how this organization, this coaching staff, exposed their starting left tackle, rookie, Ariante Ursery, consistently throughout the game. But the egregious part is at the very end, after watching him get his ass kicked all game long. 5 pressures he allowed, 1.5 sacks he allowed. He had 3 penalties, a hold and a face mask penalty. And nobody that's responsible for putting players in position to have success, nobody on that sideline ever thought, hey, man, let's get that young fella some help. And the sad thing is your ass didn't even have to change anything. You were already lining up the tight end in his hip every time, and the tight end was avoiding the edge rusher instead of chipping him. There's no excuse. Tyler, give me this damn play right here. This is what the last play of the game. The Texans are in prime position, y'all. The Texans are in prime position. They're driving down, score, go for 2 to win the game, kick the extra point to tie the game, right? The Jaguars come out, and they don't do what everybody's been doing the first 2 games of loading up the line of scrimmage and confusing the offensive line and confusing the communication and try to get a sack. No, they go, for some reason, they go 4 down and drop the linebackers 10 yards deep into coverage. There was never room for any confusion. This is exactly what you want for C.J. Stroud to go tie the ball game up, if not win the ball game. This is exactly what you want. All you got to do is what's the competent thing is help your left tackle. And nobody at any point in time, huge part of this offensive playbook after Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter kicked your ass all camp long, it's right then and there D'Amico should have said, hey, man, we got to have a chip package that's as nasty as anybody in the league. We got to figure this thing out. In fact, Ron, I think you and I talked about it. People got mad at me. I'd have chipped the hell out of Will Anderson and slowed his ass down.
During practice.
Yeah, during practice. Right? So there's no excuse for it not to be in the playbook. It is criminal for you to sit there and watch 5 pressures, 1.5 sacks, and 3 penalties on a rookie left tackle and not adjust and have it done at some point in this game down to the last play when the game was lost.
On 3rd and short, Stroud calls for the ball. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ pumping and firing. The ball is tipped, and it's Intercepted inside the 5. They're going to say drop. Oh, they're going to say he's got it. An official comes in late, and they're going to say it's picked. It was deflected along the way and picked off, and the Jags are going to stop the drive.
It was picked off, and your ass deserved it. It ought to be embarrassing that an NFL coaching staff put that young player in that position. It ought to be embarrassing that the number one most important thing coming into this season was protecting your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. It should be embarrassing that you don't have the ability to, at the very least, give the one guy that's been wrecking the game the whole time a little bit of extra attention with the game on the line. Forget about the way you addressed the offensive line in the offseason. Forget about the things, right? Forget about the way that you elevated an assistant offensive line coach that was in the room last year when things were awful, and that's your head. Forget about you hired a first-time play caller that's never managed men and been a play caller before. Forget all that. Forget all of that. You don't have the ability, nobody has the ability to stand on the bench, to stand on the table at halftime in that locker room and say, hey, man, we got to help our left tackle, man. So not only did you lose a game, but you really showed how incompetent you are as an offensive staff, right? Not only that, you got your quarterback hit again that you can argue is a tad bit. What word am I looking for? Tad bit skittish. Yeah, that's a great word. Great word. Skittish right now, because not only did you let him get the hell beat out of him last year, you beat the hell out of him in training camp, and you wonder why the install's behind, and you wonder why he's seeing the rush, and you wonder why he's not keeping his eyes down the field and making this read or that read. You wonder why he's, as Ron said, great term, skittish, right? It's because you don't have the common sense to help the young left tackle. So now you got your young left tackle that appears to be a guy, Ron, that, by the way, has the ability, the makeup. He's wired in a way that he could take over your offensive line room and be the tip of that spear, be the guy that has got that dog in him, be the guy that's accountable, be the guy that all he wants is football. All he cares about is the group. Extra back in the football. You got a chance to have that guy in the room for the next 4 years, maybe even longer. And instead of helping him, instead of giving him confidence, instead of helping him play and not be the reason you lose, you leave him out to dry. And now he's got to go to the media and talk about, hey, man, I didn't play up to my standard.
That was, as you said, man, there was no excuse or no reason that they allowed that to play out like that. One, they should have come into the game, right? Like, I could look at it. His breakdown analysis coming into the league was he's a stronger run blocker than he is a pass blocker. That was what his analysis was coming into the NFL out of the draft. Why he was the 7th tackle selected. You're going to put him over there at left tackle? Yep. Have you seen him struggle in pass protection yet this year? I have.
Yep.
Know about you? I have. So it should have been a thing coming in to the game. But, Clint, there was that run in the third quarter. They had a 4-5 play drive. I don't know if you remember it, but he was hanging on for dear life, and then he just drug somebody down with a face mask.
Yeah.
And he got hit with a 15-yard penalty on a face mask and still gave up the tackle. And then later on, Hines Allen just went right around him. I mean, it was like a combination bull rounding sack to end the drive. At least even at that point, we got to say, all right, guys, can't leave him by himself. Cannot leave him by himself. We talked about it on Friday. Titus, you got to be able to handle Walker over there, and I think he did that for the most part. You can't let him. And they just, man, let's run him out. Yeah. Like you said, they ain't getting no separation. Somebody could stay in to help him. They could have lined they'd have been all right lining up a tight end right there to just.
He was lined up.
Just help, but I mean,
he was there.
No, you're not running around. You're just gonna help him right there. Just wild to me.
I'm gonna tell you, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, it's time, man. It's time. You can't have the Texans offensive coordinator talking to the media last week, and he cannot lead with everything we do. We start with protections. Everything offensively we do, we start with protecting the quarterback, and we start with protections, and then we work our way out. And then not execute the simplest of protections. Forget about technique and mechanics. I'm tired of hearing about it, man. I know you got to do it on a daily basis. It can't be the reason why you're screwing stuff up. It's not about technique and mechanics. It's about doing simple things. And you don't have the ability to do that. It's time, man. It's got to stop. D'Amico, here's what I need you to do, man. Here's what I need you to do. And look, you had all game to make the adjustment. It should have been part of the offense from the jump. 55 and 51 absolutely destroyed your training camp. It was blatantly obvious to anybody and everybody that watched the practice or more that you needed to have a heavy, violent chip package in this pass protection, right? It was obvious months ago, right? You can't wait any longer, man. The start of Wednesday's practice. The start of Wednesday's practice has to be running backs and tight ends chipping the hell out of whoever. Get your scout team guys out there. Get your practice squad guys out there and chip the hell out of them. And if they don't execute it violently enough, I don't want to see no 2025 training camp, put their hands in. I want full go. I want whoever's gonna play is gonna be the guy that can chip the best. Damian Pierce, you got a chance to get back on the field. If you can get your ass in there and chip, you got a chance. Dare, you want to play some more running back? If you can chip,
you want to see Dare
anybody. It doesn't matter. That's how serious this is, right? If you can't execute it violently enough, then you're going to do like we've seen Damian Pierce do before. You're going to do like we've seen Jalen Petrie do before, is your ass is going to come over there and stand by D'Amico on Sunday. There is no excuse for this to happen. This can't be process over results. This can't be technique and mechanic. This can't be the same old stick to what you're doing crap. It has to change.
Yep. Want to remind you, Joe Mixon, he'll be eligible to chip after next week.
He would be the guy that if you tell him to chip, that you'd probably want doing it.
Just throw that. So there is help coming. He may be a chipper.
And there is a rewind feature on the Odyssey app. If D'Amico and Nick Caserio did not hear that, Nick Cayley did not hear that, feel free to send it to them and ACY. Download it and keep us on your hip.
Maybe he'll talk about it coming up behind us on the Coaches Show. All right.
I don't know how you do a Coaches Show and not talk about it.
Yeah. Again, Joe Mixon, eligible to be a chipper coming up after this week's game. Astros, they get swept in Seattle. I know it's a reaction Monday, usually for football, but we got to react to that. What in the hell happened? The biggest reason why this happened. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all fellas, if you're out there and you're dealing with hair loss, you're dealing with some kind of hair loss issue that's got you feeling like you've lost your swagger, you've lost your confidence. Hell, it may have you feeling like you've
us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up again, remember behind us, the Coaches Show with, as I don't know, maybe he'll bring up some of the things Clint had to say at Dirty's Daily in the 4 o'clock hour.
Well, I think Kaylee must have heard the throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage as many times as you can, because he attempted it. I don't know that I loved all the designs that he used and the simplicity that it came with, but he damn sure attempted it.
He heard that, and Nico more touches.
Yeah.
After week 1, he heard, oh man, Nico, we got to get Nico the ball. 9 targets. What is it going to be this week? What is the issue this week? If it was screens last week, Nico the previous, I wonder what it is this week and see if he'll try to do it.
Chipping.
All right, yeah, let's push this.
Chip week.
Let's push this right now. It is Monday. Chip. Hey, you got to chip. This team's got to help their left tackle. They've got to chip. Got to help their left tackle. Let's see Sunday if we start seeing a lot of help. If that's the next thing they do to help. I tell you what, it'd be stupid if they start to find ways. I don't know who's going to be starting, if it's Laken Tomlinson or Drew Scruggs or Ed. But I know they better be double teaming Jeffrey Simmons. Figure out that fool next to him. Is Sweat over there too? That's right. They better.
Yeah, you know Sweat's hurt.
Oh, is he hurt?
That's
okay.
The good thing we got. I don't think he's playing. But Simmons, you got to slide to Simmons. You got to give that tackle, that guard in that tackle. You got to give him the help.
Now they're gonna give Ursary the help.
With chips, but you got to help the center guard. Whichever direction Simmons is, that center needs to work that.
I got to focus on that. Focus on the chips on the outside. Ursary. Who knows? Hell, they may move Titus inside. They're liable to do any of it. They're liable to do it. All right. I thought about you, Tyler. Astros got swept by the Mariners this weekend. I'll be honest with you, fellas. Maybe I shouldn't be, and maybe some of you aren't. I was absolutely floored by what happened this weekend in that series. Absolutely shocked. It was not close. Right, like it was a 3-game series, and who knows when you get but if you watch that 3-game series and you know, all right, this is with everything on the line. We got 6 ball games left after this. Is everything on the line right here. You come in tied. It's at the Daikin. You got Hunter Brown, you got Framber, you got Jason Alexander, you got your best guys going. The experience and everything. And they went out there and just mollywopped. 17-7 was the score in the 3-game series. And to me, the biggest advantage and the most eye-popping thing from the series to me was the starting pitching. The Mariners starters went 17 innings, a combined 17 innings, allowed 1 earned run, 20 strikeouts and 2 walks. The Astros, 14 earned runs to 1. 7 walks. Just absolutely. I'm sorry. I said it, and you know, I'm sure if you want to put this on me, that's fine. I said it Friday when we were at Talyards. I said to me, this is, if you put these two teams like this with the experience, with the big money, and not just big money, but you know, clutch players that the Astros have that have been here and been in this situation before. They got their best guys going in this, including their pitchers, that they would go ahead and handle this. I trust them more, and it couldn't have been furthest from the truth.
Well, look, it was absolutely soul snatching. I mean, it was crushing, Ron. It was one of those. Like I'll be honest with you, man. Every time I tried to watch and turn a game on, it was
out of hand.
It was painful. It was out of hand. It was because I legitimately. And I don't think I'm alone here. I think this is probably the majority. I genuinely thought we had a shot to make a run. I thought we really had a shot to be competitive in a playoff run here. And boy, to get manhandled and to just get absolutely, dominated by the Mariners at this point in the season for 3 straight games when you got. That was painful, man. Yeah. Tyler, did that change your? Obviously you're not going to win the division, but did that change your outlook on the season? For me, it just, it snatched the soul out of my Astro heart.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you went into the weekend knowing, like you just laid out, you were in control of your own destiny. We've seen this team do it time and time again for the better part of the last 10 years, and that just did not happen in the least bit. It felt very soul-snatching on this end, 100%.
You had in the first 2 games, right? Jeremy Pena is the only moment where you felt like you had something to cheer for.
Yeah.
In the first 2 games, the only moment. Shout out to Cole, who got a little loose. Like in the movie The Wood, that young dude, he showed more heart than the rest of them. I'm sorry, I'm shocked. Guy Gene said, is it really surprising the Mariners are the superior team? No, I didn't think the Mariners were the superior team. The Astros have been leading this division for quite some time. I know they have been leaking oil in the second half, but if you tell me before walking into that game, like the guys that the Astros are going to bring to the table, the Mariners, I trust the guys the Astros are going to bring to the table.
But that's not even they're just the better team. I don't walk away.
Certainly look like it right now.
I don't walk away from that of boy, I can't wait to get back on a diamond with them boys. We're gonna get y'all's ass. We'll get y'all again. It'll come back around. Going, man, we're gonna be lucky to hold. I guess we're lucky right now that
they're tied right now with the Guardians. And
yeah, so we're gonna be lucky to get beyond the regular next 6.
Guardians. I think they've won 10 straight. They are. Yeah, they could find themselves.
I guess the good thing is you got the A's and the Angels the next 6.
Yeah. You got to take care of business. Like Tyler's saying, man, just, I don't know if he's saying it, but don't get swept. If you don't get swept, it's just 1. Right? It's just, if you don't get, good God, but you took this to a 3-game lead. It just at home, 17-7. Just dominated in the series. It's wild, and I know many of you it's probably time that Framber this thing is about over with Framber. After that may have been the last. Maybe he'll pitch one. He'll probably get one more start, but I think people are this may be the last couple of times we see Framber Valdez, and it's time.
I would say that's
both sides.
I would say that's probably
both sides. Yeah, just wow, crazy. All right, coming up. The biggest thing that I think people, at least emotion-wise, that is drumming things up for Texans fans is the thought process of the head coach and his belief that we are close. He said that multiple times throughout the season and multiple times the last couple of days. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, whether it's watching live sport Monday night, baby, you got to drink. Make sure you're drinking the right beer. All my beer drinkers out there, I tip my cap. If you're drinking the world's most refreshing, if you're drinking the one that's made to chill, you're drinking that one that has the utmost respect for all of us beer drinkers in the Lone Star State. That is that cold Coors Light. If you're already drinking it, I tip my cap, man. But if you're not, let me get a second. Let me get your ears one time. Look, if you are a beer drinker, you need to drink Coors Light. That's it. Bottom line, zero doubt. You need to be drinking the Wolf Killer. You need to be drinking the old Coors Light, the Silver Bullet, baby. It's got these little mountains inside of every can, bottle, aluminum pint. When those mountains turn bright blue, that beer's at a perfect cold temperature for maximum enjoyment, maximum refreshment. Why is that important? Well, hell, it takes all the thinking out of your drinking. All you got to do is buy the right beer. Take it next exit, hit that C-store, go to Kroger, go to H-E-B, get you a case of cold Coors Light. Get them on ice. Make sure you're buying the right beer. Put them in the right spot, which is on ice. And when them little mountains turn bright blue, you know it is go time, baby. Grab one of them bullets, pop a top, and repeat. Coors Light, made to chill. Coors Light, celebrate responsibly.
After another late loss, Coach D'Amico says the Texans are close. Do Sean and Clint agree?
We're close. No, you're not. You are not close.
It's the exact opposite of what D'Amico Ryans told us last year that they were close all year long. Told us last year everything was fixable. And the reality of it is, it's just rinse and repeat with a new guy named Nick Cage.
credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Houston Cougars men's hoops versus Florida State, December 6th. Get tickets at ToyotaCenter.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into Reaction Monday, and we have reacted to a very difficult Houston sports weekend. I think Texas A&M, Texas Tech, if they're not all in the top 10 or close. I think Texas and Texas A&M are. Maybe Tech had a dominant win at Utah, and they lost their quarterback in that game.
Your top squad in the Great Lone Star State right now, them Texas Aggies.
There you go. I just wanted you to feel better. And I could see it in your eyes.
It's weird, man. It's the only hope I have in my entire sports fandom right now. I'm not sure what to do with it.
That's a lot of pressure you're putting on the Aggies, man.
I put them on it every year.
A big one against Auburn coming up this weekend. But
yes, sir.
Coming up behind.
Is that who they got this weekend?
Yeah.
This is the kind of game they got to get me on.
Where is it?
This is the game they got. This is the game they got.
Kyle.
This is the one that gets them. This is the one that not this, but this is the type of opponent that gets them, right? Not an Arkansas. That's really a pretender, but like an up and coming kind of middle of the pack, kind of has a chance. Good coach, good offensive scheme.
Yeah, they're coming off in a highly emotional road game in Norman.
Where are they at? Y'all got them on the plains, or y'all got them up here in College Station?
In College Station.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's the one you should get. But no, man. Get ready for that this weekend. Texans All Access and the Coaches Show coming up behind us. D'Amico Ryans, as soon as we get done, remember, we get done after this segment, and D'Amico and the Coaches Show will come up at 5 o'clock after us. Westwood One's coverage of Monday Night Football, and this is a real good one tonight. You can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610, 7 p.m. Area 45 will return tomorrow. Lions at Ravens. This is two Super Bowl contenders, arguably maybe the game of the weekend. Lions at Ravens. We'll see. The last couple of times the Lions have played the Ravens, they have beat the hell out of the Lions, just blown them smooth out. That's with Jared Goff. So we'll see. That'll be a good one coming up. Westwood One. You can listen to that right here on Sports Radio 610. T-Mill's best bets as we kick the week off. Hopefully will. Coming up in here in just a bit. Monday Night Football. Aggressive with T-Mill here in a couple of minutes. All right. D'Amico Ryans, he spoke to the media today, and maybe he'll expound upon this coming up after us. But he talked about where he was trying to get to when he's saying the Texans are close.
Yeah, what I mean by close is we were close in our 3 games, right? We were there in the fourth quarter, right? We were close to finishing and closing those games out. There are plays in each game that we've had these first 3 games that we didn't finish and win the game. So I'm not talking about close as a team, I'm talking about winning the football game. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win football games. We've been in position to win those games, and we have not won the game. So we got to find a way to win the game. Right? We got to make the plays in the fourth quarter of the games we've been in. We got to make those plays to put us in position and to just ultimately to win the football game. That's what we're here to do, right? That's what we work tirelessly and hard for, is to win football games. So the games have been close. We've been right there in the games, right? So we just got to find a way to get it done.
You know what, Clint? A lot of times coaches, GMs, they tell the media and fans, things they want to say. Some of it isn't legitimately what they're saying behind closed doors, especially to the team. But you get that in this business, right? And I'm all right with it if, there's a bit more of a realistic conversation on where they really are. Do you think, Clint, this is the same message he's week in and week out that they are really close? Because
Yes.
if that is the case, I don't know. I don't know. I agree with that.
Yes, I mean, look, there's no other like the same. D'Amico Ryans is a guy that went into that first game and thought, let's get 4 running backs touches. D'Amico Ryans is the guy that went into that first game and said, yeah, let's see if we can't keep Nico Collins completely out of the box score. You know what I mean? D'Amico Ryans is the guy that went into this game right here knowing that you have a protection problem that exists from last year. He went into this game right here with no adjustment to chip and help a rookie left tackle. He went into this game right here with a plan to rotate in at left guard a guy that hadn't even been able to cut the 2 deep 2 weeks ago. So do I think that guy
that was wild?
Do I think that his message to the team is hey man, we're close, let's keep doing the same things? Do I think that his message is hey, mechanics and technique, man, we got to get this thing right? Do I think that his message is hey, just no penalties and no turnovers and we win games? Yes, I think that is. I think I would bet on that being the message versus boy, this offense stinks and we got to do things. We got to figure something out quick and in a hurry, or we're looking at a rough season.
Hey, man, like there ain't just a couple more plays that get you close when you're averaging 12. I mean, there's not a here and there. Close is like here and there. There is nothing close.
Ron.
You're averaging 12-7. You've been in the red zone 4 times.
Ron, 3 touchdowns in 3 games. One was a double move where a defensive back bit. One was a run where the defense let you score. Right? And one was a fade. 0 scheme to it. Just man-to-man throw. Yeah,
a hell of a catch to get.
Those are your 3 touchdowns.
Low percentage, yeah.
You've been to the red zone 4 times and not scored. You've been shut out 0 for 4. What you're doing is not working. What you're doing is not like I don't care. It should be. It doesn't matter what the score ended up. Right now, those 3 games, it doesn't matter what the score ended up. It doesn't matter how it happens. Let's be honest. You're not going to get an aggressive approach from very many offenses because they know your offense is going to score 12 points.
Yeah. It's good God Almighty.
So to your point, do I think that? Yes, I think D'Amico is he. I think there is a keep everything positive. Let's not step on anybody's toes. Let's not quit on anybody. I think there is a commitment to process over results. We've heard that from Nick Caserio for years now. And now what is the offensive coordinator that Nick hired, that Nick had the experience with, that has all the experience in New England? What is he saying? We know our process is right. We are trusting our process. And then you go out there and your process doesn't consist of chipping in a critical moment when you've got a left tackle that's getting his ass kicked. Your process sucks. Yeah. Like do I think based on what we see on Sundays,
it looks like
based on what like last year, Ron, every Sunday, and I'm talking about the offense, we heard got to execute. They went out there and did the same crap over and over again, and it looks like a staff that's going, hey, man, we're going to keep doing the same thing. Process, baby. We just got to execute instead of making the necessary adjustments. Instead of looking at, hey, what can we do better schematically to give ourselves a better chance to win games, to score points, to give our defense a little bit of help, at least keep them off the damn field and sustain a drive. There's nothing that we see on Sunday that leads me to believe that they're preaching anything different behind the closed doors.
All right, let's make you some money. And check this out. He always posted on there at T-Mill, Real Deal. Let's get best bets, Tyler.
Yes, sir. The football team we got here in town ain't no good, but these 2 going tonight is. Should be a fun one. Like, in all seriousness, it'll be nice to watch some, competent football on a Monday night. You got Lions at Ravens as they finish out week 3 around the NFL, and I got 5 best bets for you. Here they are very quickly. First, I'm taking the points with the Detroit Lions. Lions plus 6 at minus 135 odds. You like that one?
I like it.
I like that start then because, man, last week was rough. Lions at Ravens. I'm on the under in this game, under 54. I know we were beat the books guy a bit ago that was saying hammer that over. Don't listen to that fool.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Go ahead.
Under 54, and then 3 player props real quick. First for the Ravens, receiver Rashad Bateman, under 35.5 receiving yards. It has been a struggle for him this year, and I know because he's been on the bench in my fantasy league. Next, I got 2 Lions. St. Brown, I got him to score a touchdown at any point in this ball game tonight. I'm on St. Brown to score a touchdown at plus 105 odds. And then lastly, the tight end for Detroit, Sam Laporta, over 4.5 receptions tonight. I think he could eclipse that even possibly by halftime, if not the end of the third quarter. I think Goff will be going to him early and often. Those are your 5 best bets?
Yeah, like the St. Brown, like the Lions plus 6. That under 54. And these are teams that scored 52 and 41 points last week. And listen, that Cleveland defense clearly is something. What they did to the Packers.
Yeah.
Baltimore got 41 on them jokers last week. We'll see. That one's a little shaky. Coming up behind us, the coaches show. D'Amico Ryans, Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron. The show, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
And I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
Tyler, I love you too. Man, you so.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Lions head to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Hear it tonight starting at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Aaron Glenn was doing a celebratory dance after the New York Jets blocked a field goal for a touchdown to give them a 1-point lead late in the fourth quarter on Sunday. The Jets ended up allowing a field goal, though, and lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers by 2. After the game, Aaron Glenn told the media that these aren't the same old Jets. And all I have to say to coach is, what are you talking about? Last time I checked, your squad is 0-3. So yes, the Jets are, well, the same old Jets. I'm Zach Gelb.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my treating my symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Liqueur 43, recognized as the world's top-selling premium Spanish liqueur, and it is the key ingredient in the Carajillo. You guys know how much I love the Carajillo? What is the Carajillo? It's equal parts Liqueur 43 and coffee. Go get yourself some Liqueur 43 today. Made from 43 natural ingredients. It is phenomenal, and you're going to love the Carajillo after dinner or just a cocktail sitting around the house. BuyLiqueur43.com is the website, and Zamora Company reminds all of us to drink responsibly.
Who knew that unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store? When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Learn more at walmart.com. And tune in to the College Game Preview, brought to you by Walmart each Friday during In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula, right here on Sports Radio 610.
$2,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance. At the end's promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the D'Amico Ryans program. Mark Vandermeer with you, along with John Harris, and we'll get the head coach in here in just a moment. As you know the situation, the Texans are 0-3 for the first time since 2020. And that year, we know what happened. They went 0-4. They ended up with only 4 victories. Bill O'Brien got fired, etc. Completely different outfit this time. But you look back on history in these situations to see it. Wait a minute. Is Vandermeer talking about digging out of 0-3? Yes, he is. We are talking about digging out of 0-3 like they did in 2018. Now, they're the only team to start 0-3 and make the playoffs in the last 25 years. They did that in 2018. They followed up 0-3 with a 9-game winning streak. No one is predicting that right now, of course. The only thing you can do is try to win Sunday against the Tennessee Titans at noon. I will hearken back, though, to not an 0-3 start, but 0-2 that ended up at 2-5. That was 2015. And that kind of reminds me of this, except that was worse. That was worse because you were blown out by the Falcons. You were blown out by the Dolphins. That was a dead team at 2-5 going no place, and they ended up winning the division and going to the playoffs. So we'll see if they can do something here. Again, the matter at hand is Tennessee on Sunday at noon. But we have a lot to digest on this program, like what happened against the Jacksonville Jaguars on a Sunday afternoon in North Florida, where the Jaguars were not playing their best game, and that's putting it lightly. They had more penalties than the Texans. They had a big turnover in the fourth quarter with the interception by Jalen Petrie. But the Texans had 3 fourth-quarter turnovers in the Jags' end of the field. So while driving to tie or take the lead on multiple occasions, they coughed the ball up. That's obviously not going to get it done. So we're going to talk about that with the head coach, what went wrong, what went right that they need to do a whole lot more of, and what can be done to beat the Tennessee Titans Sunday noon International Day. All right, let's get to it. Our conversation with the head coach, Great to see you.
Hey, great to see you guys.
All right, so what always fascinates me is that win or lose, you guys come in here on a Monday, and it's pedal to the metal. Got to get ready for the next one no matter what, because here it comes, and you better be ready. So can you take us through that process, coming off the loss to Jacksonville, how you shift to get ready for Tennessee?
Yeah, our Mondays are the same. It's about, you go in and you analyze the film, right? You go in, I met with coaches. I meet with each side of the ball, offense, defense, special teams. We go through, we dissect the film, going through things that happen. How can we get better? Where can we improve? We go through all of that, and then we'll meet with our players later. The players come in early. They'll go through a lift just to get their bodies primed and ready to go for the week, and then we'll put this game to bed. Right after our team meeting today, our players will go with their position coaches, and they'll go through each play of the game, and their coach will hit them on all the positives and negatives and things we can all do better, things they did well.
Coach, I think one of the great things about just coaches in general is there's so much. But a lot of times coaches are, well, what are your X's and O's? How good are you at X's and O's? How good are you at this? I think coaches at most point need to be assessed on how do they handle players, how do they handle disappointment, how do they handle adversity. When you have a player, and Ariante talked about this after the game, he said, hey, I struggled. I had a rough day, paraphrasing. When you have a rookie like that, as a coach, what's kind of your responsibility in making sure that, hey, we love you, we care about you, it happened, we got to move on, we got to learn from it, we got to move on. How do you make sure he doesn't lose his confidence with what he's already shown?
Really huge for not only Tay, but for all of our guys. Like, it can be a point where, you haven't won a game and guys start to lose, you kind of lose that faith or lose that confidence in not only yourself as a player, but your teammate. You start to look around like, hey, are we really that good? But from my standpoint, and it's kind of what I showed the guys Saturday night, I showed them all the positive plays that happen in our game versus Tampa Bay. And I'll continue to show our guys the positives, and I also show the guys, hey, these are the handful of plays right here. Like, we didn't execute the right way. Right. We didn't do things how we said we were going to do it. And what was the result of the game? So it's always leaning into the positives. When you lose, everybody's feeling down. You're feeling bad. But just because you lost doesn't mean every play was a negative. Right. There were a lot of great things that happened in the game. How can we continue to get more of those great things to happen for us, right? So we can be on the winning side. But I know players can be disappointed in performance, coaches, and man, it hurts as a coach to be, in a position where you feel like, I let them down. Like, you start to analyze and think about it. Like, what can we do better? What can we do different to help the players be in a better spot?
Yep. Well, that plays into, you once told us on Fridays you like practicing in the stadium if possible to see the guys or have the guys see themselves scoring touchdowns in their home gym, right? That plays into that.
For sure. That's what we'll do this Friday. We get a home game. Happy to be back home, and we'll be practicing inside our stadium, or hey, this is where we're going to be on Sunday, and get used to ending up in our end zone scoring points.
All right, I'll ask you this. So offensively, I know you want to be better on third down. You were a little bit better against the Jags, but not good enough for you to get the victory. So if I ask you, is it mental? Is it physical? Is the answer yes? Is it all of the above? What are you looking for there offensively to be more consistent in the execution?
Yeah, for third downs right now, we're not great by any means on third down. We're last in the NFL, unfortunately, on third down. But it's a lot of different things. Starting off with, what's the distance to go on third down, right? And we've had probably the most third and long situations probably in the NFL because of what are you doing on first and second down.
Right.
Right, and we have to handle first down better. We've had a lot of first down coming out to start drives where we've had penalties where we've moved backwards and then we're in second long, third and long. So that just makes it difficult. So to be better on third down, I always say you got to win first down. Right, you have to get positive yards on first down. Now you're in a second and manageable. Hopefully you can get a few more yards, and now you want to be operating where you're at 3rd and 2 to 5 or 3rd and 2 to 6. Those are manageable third downs where you can be on the winning side more. So starting on first and second down, do that better. And then when we do get to third down, it's like if we are in third and long situations and we're trying to hold the ball and we're getting a lot of pressure, it's going to be difficult in any no matter who you're playing for, whatever third down, defenses are going to apply pressure. Got 3rd and 10 plus, a lot of pressure is going to come. So now we have to pick it up. We got to try to hold, make sure the route gets there. So we just got to do ourselves a better service on 1st and 2nd down and get in shorter 3rd downs. And then whenever that 3rd down is, we got to execute. You see, we were able to get into some tempo and some 3rd downs in the game versus the Jags, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. We got in tempo. Right. We were able to hit some quick passes, and that allowed us to keep the chains moving. So we have to just continue to do more of that.
Coach, it was 10-3, 4th quarter. I think CJ had thrown the interception, so now they're coming back the other direction, and Jalen has the interception. And it's a tremendous interception. And as I'm watching that play, I always try and figure out, okay, are you in man, are you in zone? And I watch that play going, no, I think it's man. No, I think it's zone. No, they're doing this. How important is the disguising of all of that? And how important was the disguising in that play that Jalen was able to end up? It looked like Trevor had no idea that he was supposed to be where he was. What did you do on that particular play to make sure that the disguise paid off to get that interception?
Yeah, for Trevor, we wanted to make sure the disguise was the most important thing this week. Right? We wanted to make him figure it out post-snap, what we were doing. So I thought defensively, for the most part, we did a really good job of disguising things, moving in and out of a lot of different calls, and our guys handled that well. That 3rd down there, I think that 3rd down, we actually had a pressure called, and we saw a formation, and we were able to check out of it and get to a zone look, and Jalen did a great job of being to be a zone. Aziz did a great job of communicating, getting everybody on the same page, because it was kind of late in the down where we got our check. And, man, it was an outstanding play by Jalen, a play that we definitely needed at the time. You talk about a momentum shifter. He gets that pick, and then we come back the next play, and we hit Nico on a double move for a touchdown.
Another thing that went well, Jags came into the game number 1 running the football in the NFL, and you were able to keep them in check in that department. What went into that, Coach?
Well, what went into us playing the run game well, and credit to our defensive tackles. They did a really outstanding job. Sheldon, Tommy stepped in and he played. He made some nice plays for us, just playing really stout in the run game. Tim Settle, Foley, those guys did a really nice job inside. And it's credited Dylan Horton came in. He had some really nice plays on the edge. As collectively as a unit, felt like we were able to be more aggressive. We attacked downhill and our D-line played stouter, which was much better than we did versus Tampa Bay. So when our D-line plays the way that they play versus Jacksonville, that gives us a chance to have a good run defense.
It's got to be tough with those guys, the tackles in particular, because you have a lot of guys who can make plays. Tommy was inactive week 1, but I know you have other guys who can make plays in front of him, so it's got to be a difficult thing to decide who to play and how often.
Yeah, it is. It's a good problem to have. As I always say, you got a lot of guys who you can count on and be out there, but one thing I know Tommy is he's deserving of being out there, just watching the way he works, the way he shows up every single day, consistent guy, and it showed up in the game. The guys just showed up, whether he was getting double teamed, whether it was it didn't matter. Like he was going to be exactly where he needed to be, and he was very effective for us.
As one of the best tackling linebackers we ever saw, I know it hurt your heart last week and I asked you, what was the one thing that bothered you? And you said tackling. How did you think the tackling was yesterday? Better?
A little better. Still got
room to grow.
Still got room to grow,
Yeah.
right? But I thought it was definitely it was a little better.
Yeah.
But still a couple plays that, again, we let the quarterback get out. We missed a tackle. We didn't collapse the pocket there on the third and 6 late in the game. We give a check down to Hunter that we let go for 20 yards. Like, still things we got to clean up. Where our guys are trying to play physical, but sometimes we just got to understand that we just need to wrap guys up and not try to go for the big blow-up shot all the time.
Yep. Offensively, running the football, Coach, it's not for lack of effort. I mean, Nick Chubb had some bruising runs, Woody Marks as well. So you see some signs there. What's it going to take to be more consistent running the football for your squad?
Yeah, for us to be more consistent, we just got to pop a few of those runs. A couple of those runs, we got everybody blocked, and the corner is stepping up and making a tackle. Like, our backs got to be able to make a corner miss, and we got to be able to make sure we're running our feet on contact. Like, we're there at the initial point of contact. We're there. We're getting a hit. We got to run our feet more, finish a little bit better, and hopefully gain more creases for our backs to hit it and make some big plays.
Coach, last week I think CJ was asked about throughout the week, and one of the things he mentioned was watching the film with you. When you sit down and you're sitting with CJ, are you talking to him, hey, this is what defenses are trying to do to you? Are you trying to just point out things he could do better? Is it kind of everything that you could possibly see when you sit down and watch games?
Yeah, me meeting with CJ, going through the film, it's a little bit of both, right? It's me first and foremost understanding, like, what are you thinking on this play? Hey, what did you see? What are you thinking? And then once I kind of gain an idea of what he's thinking, why he's thinking that, and I try to explain to him what defenses are doing, or what this particular player is doing, how can you attack them better? So it's a matter of just all-encompassing, like, how can I understand him? How can I help him defensively? How can I help him offensively well, conceptually, things that we can do? How can we deploy routes better to give us better options? So we just talking ball. And for however long it needs to go, we just sit in, we just talk ball. And it's been really good.
He seems to like the up-tempo stuff. I mean, we all like it when it's working. Anything that works, we like, Coach. But how much of what CJ likes is taken into consideration when formulating a game plan offensively? What can you tell us about that?
When you any quarterback that plays, they're always going to have their favorites. You go through the game plan throughout the week, they're going to have their favorite plays that they like. So, and when you're calling it, you just want to make sure you're starting those plays and you kind of get those plays called as early as possible when those guys want it, because as us all, when it's something that you like, perform a little bit better. But as we see with the tempo and certain plays, like CJ really does a good job. The 2-minute, the tempo, that's where he operates really fast, decisive, making really nice plays. So we have to kind of lean into that more to put him in positions where he's playing quick, playing decisive.
We always talk about flushing it. It's Monday, so we can eventually flush this one and move on to another divisional opponent in the Titans come in here. I know everybody wants to point out, well, they're 0-3 and they're not very good and all that kind of stuff, but all we have to do is point back to Week 12 last year and see what happened when they came in here and they played the best game of their year and knocked us off. Coach, the Titans coming in, your early thoughts about getting ready for them?
Yeah, whatever it takes to get a win. That's my thoughts. It's like not having spent much time on the Titans, not really focused on the Titans. It's like, as the Texans, like, how can we execute 100% on everything that we're supposed to do? Like, be what we're supposed to be. Like, and we execute the right way, it doesn't matter who our opponent is, right? And we know they're coming in hungry for a win. We're hungry for a win as well. But just because you want it doesn't mean it's going to happen. Like, for our guys, like, when I say whatever it takes to win, are you doing whatever it takes to win? Are you doing all the things that it takes to win on Sunday, right? And that's going to be, first and foremost, we got to protect the football. Right? Offense, we got to protect the football. Whoever touches it, we got to protect it. All right, can't give the ball away 3 times and expect to win. Defensively, we get opportunities with the ball. All right, in 2 games here, we got to be able to take the football away and put the offense in position to go score. So if we play the right way, we've been there. We got to play the right way. We got to finish though. We got to finish. Everybody wants to win. There's a lot of outside noise about what we need to do, what's not working well. We've done a lot of good things. It hasn't resulted in the win column. So as players, as coaches, are you doing whatever it takes this week to win the game?
I've had this question to other coaches as well. Do you need a win to, in some sense, validate what you're teaching? Hey, what we're doing is right. Look, we won. What we're doing is right. This validates it. Do you need a win to validate the things that you're coaching and teaching?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I do not, because I know the process. I know what we're teaching. I know what works. It hasn't changed. It's just a matter of everybody just making sure we're doing, first and foremost, what we're coached to do. Right? If we start there, let's do what we're coached to do, know what we're coaching, we know our process and how we structure the week, how we practice. I know it works. Now, when it gets to game day, are we executing and doing the things that we need to do that's winning football, right? And if you play winning football on Sunday, that's what it's going to take. You got to play winning football on Sunday.
You point out nothing's perfect on defense, but obviously you've kept the opposing point total very low so far. far. These first a whole lot better. How hard is it and how important is it to keep everybody together so they all stick together, offense, defense, special teams, because it is a platoon sport, if you will.
Yeah, it is. We're all in this together, coaches, players, offense, defense, special teams. And how I keep everybody together, Mark, is I'll show all the plays, right?
Yeah.
And defensively, I always tell guys in the room, hey, if you're in this room and if you think, oh, because I gave up 2 touchdowns, we should be okay. It's like, no, that's not the thought process. Like, we're going for 0
right
every single time we're out there. And when a team scores, somewhere along the lines, we're off. Whether it's a assignment or technique, communication, like when we're off, that's when we allow a team to score. And I just make sure to keep the defense humble, that it's not just about, keeping the points down. Well, how did they even get a touchdown versus you guys? They're all things we control. We're in position. Like, are you making the plays necessary, right, to not allow teams to get in the end zone and force field goals?
Interesting. Coach, you mentioned the noise. When you started playing, the noise was different. We actually had the newspaper that you had to buy, and it was paper, and your hands get dirty and that kind of thing, and you turn off the TV, and you're good. There's no noise. The Internet was around, but you have to go seek it out. Now everybody's got a phone, and everybody's got the noise coming right to them, if you will. How hard is it to keep the guys away from that or to tune out what they see, what they happen to see?
Oh, it's extremely hard nowadays. If you pick up your phone, you're someone. So it's hard to, to see the noise or hear the noise, but the part that you control is how do you ignore the noise.
Right.
Like, no matter, it's going to be out there. You're 0-3. We get it. It should be noisy.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're not where we want to be. We're not in the spot we expected to be in. So, yeah, I get the noise. But as a player, as a coach, how do you ignore it? Put your head down, trust your process, and get back to work, right? And do the things necessary to win the game.
One more question for you about special teams and a general trend in the league. And I joked on another radio show. I said special teams coordinators, agents have to be very happy about the increased importance of special teams. It's always been important, but it feels like it's more important than ever, that third phase, because we're looking around the league. You got block kicks everywhere and big plays in the kick return game and negative plays and all that. What do you make of the emergence or the increasing importance of special teams?
I mean, it's exciting. It's an exciting play in the game whenever we're kicking the football. It's an exciting play and can change the game at any given moment, right? You see block kicks winning games. You see missing field goals. Look like it's a lot going on in the kicking game. So I think starting with the kickoff, the way we do it now, it's a more exciting play that you have to pay attention to. You have to watch. Anything can happen. And also with these field goals, it's not just automatic anymore. All right, the field goal block units are getting very good at how they can disrupt the kicker. So they're doing a good job of blocking. Our special teams coaches are doing a great job with the punt looks. You get a lot of varied looks on the punt unit. Punt return, got some dynamic punt returners in the league. So it's exciting. And I know special team coaches are fired up because they felt like they were pushed aside for a long time. Now the emergence is real.
Not anymore. And punters handling snaps, getting the ball down. I'm telling you, that extra point, Tommy did a great job getting that one down. I was a little nervous, and then Kaimi hit a little chip shot. That was a little nerve-wracking. Speaking of, real fast, the field goal that they kicked that we got called for leverage.
Yes.
Typically, it's on the long snapper, but we looked at the replay, and nobody even got near the long snapper. Where were they saying that we had leverage?
Don't get him fined.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Coach fined.
I'm just looking for clarity. I'm just looking for clarity.
The rule is, so our guys, as you're rushing the field goal, right? You want to, we tell our guys to get your hands up and try to block the kick because you never know how the ball can come off the kicker's foot. And so where we got called was you can't have your hand down on a lineman's back.
Oh, okay, and propel yourself up. Okay.
Raise your hand.
It's human nature.
You just got to get both hands up. We got caught there with Barnett. He had one hand on his back.
Gotcha.
And then he tried to jump, so they called that leverage.
Gotcha.
Okay, Amagi.
I was just looking for clarity.
All right, okay.
I'm not getting anybody fined here.
No fine.
No fines.
Amagi Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Coach, we mentioned the noise. So what can you tell us? On your phone, do you have TikTok, Facebook? Do you go on any of those things? Or
Oh, very rarely. I do. I have a couple, but I don't have TikTok. I tried that one time. It was crazy.
It was crazy.
I was like, I got to get off of this thing. No, kids don't have a phone.
Good. You used to have a Twitter account.
Yeah, Twitter, Instagram. I do have those, but I don't look at them now because I
don't think you've tweeted.
I can't imagine how crazy it is.
I've tweeted since the teens.
I don't even know how kids do it nowadays with. But like you said, your kids don't have phones. I mean, that's the right thing to do. I don't know how you do it now with likes and clout, and I don't get it.
It's too much.
It's too much. I like my newspapers.
Yes. I don't know about that. Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, not to sound like an infomercial, but wait, there's more. More D'Amico Ryan's program. In fact, we're going to visit with Jalen Petrie. He was a guest on Texans postgame. Andy Kalu as well, former D'Amico Ryan's teammate, weighs in on what is going on with this team. And D'Amico from the podium meeting with the media. That is all coming up as we continue with the D'Amico Ryan Show here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
What a match on style action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Constructing the vital connections of our world, from communications and critical infrastructure to renewable and heavy industrial facilities, is what we do at Burns & McDonnell. We deliver innovative projects with an integrated construction and design mindset, a direct hire construction force, and a steadfast commitment to safety and quality. Come see how our growing Houston team is designed to build and what opportunities are waiting for you at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
Okay, quiz fans, what's one word to describe Whataburger's new prickly pear raspberry Whata-Fresher? Is the best word refreshing? Or does the real raspberry make you say tangy? Or perhaps the sweet prickly pear fruit is simply delicious? Actually, the only word to describe it is quenchy, tangy, sweet, shalicious. And that may sound like 4 words, but we used hyphens. Introducing new Whata-Freshers from Whataburger. Whataburger. Available for a limited time.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a tractor or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled, but hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans are 0-3 after a loss to the Jags.
As Lawrence takes a knee, and the Texans won't stop the clock. It is over. Texans fall to Jacksonville 17-10.
We're close. That's what it is. So we got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Back to it here on the D'Amico Ryan Show, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Let's get to some D'Amico Ryans at the podium following our visit in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. So after the last couple of losses, the head coach said the team was close, and a lot of people are wondering what that means. Well, I interpreted that to mean that they were close to winning each of these last 3 games. They're right there. They don't get the job done. They're 0-3. Not that they're close to achieving some sort of greatness never before seen in the history of the National Football League, just that they were close to winning these games. That's what I thought. Some people have thought differently, so let's get it from the head coach. He was asked about this during his Monday press conference. What does he mean by the team is close?
Yeah, what I mean by close is we were close in our 3 games, right? We were there in the fourth quarter, right? We were close to finishing and closing those games out. There are plays in each game that we've had these first 3 games that we didn't finish and win the game. So I'm not talking about close as a team, I'm talking about winning the football game. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win football games. We've been in position to win those games, and we have not won the game. So we got to find a way to win the game. Right? We got to make the plays in the fourth quarter of the games we've been in. We got to make those plays to put us in position and to just ultimately to win the football game. That's what we're here to do, right? That's what we work for, is to win football games. So the games have been close. We've been right there in the games, right? So we just got to find a way to get it done.
More from D'Amico Ryans at the podium today. Pass protection has been an issue, but not the only issue. But what about using tight ends to help chip block and shifting things around to the O-line? Things they've tried to do, things they can do.
As we go through the film, we talk about the route distribution, right, the protection. All of those things are things that, we bring up and we look at to see how can we better deploy guys to make sure we're giving ourselves the best chance to have successful plays. So some of that comes with protection, where we have a problem guy. We may need to, put some chips on the edge and make sure we're helping out when we have a issue player like Josh Allen-Hines did a really good job on yesterday. We got to find a way to protect better. When it comes to route distribution, there's some plays it was good. Some plays we can do better of distributing the guys. Some plays we can do better of running the routes the proper way. So it's all of us. It's all inclusive, coaches, players, everybody, just fine-tuning things to make sure we are giving ourselves the best chance.
Here's another one on the defense, as the coach was asked this at the podium today. Now, the defense has been good, no question about that, very good. However, last 2 games had a chance to close out the game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, had difficulty doing that, obviously, and against the Jacksonville Jaguars, allowed that go-ahead touchdown on the big. About the defense closing out games, what has been the issue there? What does the head coach think?
For us defensively, when I look at this past game, thought we had multiple opportunities to take the ball away. We had one hit us right in the hands. We didn't take it away. We had one in Tampa Bay hit us in the hands. We didn't take it away. We had a couple where we were supposed to be a deep safety. They throw the ball up, and we're not taking the football away. So there are multiple things where we've had opportunities, right, defensively, and we haven't capitalized on those opportunities by being exactly where we're supposed to be, communicating the proper way, tackling the proper way as a unit. The tackling hasn't been up to our standard, and so we have to get that fixed.
Here's another one from the head coach at the podium on the message to the young players, the rookies, anybody really involved as the team is 0-3 and having to keep things together as you try to get a win Sunday.
You keep guys motivated by understanding storms are going to hit you in life, like whether it's, we do football, but also in real life, like storms will arise, storms will come in your life. It's like when you go through the storm, are you coming out stronger or are you getting ripped apart by the storm, right? And so there are different people who can handle those at the adversity and the storm that comes. It's like, how do you handle it? You got to remain resilient. You got to remain strong through it. And it really tests your character to see who are you truly as a player, as a man, like how are you, who are you? And we'll see that. Like, we'll see how we handle this as individuals. We'll see how we handle this as a team.
All right, Woody, and what a message to the fans of the Texans. What is it after 0-3?
We're 0-3. We don't want to be 0-3, but that's the matter of the fact. That's where we are now, right? We have to go out. We have to play better. So for our fans, just continue to support us. Yeah, I know how everybody gets rowdy, everybody gets upset. You know, you should win every game. I get it. We're trying to win every game. We're working hard. We're doing our best. We just got to go play better to make sure we give our fans something to be proud of.
Next chance for that is Sunday at noon against the Tennessee Titans. International Day at NRG Stadium. A gotta-have-it game. I mean, this is really it against the Tennessee Titans at home. They are 0-3. It is going to be a battle, and we'll have it all for you live right here. Now, let's get to former D'Amico Ryan's teammate, Andy Kalu, part of our coverage of the Houston Texans, 12-year NFL veteran, and his thoughts a day later after watching the Texans and the Jaguars.
Very frustrating, disappointing. And it just kind of reminds me, I'm not even going to say you to the listeners out there, it reminds me that the regular season is like that cold bucket of water that you throw on yourself when you're sleeping and dreaming, because during the preseason, I get too caught up in the positives and I start to ignore the negatives, and I just think what could have been, what could be, and I was excited about this defense. I was excited about with the possibility of the offensive line gelling together, and the regular season just reminds you, you know what, there's 31 other teams that are working just as hard, as your team during the summer, that have brought in other guys that have stars on their team. And speaking of Josh Allen, or Josh Hines Allen, I should say, their edge rusher, he made the play of the game when he tipped that ball as C.J. Stroud was throwing it that caused the game-clinching interception. So they have those type of playmakers on defense, and it's time to panic. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and say, oh, everything's going to be okay. This team started off 0-3, and they had a great season in the past, because what I'm not seeing is any improvement from the offense, and that's the biggest concern.
Speaking of not improving, the offensive line kind of up and down at moments yesterday. It felt like Indy, when the offensive line did some good things, then the routes broke down. Yes. When the routes were open, then the offensive line broke down. But I know Ariante had a tough game yesterday, and I know throughout your career you were around young guys, rookies that had a tough start, maybe dropped the pass, missed a block, missed a sack, or had just a bad game on defense playing next to you. As a leader on this team, when you have a young guy that struggles, I don't want to say what's the responsibility in a sense, Indy, but what is the responsibility of the leaders of this team when you have a young guy that struggled kind of the way that Ariante did yesterday? Did you ever have a situation like that when you played, where you had a young guy that played and you kind of felt the need to kind of go over there and make sure he was okay, that you didn't lose him, so to speak, because of that game?
I think that's a great question. I think this team has the leadership with the players to, tell them, hey, man, this is what you did wrong, and this is how you fix it. But then all the top leaders that say, now keep in mind, when I was young, I had I had a game like this where I just wanted to put my head in the sand and didn't want anybody to see. I feel like with the Danielle Hunters, with the Titus Howards, with the type of leadership you have with the players, that they're going to put their arm around Irsay, and he's going to be fine with it. But more importantly, I don't care about what you're telling me after the game. What are you going to do during the game to protect them? And that doesn't come from the leadership from the players. It comes from the offensive coordinator, and understanding that it's okay to leave Schultz in there to help him out. It's okay to make sure that your chips are going to be more focused on the side that Irsay's on, especially if he's going against a guy like Josh Hines Allen, or even Travon Walker. Travon Walker, there's much to be said about him not living up to the number 1 overall pick, but he's still a damn good pass rusher. He's had over 20 sacks in the last 2 seasons. So to me, the leadership has to come from the offensive coordinator saying, hey, we're going to help you until you get your feet under you as a rookie pass blocking against some of these beasts. Every single weekend, he's going to be going against a stud edge rusher better than what he's seen in college. So I think the help needs to come from the coordinators and making sure that they have extra blockers there to help them out.
ND, it's the most important position on the football team, quarterback. And I'll ask you, what is going on with C.J. Stroud, in your opinion, year 3? We talk about the O-line. We need a better running game. We need all of that. What about him in general, the quarterback? What would you say is the read on this? The guy's about turned 20 weeks. Amazing he's still that young, but he's not young in NFL years. He's played 2 full seasons, and now he's into another one. What are your thoughts?
This isn't me protecting C.J. Stroud. I don't know the guy. He's not a friend of mine. But it kind of goes to what John said, and we gloss it over. It's tough for me, Mark, to just say, okay, this quarterback has to do this better, because like John said, I noticed it during the game. When he did have protection, it was like, man, like, why hasn't he released the ball? And where's the coverage? Excuse me, the coverage was so tight that he didn't have an open wide receiver. So was it great coverage by the Jacksonville Jaguar defense, or is it your wide receivers aren't running the right routes? And then there's times where the protection just broke down immediately. So it was tough for me to say, man, CJ should have done this a little bit better. I do feel like he needs to, in my opinion, as a former guy who chased these guys around, he needs to use his legs a little more. In my opinion, that keeps the pass rushers on their heels. If he just tucks that ball and takes off, even if you're only picking up 4 or 5 positive yards, as a defensive lineman, you start to think to yourself, okay, I can't be as reckless with my pass rush. And you want to be reckless when you pass rush. I can't be as creative coming inside, because if I leave any kind of lane open, he's going to take it, like the Baker Mayfields, like the Josh Allens of the world. So to answer your question, what I would like to see, the one little thing I would like to see is him more willing to use his legs when the pass protection breaks down.
Indy, as a defender, when you give up 14, 20, and 17, and 2 touchdowns of that really came in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter is when you could have made a stop defensively. I get all that, and then at the end you had to let them score yesterday. Could have come up with a stop against the Buccaneers. Either way, the defense has been playing way, way well enough to get wins. How do you make sure it doesn't become an us versus them, defense versus offense kind of thing in the locker room?
That could easily happen, John. You know that. You've been in enough locker rooms as a coach, as a player, and covering the team. And that's where your D coordinator just has to make sure he reminds them, hey, this is a team effort. There's 3 phases to this. If we gave up 17 points and we lost, then guess what? Their defense was better than ours. We should have gave up less than 10. So you have to remind them you're playing well, but this is a team effort. And the ultimate goal of the defense, there's all these different goals, like have X amount of pressures per game, have 3 sacks every game, hold your opponent to 17 points or less. Check. They did that, but that wasn't good enough. So you have to remind your defense, if you're going to be thought of as one of the baddest dudes in the NFL, then if you have to win games 10-7, 10-3, you just have to figure out a way to get it done. And it's tough. I mean, the Texans offense, they gave up 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter. Correct me if I'm wrong. And you only give up 7 points. And those 7 points, I feel like they let them score because they wanted to get the ball back. I mean, what else? One, you tell them when the offense isn't in the room, when you're in those defensive meetings, you look around, you let them know, hey, I'm looking around. I got your back. Y'all are doing a bang-up job. Keep it up. But if you want to be thought of as those 2002 Ravens, 1985 Chicago Bears, you got to figure out a way for us to win these games 10-7, 10-3, not just holding opponents to under 21 points.
We'll talk more about this tomorrow, ND, but thoughts on facing an 0-3 Titans team? You're 0-3, they're 0-3, a very different kind of team, each one, but you're both 0-3, and the mindset going into this one. I mean, you're on the edge of a cliff here. You got to get this one done. What are your thoughts early on about this matchup?
If Tennessee's record comes up anywhere in the locker room, the meeting rooms, as they prepare for the game, then they're doing them a disservice. Because one of the things, I can't remember which coach said this, and it just stuck with me. And one of our coaches always reminded us that a wounded animal is an animal that you don't want to face. And the Tennessee Titans are wounded, so are the Houston Texans. So the only reason or way they should be thinking about the Tennessee Titans as an 0-3 team is to remind themselves that this is a desperate team that we're playing. This is a team that needs a win as bad as we need a win, so we're going to get their best shot. But it shouldn't be like, oh, this is the week we're going to get our first victory because we're playing a team that doesn't have any wins. Guess what? Look in the that shoe. If anything, I would take it serious. I would treat it as if I'm playing a 3-0 team and we have to win this game. It's a division game. You don't want the Colts to be 4 games ahead of you. This is a big – this because of the way the team has started, Mark, I would argue to say this is the biggest game early in the season because you just can't fall 0-4, 0-2 in the division.
There's part of our conversation with ND Kalu. Always a pleasure to hear from ND, part of our Texans coverage on Mondays now and Tuesday. We're going to have him on tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. Also, Tremont Smith tomorrow night. You don't want to miss that. And you don't want to miss D'Amico Ryans right after the game with John Harris. Plus, Jalen Petrie. He was a guest on Texans postgame. Let's hear some of that next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. It's time to... You have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000. Plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Houston Texans, Whataburger, and the Houston Food Bank are teaming up to help them take on their toughest opponent ever, Houston Area Hunger. Just donate $1 the next time you're in an area Whataburger, and that dollar bill will go to help the Houston Food Bank. And you'll even get a coupon for a free Whataburger with purchase of a 32-ounce drink and medium fry. So, from now until October 12th, give $1 and be a part of the team that's wiping out hunger in Houston.
Texans are 0-3 after a loss to the Jags.
Lawrence gets the snap. Lawrence has time. Lawrence gets rid of it right side and picked off. Petrie with it at midfield. The Texans get a takeaway.
We got to help. Our defense has been holding up. We got to, able to help them. So, it's not easy, but we just got to do better.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Texans fans, when it's time to step up, you make the play. You take the moment. You take the drive. And like your Houston Texans, Ford starting lineup is made for every moment. It's Coach D'Amico Ryans here. With the strength of the F-150, the versatility of the Explorer, and the toughness of the Bronco family, Ford brings the power, style, and control to take on every drive. So visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official truck and SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
H is up, H-Town. The Houston Texans are bringing the heat on the gridiron, and we want you to keep turning the temperature up. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Nico Collins, and the rest of your Texans need you to be loud and in the stands this season. Be a part of the action, and don't just watch Texans games from your couch. Experience them with thousands of other fans live. But hurry, tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
Now, more Texans
Our final segment tonight on the D'Amico Ryans program. We'll have D'Amico right after the game with John Harris in just a few moments here. But first, Jalen Petrie was a guest on Texans post-game with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. And we'll have some of the best of that conversation, which went something like this.
Jalen, we really appreciate you making a few minutes. This obviously is not where you guys expected to be here at 0-3. What's the mood like right now among the guys? You just heard Coach, if you were listening, say a lot of resolve on this team.
Yeah, we just got to keep chopping. Like, it's not where we want to be, like you said, but it's all about just making sure that we keep going. Like, we can't settle.
What about just your play today, Jay? I mean, you obviously had a big turnover there that put us back in the game and gave us a chance right there, man. So take us through that turnover and kind of how it all went down real quick.
Yeah, we was just in a call. Shout out to Mike Aziz for getting us in the right call, and then it's just about execution at that point.
And you were able to come down with it. Jalen Petrie joining us. Jalen, this is the first time you guys have lost in Jacksonville in a while. They've got a new head coach. They've got Liam Cohen there. What did you know? Did you notice anything differently in the way they operated today as an offense compared to the other trips you've had to Jacksonville and the other times you played the Jags?
Not a major difference. I think it was very similar. I mean, they did a good job at executing better than us because obviously they got the win, but it wasn't a major difference. You know, the players are the same, and for the most part, you know, every offense is pretty similar, I would say. I wouldn't say they're the same, but pretty similar. So most of the same players, so it still felt like the same vibe, but we obviously didn't get it done.
Jay, how do you handle within the locker room? And I know it's real. I mean, we can act like it's not part of it, but I know it's real. I mean, the struggles of the offense. I think everybody obviously sees that. How do y'all, the leaders of this team, keep things together and keep from getting frustrated with the struggles on the offensive side of the ball?
Yeah, I wouldn't say in any way that I'm worried about them. You know, as a defender, as the nickel/safety for the Houston Texans, like, I got a lot of stuff I need to clean up. So I need to make sure that I clean up what's on my plate first and make sure that I'm doing the right things, because there's a lot of things that I can do to help out the team. So that's what I'm worried about going forward. And, yeah, I know that everybody is going to do that respectively in their position. So as long as we just continue to stay consistent, continue to build on the things that we're doing well and correct the things that we're not, we're going to be fine.
Jalen Petrie, Texan safety, joining us. Hey, Jalen, Stingley went out early in this game with the, I think D'Amico described it as an oblique injury here. Did that change anything for you guys defensively, not having Sting out there, and how is Sting doing right now?
I'm not honestly sure how he's doing, but, you know, it for sure hurts when one of your playmakers are not out there to play. But shout out to Trey. He stepped up and did a great job and filled in wonderful, made some plays. So I'm very thankful for that.
What is the secret sauce with this secondary, Jay? You've been through it with D'Amico, and it just seems like every year for an extended period of time, whether it's at your position or it's at the safety or corner position, there's always injuries, which happens in football. But D'Amico finds a way to put you guys in position to still play a top-notch. What is it about the way D'Amico plays defense, the way y'all are prepared, that the secondary just seems always to be able to sustain success even though you do get hit with injuries?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's no secret sauce. You said it. Like, all the players, you know, we approach it with a professional mindset and take our job very seriously, as well as our coaches. You know, they're making sure that they're on it as well in terms of our preparation. So, you know, from top to bottom and left to right, we're all focused and trying to make sure that we bring our A game.